Round 6 of the FIM JuniorGP World Championship moves up north in Spain from Jerez to MotorLand Aragón and Alcanis, where the streets of Alcanis witnessed racing for almost 40 years, overlooked by Castillo de los Castrovas, which bore witness to winners and champions alike. With 2 rounds to go, it's match point in 3 classes as the riders and their steeds tackle the 70 course 5 kilometre, 3.5 mile ribbon of MotorLand Aragón tarmac. Those that hold their nerves and come out on top after the toughest battles with a taste of victory carrying them to the highest peak. We could be anointing them the next king of the castle, so that means it's time to go racing in Junior GP. Well, hello and good morning from MotorLand Aragón. Junior GP awaits 6 races are coming up for you today, starting off with Moto 2 at 11 o'clock local time, followed by ETC Race 1 at 12, and then we've got Junior GP Sole Race at 1 o'clock local time, then Moto 2 Race 2 coming up at 2, followed by ETC Race number 2 at 3, and rounding off the day with Stock European Championship at 4 o'clock. As I said at the top of the show, we have potentially 3 championships to be decided here, and first of them will be Moto 2. Can it be Roberto Garcia, or could Mattia Cassidy take the title glory here today, with 1 race remaining at Valencia, 2 here today? So whoever leaves this round 25 points or more ahead going into the final round will be our champion. My name is Liam Hodgins, and joining me as always for the 5th time this season is Connor Doherty.
Liam, it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you in MotorLand Aragón. I, for one, cannot wait to get going here.
Yeah, neither can these riders. So this is what happened last time out in Moto 2. From a dominant weekend, pole position went to home hero Roberto Garcia and looked very comfortable early on. But comfort was not in Danny Muñoz's vocabulary, the 17 dancing the edge of track limits. However, it was big drama for Roberto Garcia as he tumbled out from the lead at turn 10. This left a battle for the lead between Danny Muñoz Ferrandis and Sura, with Matteo Volpi stopping early on. Alberto Sura would make a play for second at Pedrosa corner. However, he made a mistake at turn 7. This left a gap, and Ferrandis and Sura came together, and Sura tumbled through the gravel. As Ferrandis took the lead, this will be the last time he led the race, as he got a long lap penalty with only a couple of laps remaining, and this left Danny Muñoz to take victory for the 3rd time this season and put himself into championship contention. Well, we come into this round with potentially 5 riders all within title contention, but Danny Muñoz, Connor, is one of those riders we will not be talking about, considering he did take his 3rd victory last time out at Jerez. However, a crash in Moto 2 in Japan last weekend, he fractured his ankle, so he is missing this race weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, really unfortunate for Daniel Muñoz. We'll be hoping he's back in action as soon as possible. And it's a real shame for him, as his chances for the title really are, well, all but disappeared.
Yeah, they really are indeed. It's such a massive shame for Danny Muñoz. However, we have got a bit of a jumbled up grid today with rain yesterday, which really played part in yesterday's action.
Yeah, 100% Liam. The conditions really affected proceedings yesterday. If we take a look back at last year's pole position, it was Senna Agius, and he recorded a time for pole with 1:52.680. To put that into context, with the pole this time around, Ferrandis did a 2:04.309. That's 12 seconds slower, more or less.
Yeah, the conditions yesterday were, well, biblical, we could say at times. There was a little bit of drizzle for most of it. However, we're speaking to a lot of the riders yesterday, and they said the grip is amazing, but there's some patches out there on track that you might see in the broadcast that there's a bit less grip in the wet. However, thankfully today, sun is shining, the mist that we had in the morning has dissipated, and Alberto Ferrandis is now going from his 1st pole position of 2024.
Yeah, Ferrandis will be thrilled to be going from pole this time around. He did look really strong last time out in Jerez, and this time around starting from pole, well, who knows where he can finish up.
Yeah, he'll be looking for his 1st victory in Moto 2. Stepped up to the class late last year, competing in European Talent Cup. Then, with a couple of rounds to go, decided, you know what, Junior GP, I don't fancy that, I'm going to go up to Moto 2. So he finds himself in the class. He's been a rapid rookie so far in 2024, and this is how rapid he was yesterday.
I am really happy. It's my first pole position in all the European Championships, and yes, we do a very good job this weekend, and I pushed a lot in this qualifying session. It was really hard because the rain and all of this, but yes, I'm really happy. We are ready for tomorrow. I won the first position, and we can do a very good race. I think that we can win.
Posiciones. 2-minute 4.309 for Alberto Ferrandis, your pole sitter, ahead of both races here today in MotorLand Aragón. He's confident of victory, and why would he not be? Because he's been fast all weekend, has Alberto Ferrandis. Made his debut in Moto2 1 year ago, so he returns to a track for the first time that he knows well on a Moto2 machine.
Confidence there. Incredibly confident words from Ferrandis as he gets ready to try and seal that first win in this class on that FIM Network machine.
Yeah, he will indeed. However, as we said at the top of the show, he's another rider that is well and truly in with a shout of this Moto2 Championship. The other main protagonist will come to very shortly. However, we have to speak to our Stock European Championship winner from 1 year ago, Eric Fernandez, not to be confused with Ferrandis, because it can be a bit of a tongue twister at times. But Eric Fernandez, he really has been shown really well in the last few rounds. He was unlucky back in Jerez. He was shuffled off the grid because he didn't quite get that bike going, and that really put paid to any chance he had. But Eric Fernandez really has seen his counterpart in stock from last year, Danny Munoz, taking some victories, and he fancies a taste of victory himself here today. Yeah, absolutely. He's one of the consistent performers. He's regularly getting into the top 10, so this, starting on the front road, could be the push he needs. We've also got Mattia Volpi there. He's one of the riders that's struggling to be consistent, and again, starting from P3, well, he's in with a real shout to get a result this time around. Yeah, he was showing very well in Jerez before he had that technical problem that we saw in the highlights package from last time out. He's had a best result here in Aragon of 8th place. That was in race 2 in Aragon, so he'll be looking to go even better than that. Starting from the front row of the grid, he has a great chance of finally tasting some silverware in Moto2. However, the first of our championship protagonists, our main ones, Mattia Cassidy sets 2 points behind Roberto Garcia, leads the second row of the grid. He's been very consistent in 2024 as Cassidy hasn't really tasted too much silverware, but he's finished inside the top 6 in every single race. Yeah, really consistent, and I think that is what can make the difference at this level. The ability to get a race finished every time you take to the track. And talking about silverware, well, he's a rider that very much knows what it feels to lift a trophy. He does indeed, and so does this man on screen now, Nicola Spinelli, making his Moto2 debut here in the European Championship. And just listen to this for some facts. He's a Moto E race winner. He's also a World Superbike race winner, all in the space of 2024. When he filmed in for Danilo Petrucci back in Assen, he won race 1 in what was changeable conditions. You can never take a race win away from anyone, and Nicola Spinelli has some of the biggest CV of race wins of anyone in the class. Yeah, he really shows his acumen every time he gets on that bike, and this time around in this class, well, he couldn't really be a surprise package. Another new name on the grid, Rossi Moore. Now, you might remember that name from Northern Talent Cup. He was your 2022 champion there. He's been racing in America for the last couple of years. Originally born in Oregon, he has been living in Budapest in Hungary, and he was racing under the Hungarian national flag for a time being. Before he switched back over to the American one, as we're seeing some messages going out to Natalia. So, yeah, so many racers out there racing for Natalia, so hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll pick up some good results. Unai Aradri, another rider, has had a few podium positions after a difficult start to the season. He'll be hoping to go from more in Aragon, going from the start of the third row of the grid. Yeah, absolutely. He's finished third twice in race 2 in Catalonia and in race 2 in the Algarve.
He knows what it's like to step onto that podium. He doesn't know what it's like to step on top of that podium. So we'll see whether he's capable of doing that here today in Aragon.
Yeah, well, indeed. We've got Jambert on the middle of the third row of the grid. Another rider. Well, look at that. Climbed all the way up to fourth, just missing out on a podium in Jerez. He really did have a late charge through the field. So Jambert, another rider to watch out for. He's coming to the fore in 2024, and there was a lot of fours to say there, and Moto 2. So Jambert, another rider that is really starting to come on strong in Moto 2.
Yeah, Jambert, Liam, is one of only 3 riders to have actually finished every single race in this Moto2 European Championship. Josh Watley, Liam, what about him?
Well, Josh Watley, we did see him make his debut back in Jerez. Well, a really good debut. He was inside the top 6 early doors. I did speak to him yesterday. We thought it was maybe a technical issue with the bike. I must apologise to the Fantic Cardozo team for assuming that, but it was actually some arm pump for Josh Watley. He's had an operation on the arm. He's feeling confident. Goes from the outside of the third row of the grid. So Josh Watley, it's only his second event in Moto2 and already showing up strong. And he's also ahead of his championship leading teammate Roberto Garcia. Can you believe this? Qualified down on the front row, on the front of row number 4 in 10th spot. Only holds a 2-point lead over Mattia Cassidy. So what can Roberto Garcia do from 10th in the grid? Not for just this race, but for also race 2.
Yeah, it could be a real issue for Roberto Garcia, having conceded the initiative in this race to Mattia Cassidy. As you said, Liam, there's just 2 points separating them. Here we have then the starting grid. Ferrandis, Fernandez and Volpi on the front row. Behind them, Cassidy, Spinelli and Moore. And Oradre, Gimbert and Watley making up row 3. On row 4 we have Garcia, Montero and Sora. On row 5, Feon, Voigt and Mongiado. On row 6, Eisenkolb, Hader and Toth. Behind them on row 7, Di Vittori, Al-Kubaisi and Inter. And at the back on row 8, Aubry and Hosaka.
So as the riders get ready to go for their warm-up lap, it's Alberto Ferrandis, bike number 54, that leads them away. He will be leading them away from pole position here in the glorious, I must say, Aragon sunshine after we had a deluge on Saturday. Thankfully, there was not too many disruptions to proceedings. However, on Super Sunday, we have some sunlight out there on Aragon. Now you can see there's a couple of patches of tarmac. They'll be okay in the dry. However, there were some problems for the riders yesterday in the wet. However, and we're hoping that for this time being, everything will be okay. We're confident that they will be after speaking to a few riders that in the dry conditions. The track, the resurfaced tarmac here in Aragon is absolutely brilliant, offering up a huge amount of grip in the wet for most part, and also in the dry for all of it.
Yeah, we also heard something similar about MotorLand Aragón from the MotoGP riders when they were here earlier this year. Here we're watching them come down that sensationally technical bit of track. And here we can see that it is partly cloudy track, temperature 20 degrees. Yeah, but that will be rising throughout the day. We did have quite a cool night here in Aragon, and as we arrived at the circuit, the mist was covering the entire area. That actually meant that the pit lane walk was cancelled for the fans, so that was very unfortunate. But as the minutes have clocked down towards the beginning of our track action, the sun has really just seen that all disappear.
Now you can see there the championship standings, 2 points, but it's a big day for Moto 2 because if Roberto Garcia or Mattia Cassidy, however, even Alberto Sura or Ferrandis leave here 25 points ahead of the rivals, they will be champion in 2024. It's a big day for these Moto2 championship contenders, and Alberto Ferrandis, he might be the rider that's the furthest back. He's 23 points back of Roberto Garcia. However, he is in prime position to take full advantage of any slip-ups the top four may have.
Yeah, you do need things to go your way, but he's just going to have to focus on his own riding, focus on his own race, and do everything he can to get the best result possible here. He's not in control of what the other riders are doing. He's only in control of what he can do on his machine.
Well, as we get ready to go racing for the first time here today in Aragon, race number one for Moto2, 15 laps await us. It's Alberto Ferrandis on bike 54 on the left-hand side of your screen. In the middle of shot, bike 4, it is Eric Fernandez and Matteo Valpe on the outside of row number 1. As the red lights come on, revs are rising for race number 1. It's 11 o'clock, here we go, and Aragon, big wheelie there from Ferrandis. He chops off the front of Fernandez, and Cassidy round the outside. He's the championship contender, second in championship, made a great start. He's already gone from 4th up to 3rd, but it's Ferrandis that leads away for the time being ahead of Fernandez. Cassidy, where's Roberto Garcia? Your championship leader has gone from 10th on the grid. I think he's made up a few spots there. He might already be inside the top 8 corner.
Yeah, we'll just have to confirm that shortly, but what a start from Fernandez. Did exactly what he needed to do to get away on that Finetwork machine, and he's followed by Fernandez going around these opening corners with 15 laps to go.
Yeah, 15 laps to go. That's Cassidy making a move already on Fernandez. Cassidy, who will be taking over the lead of the championship, chops off the front of Fernandez. So there's no respect there for Fernandez. Ferrandis and Cassidy have chopped over the front of the number 4. So the top 3 for the time being, Ferrandis, who's off and running like a scalding cat in early doors here in Aragon, as we see the riders pitch round to turn number 10, down or over the hill, over the crest of the hill, before they plummet down to his fast left, and then right. Fernandez making a move on Cassidy, but can't make it stick for the time being.
Yeah, at the same time as Cassidy is doing all of this hard work, Roberto Garcia's moved up just 2 places. It looked like he might have gone ahead a bit further, but yeah, absolutely. Garcia is trying to get the job done now.
Yeah, Garcia's making a play. I think that might have been on the 24. It was. So that's Spinelli who's gone backwards early doors. So Spinelli, who was on the second row of the grid, has already been shuffled back to 7th place. However, his race pace so far this weekend has been on point. As there's a bad contact almost between Sura and Rossi Moore. So Rossi Moore also on the outside of the second row of the grid. He's also been shuffled back. But that's a good opening lap from Garcia, but not quite as good as your race leader Ferrandis leads across the line from Cassidy, who will be taking over the lead of the championship. But Garcia takes not 1 but 2 into turn 1. Garcia, he's gone from 7th, he's up into 5th spot, up into 4th spot I should say, ahead of Radri. So Garcia sees his main championship rival just ahead of him, and he's ready to charge. He was quick in the drag conditions here on Thursday and Friday, so we know he's got the pace.
Yeah, that was actually brilliant from Garcia. He didn't make many overtakes at the beginning, but with those last 2 sectors, he managed to make up 5 places. He's now in P6. So yeah, wonderful start.
Yeah, great start there from Garcia. And he can see his chief championship rival, Matteo Cassidy, just 2 riders in front of him. Eric Fernandez stands in the way between Garcia and Matteo Cassidy. There was 2 points between them coming into this race. As things stand at the moment, there will only be 5 points covering them if we were to leave this race as it stands. Ferrandis, he did get a bit of a leap off the line and a good first lap. However, Cassidy, Fernandez and Garcia now starting to close in your race leader.
Yeah, Cassidy is looking really strong. He won't be looking behind him at the rider in P4. He's just focusing on what he needs to do, and he's doing it so well so far.
Yeah, he really is indeed. As they come through the right then the left, down the back straight we go. So this is almost a kilometre in length as this back straight as we power down the hill and towards the fast turns 16 and 17, and Cassidy on this lap has really closed down the advantage that Ferrandis opened out at the start of lap 1. But the rider we are looking out for is the rider 4th in your shot, Roberto Garcia, your championship leader, started all the way down in 10th. As we come across the line, start lap number 3, he's already up to 4th spot. And does he set the fastest lap of the race? Of course he does. A 152.8. That was half a second, or more, almost a second actually, quicker than your race leader.
Yeah, that was absolutely sensational from Roberto Garcia. But we have to remember, over the course of this race, there's still 13 laps to go, and there's the confirmation of the fastest lap there. But Cassidy is a rider who's finished every single race.
Here we go, Connor. What a lovely move up the inside of Fernandez. So Fernandez, he didn't even open the door. It was just Garcia who just timed it to perfection, and a lovely overtake from your championship leader. Now, he's got his chief championship rival, Cassidy, just in front of him. If it remains as is, it'll be 2 points, but it'll be 2 points in favour of Cassidy rather than Garcia going into race 2 later on today. However, I think with 12.5 laps remaining, it's all going to change.
Yeah, that is something that is going to change without a doubt, Liam. Look at the concentration in that box as well. They know how important this is. And one thing Roberto Garcia needs to do is keep his head on. We've seen him fail to finish races. We saw it in his home race in Jerez, and that is something that is really playing into Cassidy's favour. He has finished every single race, and this is looking like a real battle for the ages for the Moto2 European Championship.
Yes, indeed. What an absolute extraordinary battle we have on now. Garcia, he has made up 7 positions in the opening 3 laps. He won't mind that he's just got Cassidy in front of him. He'll just take stock for the time being, you will believe. Try and get those tyres back into working temperature, because he has had to use them quite heavily to go from 10th on the grid up into the podium battle. As Fernandez gets a little bit squirrely on the brakes into turn 16. Looks like maybe Cassidy's just turning it a little bit tighter. However, Fernandez, he's well and truly on the boil here. We might have a change of lead coming over the line as we start lap number 4. Cassidy making a move on Fernandez, but Garcia, will he be later on the brakes? No, it's line astern as you were into turn 1.
Yeah, it's still as you were. Fernandez leading, followed by Cassidy and Garcia, but this is a real battle between the front 3. Garcia's chasing down Cassidy. This is absolutely sensational racing, and we've still got 12 laps to go, Liam.
Yeah, 12 laps to go. This is what we want to see in Moto2. Fernandez leading up to Cassidy. Can Garcia make the move that he made on Fernandez last lap? No, he can't. Look at Unai Oradri on the number 10. He's closed down the advantage on the last lap. He was half a second faster than the top 4, but Garcia, he's making a move on his chief championship round. Pushes Cassidy out right.
That
and
couldn't have been better.
Fernandez took advantage of that, so Cassidy slips from 2nd down to 4th, and Garcia now, he's only got 1 rider between himself and possible victory.
Yeah, that was absolutely perfect from Roberto Garcia. The Andalusian will be so happy with the way that worked out. Cassidy will be furious. He's still got time to make up for that, of course, but that did not go well at all.
No, a bit
for
of
the Italian.
A bit of a moment there, I think, from Garcia. This has allowed Fernandez potentially to have a look up the inside. Not quite just yet. However, Garcia from 10th on the grid, already up into 2nd place. He couldn't have predicted this. He couldn't have imagined it when he was dreaming last night of what could happen in race number 1 here today. A bit of a bubble in front of him. Garcia was out wide. As we chopped to the team chatty, it was Garcia that went out wide at turn 13. So we have to get back to that. How many places did he lose? Not any. He didn't lose any at all. However, he lost a lot of time to Alberto Fernandez. This has allowed Cassidy to make a move on Fernandez. Yes, he has. And that's Cassidy back into 3rd.
Yeah, we were never going to count out Cassidy of this battle between Garcia and himself, and he's there again.
Oh, that was Unai Oradri forcing out Alberto Sura. Sura, another rider that came from deep on the grid. Sura was down in 12th, so Sura back up into 6th. He's on the back of this group, and on the previous lap, he set a 53.5. All the other riders in front of him were in their 54s.
Yeah, that's actually really impressive as we go back to this battle.
So, as we take stock for the time being, it's been an all-action first 4 laps. Oh, a bit of a bobble there from Cassidy as he goes from the right to the left, unloading, then reloading the front again, and that's just allowed Garcia and Fernandez to open up a bit of an advantage once more. This top 6 are in a class of their own. Further back, we've got Nico Spinelli, who was another rider in the 53s, a 53.9 on the last lap. He's starting to close in this top 6 as well.
Yeah, but as you mentioned there, Liam, all of this is playing into the hands of Fernandez and Garcia. Previously, it was just playing into the hands of Fernandez as Garcia tried to fight his way through the pack, something that he's managed to do, but now he is getting closer and closer to Fernandez.
We've had another change for 4th position. That's Unai Oradri on the 10. On the STV Leglise machine, he's already ahead of Fernandez. He's making a look up the inside of Cassidy. Cassidy holds his line for the time being. So after we had 5 laps so to say, of all action. It seems to have settled down a little bit. Fernandez goes a little bit deep, loses the rear end a little bit, but chops across the front of Alberto Sura. So no harm done for Fernandez, who's out on the curbs. He's on a wobbly out there on the exit of turn 15 as the number 4. This might allow Sura to make a play on 5th position alongside to come down towards turn 16, but no later on the brakes as Fernandez.
Yeah, Cassidy will be looking behind him as well as looking ahead. These 3 riders behind him are very hungry. They're looking to get onto the podium as well, Liam.
They are indeed, but Garcia's climbing all over the back of Fernandez as this battle for 3rd is all action for the time being. Fernandez still holds the advantage over Garcia. This is brilliant for Garcia. He'll be, and Cassidy, he's gone from 3rd, he's already shuffled to 2nd. No, he hasn't, he's been shuffled to 5th, but here comes his teammate Sura. Sura up the inside of Cassidy. Cassidy just holds it for now, but this has been a terrible start to lap number 6 for your rider that was leading the championship only a couple of laps ago. He's now back into 2nd in the championship and down to 5th.
Yeah, Cassidy will be wondering what's going on. Why is his teammate trying to take points away from him as he's chasing that Moto2 title?
Yes, indeed. Garcia, he's now into the lead of the race. He is now taking full advantage. Fernandez, he's been shuffled back into 2nd. Your pole setter, who was looking for his first race win in Moto2, he's now back into 2nd. However, as he just keeping his powder dry, he was setting a pace in the low 54s, so maybe he's just trying to keep his tyres in check, while Garcia's had to use much of his in the opening 5 laps to go from 10th on the grid to the lead.
Yeah, P10 to the lead, but look at the gap as well that he's creating already with the riders behind him.
Oh, Radri and Fernandez up the outside of Fernandez. Fernandez didn't go for 1, he's gone for 2 from 4th to 2nd. What a move there from the 4.
This is absolutely sensational racing in the incredible Moto2 European Championship. We've been treated from start to finish of this 2024 campaign, and it has been so exciting. And we're seeing more of that here in Aragon.
Can we have rain on Saturday more often, please? Because it is jumbled up the grid. Something brilliant in giving us an all-time classic already, and there's still 10 laps to go.
Yeah, Fernandez, is he going to be able to keep P3 there? He is, but just, he's got Oradre crawling all over that back wheel.
Yeah, Oradre, he was sitting in 3rd for a moment there. He's got the run out of the final corner, has the 10, so has Sura. Well, Cassidy's just slipping off the back of this group. Here comes Sura on the 67. He's making a move for 3rd. Nope, Fernandez holds it. But Eric Fernandez, he's been revitalized. He's already climbing over the back of Garcia.
Yeah, there's nothing separating as well. The 3 battling for 3rd place, Fernandez, Oradre and Sura. That is a really interesting fight to try and step on that podium. All 3 of them. Whoa!
What a move there from
Oradre.
Sura. Sura just sets up Oradre. Oradre never saw that one coming, so Sura, must remind you, came from 12th on the grid. He's already up to 4th, maybe going for 3rd, and to 8th. Yes, he is. Here comes Sura on the Bosco Scuro. Fernandez, your pole setter, he's gone from 1st. He's already been shuffled out of the podium.
Yeah, wonderful from Sura there. We've seen what he's capable of over the course of this campaign. And he's showing us again as we see those incredible hills here in Aragon.
Now, this has just allowed the top 2 to get away ever so slightly. Oh, we've got a crasher there. That is the number 23 of Taiga Hada. He's gone down. Let's see what happened here. It's out wide. Oh, the rear end comes round. Whoa, over the top. That's a nasty crash for the Japanese rider. So Taiga Hada, hopefully he'll be up and okay, but that was a very strange crash. Not sure if it was just a little bit dusty out there that brought the rear end round, or maybe a lock-up from the bike, not quite sure. However, back at the front, Fernandez leads the way. He's not just chasing his first podium in Moto2, he's chasing his first win. And Sura's climbing all over the back of Garcia as well.
Yeah, this is turning into an absolutely spectacular race. Look at these as they contend for that 1st place. Looking to get on top of the podium for the very first time.
The outside, maybe? No, he's not doing it just yet, but he meant to get the switch back on Garcia. A bit of a bobble on the front end from the 31 second in your shot. He's spinning up the rear already as Garcia, and he's not got the run out of the final corner. Here comes Sura alongside Garcia. 8 laps to go here in Aragon. It's a MotorLand miracle here for the time being, and Garcia just holds it so far ahead of Sura. But here's the move from Fernandez. We saw a couple of laps ago when he went from 4th to 2nd, and he's just got the drive coming out of turns number 11 over the top of the hill into 12.
Yeah, that was absolutely sensational. Here he is leading again.
And Sura.
amazing stuff from Sura. Can he make it stick? Well, it looks like he can. And let's not forget as well that both Sura and Garcia had to fight their way through the pack. Oh, there he goes, Sura.
Oh, he tried to make his aid, and Fernandez looks... Oh, goodness me, Rajwi almost got involved in that. Wow, Connor, what can you say about this race? It's absolutely brilliant. I think Fernandez saw Sura up the inside, just let him go for the time being. But Rajwi Garcia, almost contact there for your championship leader, and a Rajwi who's looking for his third podium of the season. That's allowed Fernandez back into, and Casadei's just sitting there like rubbing his hands thinking, let's go boys, it's time to go. And if you guys take each other out, that's fine by me.
Yeah, absolutely. Casadei watching on, and he'll be perfectly happy seeing his championship rival drop down the standings. He's still third, but Casadei finds himself in sixth, and there's a bit of a gap between Casadei and Garcia as well.
Yeah, there is indeed. So all of this battling and all of that squabbling has really opened up this top six, and it's allowing Spinelli to come into play here. So Fernandez there went a bit deep. I think he just allowed Sura to go through and chopped across the front of Rajwi. I don't think Rajwi saw that coming. Garcia had to take avoiding action as well going into that right-hander. Fernandez making a move on Rajwi. No, Rajwi still holding out on the STV Lee's machine. So, after all of that, once again, we're ticking off another lap. 7 laps to go. We're looking at the 54. Alberto Fernandez, who started on his career first pole position, he's back into 5th spot. Casadei, your other chief championship rival, who was 2 points behind Garcia coming into this race, he's back in 6th, with Garcia, who came from 10th on the grid, up into 3rd. However, the rider that started behind all of them, Alberto Sura, should get my teeth back in there. Connor, Alberto Sura has gone from 12th all the way up to the lead.
Yeah, at the beginning of this race, we were talking about how fantastic...
Out well wide there.
Yeah.
So not sure what happened there. Rajwi's dropped not 1 but 2 positions. So a big moment there for Rajwi. There's Spinelli and Harrison Voigt. Harrison Voigt, who, the Australian rider, who is having a cracking race. He's in 8th spot, and on the previous lap, he was the fastest rider on the track on the 54. So Harrison Voigt on the 29, who will be racing in Phillip Island next weekend in replacement of your other championship contender, Danny Munoz, who we are missing from action this weekend after a fractured right ankle and a crash in Japan Moto2 last weekend. So we're not sure what's going to happen. Maybe even Harrison Voigt, who is in 8th place, can still win this race, because tyres are definitely going to come into play now.
Yeah, absolutely, but he's another rider that has advanced through the field. He started from P14, Liam, and making his way up to 8th. I think we really see why he is going to be making that step up as well. He's a very talented rider, is the Australian.
Yeah, he's also got Colin Stoner, the father of Casey Stoner, helping him out this season as well. A race winner when he made a replacement ride in the Australian Superbike Championship just a month ago at Phillip Island. So Harrison Voigt, he's one to watch next weekend when he is racing in Moto2 in Phillip Island. However, getting back to the front of the race, it's Fernandez who's chasing, sniffing that first victory. Not just his first podium in Moto2, but he wants that victory. The top step of the podium is even sweeter than 2nd place. But Sura just brilliantly leading the way. They're setting lap times in the low 55, so they've dropped a second a lap in the last few laps. The only rider in the 54s in the top group was Garcia on that last lap at 54.9, so the championship leader is starting to come back into play.
Yeah, he is. He'll be aware of Casadei behind him, and as we said before, he just needs to make sure he finishes this race and doesn't concede anything to Casadei that he doesn't need to concede. He's already done the hard work. He's got himself back onto the podium for the time being. He's in with more of a chance of improving on that. There he is, moving into P2 with a fantastic move on Fernandez. Oh, that was wonderful from Garcia.
Yeah, great stuff from Garcia. Was really eating up the tarmac to the back of Fernandez going into turn number 5. So Roberto Garcia, he looked like he was dropping off the boil just a couple of laps ago. He's maybe taking stock, let his tyres recover after working extremely hard to get inside the top 3, and he's now made a move on Fernandez, who could be coming into tyre problems himself. But on that exit from turn 11, once again, he's got a great drive over the top of the hill, but this time round Garcia has it covered.
Yeah, Sura does look to be a bit faster for the time being over these opening 2 sectors. In sector 1, it was Garcia who was faster, but by the slightest of margins, and that is actually changing over the course of sector 2. Sura is 0.2 seconds more or less faster.
Bit of a moment there from Fernandez as he went out of shot just over the curbs. Now, the rider that's starting to look like he might be wakening up a little bit is Mattia Cassidy, the 40 on the Bosco Scuro. He's now starting to climb over the back of Alberto Fernandez, the rider in shot there on the purple machine, the green machine just behind him. He's got a much better drive off of the final corner, does the 40 of Cassidy. Across the line we go now. Here comes Cassidy. Can he make a move on Fernandez? No, he can't. But on that lap there, he was the fastest rider inside the top 5. He was the only rider in the low 55s. The rest were in the mid to high 55s.
Yeah, this is getting closer and closer as well for all of those riders, Liam, as we see Sora leading the way still, and Roberto Garcia is dropping back a bit. Sora is creating a bit of a gap, but he had a bit of a moment there, went a bit wide, and Garcia could absolutely take advantage of that.
Well, so with 4.5 laps remaining, tyres are starting to come into this, I believe, because even though we've got a new track surface here, we have seen it can be a little bit abrasive potentially, and tyres are coming into it. But Cassidy's a little bit deep into the corkscrew section of the track, but he's managed to gather it up absolutely brilliantly, and that's allowed O'Radry, who had dropped off a few laps ago. He's now regrouped and started to come back at this top 5.
Yeah, Cassidy can't forget that he does have O'Radry behind him, and he's going to be desperate as well to move up through this pack and get into that fight for the podium, but the only way to do it is by getting past Cassidy.
Yeah,
look at the space that is narrowed now by Garcia as he chases down Sora.
I was about to say, if it stays like is, Alberto Sura will be going into race 2 later on today, only 12 points behind Garcia, so this is a massive moment for Sura. However, as you say quite rightly, Connor, Garcia and Fernandez have now started to close in that advantage, but we've seen so far, so many times in 2024, you can close up to the back of Sura, but getting past him is a completely different thing. But Garcia just eats up all of that advantage on the brakes into turn 16. Through the final corner we go. Does he have to run? No, over the curbs they both go. But that Bosco Scuro gets brilliantly out of that final corner.
Yeah, Sura is chasing his first win since our opening race in the Moto2 European Championship back in Misano. And he'll be desperate to get back on the top of the podium. He was in the Algarve, finished twice in second in race 1 and race 2 there, and he'll want to be back on top of that podium.
Yeah, he will indeed on that previous lap. Oh, a bit of a rear end slide there from Garcia going through turn number 4. That is a place on the track. You really do not want to lose the rear going into 4 with that fast left-hander before it slowly comes down. Now, the rider I want to draw your attention to is a rider 4th end shot. The purple flash comes into screen there. On the previous lap, he was in the 55s. The low 55s was Fernandez. He was 0.3 of a second faster than Garcia, and Fernandez just ahead of him, but crucially 0.6 of a second faster than your race leader. This top 6 are now starting to concertina back together once again.
Yeah, this top 6 are really showing their caliber, and they've done that over the course of the race. And as we saw earlier, Liam, the difference. Look at those clouds.
Wow,
you see those clouds?
My goodness me, that was like the movie The Mist.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. They really are starting to home into view. Hopefully we don't have any more mist descending over this Aragon circuit, because it really did put a delay into proceedings earlier on this morning, so we hopefully can keep them away from us. But look at Garcia once again, Connor, just later on the brakes. On the front end, he's got so much confidence in comparison to Sura. So the top 6 powered down the back straight, but in the background, we were talking about Harrison Voigt earlier on. He's now moved up into 7th, and he is the fastest rider, barring Fernandez. So Fernandez is the fastest rider on track. Second fastest rider is Harrison Voigt. I don't think he's got enough time to close down this top 6. However, if tyres come into even more play, who knows what can happen with 3 laps to go. Sura leading the way from Garcia, Fernandez, Cassidy and Unai O'Radry. The top 6 just covered by 1.2 seconds. What more can you ask for the opening race of the day? Moto2 race number 1 here in MotorLand Aragón has been utterly brilliant. It's been one for the history books, and it's not over yet. Can Sura hold on for his second victory of the season? Garcia, a bit of a front end moment from Cassidy. Will he run in deep? Yes, he will. He just had a bit of chatter on the front, and that's allowed O'Radry to come through. So Cassidy, this is going from bad to worse for your championship. chief rival, but here comes Aragón. Oh, that's going to be close. Sets up Mattia Cassidy, who the rider that was looking to take advantage of Garcia starting all the way back in 10th. He's now slipped back to 2nd. This is really turning dire for Mattia Cassidy.
Yeah, that was an incredible battle between those two. Cassidy there had absolutely nowhere to go. Radre took full advantage. It was exactly on the line he needed to be on to get past Cassidy.
Oh, we get a replay of that. It looked like he just lost the front, had a bit of chatter going through turn number 4, and that just meant he couldn't quite get on the brakes like he wanted to, and he went a little bit deep into 5. That allowed Unai Radre to come through for 5th position. Radre, he has about a 7/10 of a second gap to close up to Ferrandis. Ferrandis, he's now climbing all over the back of Fernandez once again. So Fernandez, he's coming under pressure. He wants his first podium of the season, his first ever podium in Moto2. However, he's got Ferrandis for company.
Yeah, this is really, really getting tense as we enter the final stages of this race. And it's a race that I almost hope would never end, Liam. This drama has been incredible from start to finish.
Yeah, it has been brilliant. Can we just have another 10 laps of this race, please?
I don't think the tyres could take that, Liam.
Oh my goodness, they're spinning up coming through the final corner. You can see the marbles already on the outside of the track where the tyres are crying too much. Here comes Fernandez. I thought Fernandez was coming under pressure from Ferrandis. However, that's maybe just pushed him up to the back of Garcia. 2 laps to go here in Moto2. And Fernandez coming to blows already. Try and get your teeth back in for that one. Fernandez, you can get easily tripped up, but it's Fernandez that's leading the way over Ferrandis for 3rd, but Ferrandis takes advantage. Oh, the switchback, he got that time to perfection. Ferrandis looking for his first victory in Moto2, and he's the fastest rider on track. Alberto Ferrandis, who's gone from 4th to 3rd. He was looking at Garcia. Garcia's laying the brakes, he's going for Sura. Oh my goodness me. So much confidence on the front from your championship leader.
Yeah, absolutely, but that was sensational as well from Ferrandis.
Oh, he's gone deep, and that's allowed Ferrandis through. Garcia's out wide, he's lost 2nd, he's back to 3rd. Wow, here we go, a lap and a half remaining in Moto2 race 1, and Ferrandis started this lap in 4th. He's now climbing all over the back of your race leader, Sura.
Yeah, Ferrandis is absolutely desperate for that first victory. He's been on the podium 1, 2, 3, 4 times so far this season, but he's not stepped on top of it, and he's in with a real shout this time around. If he can just get a bit closer to our current leader, Sura.
As we said so many times, Sura is so difficult to pass. However, he'll be wanting redemption for Jerez, Sura. What Garcia I thought was having a little nibble up the inside of Ferrandis there. However, these are the 2 riders that came to blows in Jerez. Ferrandis and Sura came to blows at turn 7 in Jerez, and it was Sura that was tumbling through the gravel trap. He'll hope that he'll get redemption on that and beat Ferrandis. There'll just be a lap to go as they come through the final corner. Moto2, race number 1. We don't want to 10. Here comes Ferrandis up the inside, turning it tight, but Sura just keeps that wider line. 1 more lap to go. Who will be on top at the end of this one? Sura leads away from Ferrandis. Garcia, but here comes the 4th, Eric Fernandez. Is he later in the books? Yes, he is. Oh, Garcia swoops around. My God, oh, he's losing the rear end. And Unai Radre on the 10, he's back in this as well. It's all chopping and changing. Moto2 race 1 is absolutely at its best. Fernandez up the inside of Garcia into 3.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible from all of these riders. Sura was fantastic. They're so good on those brakes to hold off the pressure from Ferrandis. And now it's Garcia who's going wide there. Oh, that's unfortunate for our current championship leader, and that has almost permitted, has it?
Wow,
not
that's
quite.
This is close from Garcia. He's just squabbling. He's trying everything he can to hold on to that final podium position. Fernandez, he wants his first ever podium in Moto2. However, it's Ferrandis back at the front chasing Sura. He's got the space, he's got the speed, he's got the pace, but it's Sura that still has the advantage. No, he doesn't. My goodness me, turn 10 overtake from Ferrandis. Yeah, she's not supposed to take over there. Who overtakes her? Ferrandis does.
Oh, that was absolutely incredible.
Oh my goodness, elbow to elbow. There's no love lost between these two. Sura's going around the outside. No, he's not, but Ferrandis holds it into turn 12. He is going around the outside. My goodness me. Here comes the Pecco Alex Marquez corner. He's ahead. But what else can you say about this race? Sura takes around the outside, Ferrandis takes around the outside, and it's still 2-3 corners to go.
Yeah, that penultimate lap was absolutely incredible, and this one is proving even more exciting. Sura leads, but by what margin?
Here we go, powering down the back straight. Fernandez has got past your championship leader Garcia. He's been shuffled back to fourth. Fernandez is going for his first victory in Moto2. Oh, chops across the front of Sura. Is he in deep? No, he's managed to hold it. But Fernandez, he is about to cross the line for his first ever victory in Moto2. But Sura's coming back. Here comes Eric Fernandez, side by side. It's going to be Ferran and Fernandez. Photo finish for second. Was it Sura? Was it Fernandez? But nothing is in doubt. It's Fernandez who takes victory for the first time in Moto2. The 17-year-old who's graduated from European Talent Cup, moved into Moto2, this time a year ago at MotorLand Aragón. 1 year later, he's christened it with victory.
You can see what it means to him there as well. He is ecstatic. There's no other word for it. Last time out, he finished second. This time in Aragon, he finishes first, and there is a wheelie to celebrate.
Wow, my goodness me. Fernandez timed it to perfection from pole position to victory. It sounds like, if you just say it like that it was an easy ride from start to finish. However, it was not. It was anything but. He had to go backwards. He came forward again. He kept his tyres in perfect condition, and he was the fastest rider on track. He's congratulated by some of his friends and family on the outside of turn number 6. Wow, my goodness me, what a race to open proceedings here in MotorLand Aragón. Fernandez on bike 54. We've seen so much. That number has been synonymous with motorcycle racing. Manuel Poggiali in 125 and 250s. Kenan Sofuoglu in World Supersport, and now Top Rack Razgatioglu. However, there's a new star wearing that number, and his name is Alberto Fernandez. Eric Fernandez, look at that. His first podium in Moto2, took it on the line by 0.17 of a second. Can you believe it?
You absolutely can't believe it. That is what this class has. The Moto2 European Championship delivers drama time and time again. The excitement. Sura is one rider that will be fairly upset with the way things finished today, but what a race he delivered from P12 on the grid, and he finished on the podium. What a performance from the Italian.
Yeah, it's a shame that he just got pipped on the line for second. However, he will be, when he comes back into Parc Fermé and the team tell him his advantage to Garcia has come from 17 down to 40s. We've got some goon riding out there from Alberto Fernandez. Pops a wheelie coming across the crest of the hill in towards turn number 12. Well, a new star is born in Moto2. Alberto Fernandez. Remember, that name came so close last time out in Jerez. But now he is powering that sideways goon riding, just opening up the rear wheel. A bit of a stoppie there, not quite Top Rack Razgatioglu style. Now, if you're going to wear the number 54, Alberto, maybe the stoppie is something, the only thing that's missing from your arsenal to match the World Superbike Championship leader, who could potentially become World Superbike champion here today over in Estoril. But we hope you're sticking with us here in Aragon. Here was the overtake for, well, it wasn't an overtake for victory, it was, look at that. My goodness me, there was a bit of a battle before that with Fernandez making a move up the inside of turn 10, Sura around the outside of turns 12 and 13 before Alberto Fernandez was later on the brakes into turn 16. And you could see what it means to the 17-year-old Spanish rider as he came across the line to take his maiden victory in Moto2 European Championship. And as we're celebrating a first-time winner in Moto2, we're also celebrating a first-time podium finisher with Eric Fernandez, who won the stock race here 1 year ago. But he comes across the line for his first podium in the class. Alberto Sura, that will be his fifth podium of the season for the Italian rider. So he's put himself well and truly back into championship contention. He came into this race, 19 points behind Roberto Garcia, not 17. However, he did take 3 points out of Garcia, so that gap has now come down to 16. Garcia finished in fourth ahead of Matteo Casadei, who did manage to salvage a fifth place finish out of Unai Raju. So that means the gap has gone from 2 points at the top of the standings down to 4, so Garcia's only opened up his advantage by 2 points going into race 2 later on today. Match point for Roberto Garcia, who could take the title in race number 2, but he will need a victory and the others not scoring any more than 21 points to take the championship. So it's a big, tall order for Roberto Garcia, so it could roll into Valencia in just over 1 month's time. Sura doesn't look too displeased with that one, coming from 12th on the grid and just missing out on victory by just under 1/10 of a second is no mean feat. He will be a little bit subdued considering he was leading coming into the final left-hander, but Fernandez got the move done quite clinically and brilliantly into the final corner, and Fernandez, well, just got the drive coming out of the final corner and pipped Sura to the line. We will be hearing from your race 1 winner, your brand new Moto2 winner, in a few moments' time down there with Conor Doherty in Park Fermi. But we'll have the big celebrations. Brilliant to see from Fernandez and the team. And there's a few tears down there as well. It's a big moment for all of these young riders when they can finally take their first victory after it's been coming for such a long time. He made a storm 1 year ago as a rookie in the class in Aragon. He was one of the stars of the weekend when he made his debut. However, that star has just shone even brighter here today in MotorLand Aragón as Alberto Fernandez is now a winner in Moto2. And just remember, we've got plenty more Moto2 action here today. We've got one well and truly big race coming up later on at 2 o'clock local time. However, before then, we will hear from your maiden victor in Moto2. Conor Doherty is down in Park Fermi with your brand new Moto2 race winner, Alberto Fernandez.
Alberto, that was absolutely sensational, so much drama. We saw in Park Fermi and after the race what it means to you, but can you tell us in your own words how this weekend has gone?
It was incredible. Was incredible, amazing. I got worn now. I push a lot, but my tires are destroyed, and after I pain a lot, but I take my rhythm lap by lap. I arrive at the group, and finally in the last lap I overtake Surra, and yes, was amazing. I don't have words. I pain a lot these years ago in the small categories, and this is incredible.
Brilliant. And in Spanish, please.
Bueno, qué decir, estoy sin palabras, la verdad es que no me sale ni la voz. Estoy muy contento al final. Ya no es esta carrera, esta victoria, estos años que hemos sufrido muchísimo. Al final sin una recompensa, pero hemos seguido trabajando y trabajando y trabajando y ahora estamos donde nos merecemos. Y esto no es casualidad, estamos trabajando mucho y estamos llegando.
Brilliant. Well done.
Well, how do we unpick that one? Race number 1 from Moto2 and MotorLand Aragón. Your pole sitter, Alberto Fernandez, took the whole shot from pole position ahead of Fernandez. However, it was Mattia Castanet who, at this moment in time, with Garcia shuffled back in the pack, was looking to take over the lead in the championship. Nico Spinelli made some moves early on. However, Roberto Garcia from 10th on the grid was already up to 4th spot at the beginning of lap number 4. He then made this move for the podium plate on Eric Fernandez, and we thought at this time being it would be Garcia that could be off and running. Castanet was being shuffled back ever more as we had this crash for Taiga Hara. Hopefully the Japanese rider will be back out for race number 2. Eric Fernandez, he regrouped and was already back into the lead of the race. Garcia looked like he might be coming into tire troubles as Sura, who from 12th on the grid, was making his way through the field before making this move on Eric Fernandez, and then Unai Aradri punted out Garcia for 3rd place. But Garcia regrouped once again, and then he started making a play on victory with only a handful of laps remaining. Fernandez and Castanet, they were married back and forth in 5th spot. It looked like they were out for the count before Fernandez unleashed the speed in the closing stages of the race before moving into 2nd. But it was this battle on the final lap that we'll be talking about for years to come. Sura versus Fernandez. Round the outside at turns 12, up the outside for 13 went Sura. but Ferrandez was not done and dusted. The 17-year-old swept across the front of Sura into the final corner. The Fenwick Racing Team rider crossed the line for his first victory in Moto2 as Fernandez took second place, his first podium in Moto2, but nobody could stop your first-time winner, Alberto Ferrandez. We get ready for podium proceedings to begin. And Connor, you were down there in Parc Fermé with all the celebrations. Just what was it like to be down there with the atmosphere?
It was absolutely electric. The team were shouting, "Si se puede," yes, we can, and you really got the impression that they were all working so hard together to get that first win for Alberto Ferrandez. He was sweating profusely, Liam, and you could hear exactly what it meant to him.
You could indeed, and this is a big moment as well for Eric Fernandez, his first podium in Moto2. However, all the cheers and adulations will go to your first-time race winner in Moto2, Alberto Ferrandez, who stands atop the podium as a 17-year-old. You can imagine there'll be plenty of more to come for the first-time race winner. Mr. Pedro Ribeiro, Chief Steward, presents the trophy to your winning team, the Fenwick Racing Team. Well, that's another trophy to add to their collection. They've had many over the years in European Talent Cup, but there's more for Moto2. Alberto Sura, he will be pleased with that one as he cuts Garcia's championship advantage down from 19 points to 16. But Eric Fernandez from second on the grid to second place, his first podium, that'll mean so much to your podium finisher as he holds out a Hugo Millan that we unfortunately lost here 3 years ago on the podium. But the biggest cheer of all, the biggest trophy of all goes to the biggest rider on the podium, Alberto Ferrandez, your first time maiden Moto2 race winner.
There we had the Spanish national anthem, and we also had tears from Alberto Ferrandez. That's how much it means to the young Spanish rider. As we celebrate on the podium in the first race of today's FIM JuniorGP World Championship races, what a day we've got in store, and what a first race here in MotorLand Aragón. As they prepare to take a photo together on top of that podium. And there is a round of applause as well. Here we have the result. Alberto Ferrandez with his first win. He was followed onto the podium by Eric Fernandez and Alberto Sura. Behind them was Roberto Garcia and Mattia Casadei, the title rivals. Unai Aradre in P6, Harrison Voigt in P7, Spinelli in P8, and Rossi Attilamore in P9. Behind them in P10, Josh Watley, Mattia Volpi in P11. In 12th, Johan Gimber. 13th, Francesco Mongiardo. 14th, Eduardo Montero. 15th, Lorenzo Feon. 16th, Maxwell Toss. And 17th, Giampaolo Di Vittori. Behind them in P18, Abdullah Al-Kubaisi. In 19th, Yosuke Hosaka. In 20th, Jonah Eisenkolb. And those were the results in today's race one. Here we have the championship standings then, and this is getting spicy indeed. Roberto Garcia leading with 134 points. Mattia Casadei 4 points behind him. Alberto Ferrandez just 11 behind after that win, and this is looking incredibly exciting as we prepare for race 2 here in MotorLand Aragón. Here we have the bottom half of the standings then. In 10th, Johan Gimbert, Harrison Voigt in P11, and at the bottom there in 17th, Mattia Volpi. Here as well, we can see in 18th, Brett Roberts, 19th, Nicholas Spinelli, who took to the track for the first time in this class today. Josh Watley made his debut last time out in Jerez and finds himself 23rd with 6 points. Behind them in the standings, we have Maxwell Toth in 27th.
Well, that is race number 1 done and dusted. But we have race number 2 coming up at 2 p.m. local time. Make sure you do not miss that one, because Alberto Ferrandez will be looking to make it a double delight in Aragon as he closes ever closer after his maiden victory on the Moto2 Championship. The gap at the top is coming down, so make sure you tune in for race number 2. It's European Talent Cup. Up next. After 5 rounds and 8 races so far in European Talent Cup, we finally reach MotorLand Aragón with a title on the line. Carlos Cano has taken 5 victories in 2024 as he seeks to become champion. However, he's being chased down by Marco Morelli. The Argentinian rider sits 25 points behind the Spaniard. With 50 points on offer today and 25 at the final round in Valencia, Cano could wrap up the title today. But if there's any certainty in European Talent Cup, it's that nothing is certain and the championship momentum can swing in an instant. So, with that in mind, it's time for the Teruel tussle in European Talent Cup. Well, we've got some beauty shots of the paddock and there's some beautiful sunshine in the sky. Gone is the rain of Saturday and comes the sunshine of Sunday as we're looking at the beautiful blue skies and some of those clouds in the background. And the sun could be shining. Connor, on Carlos Cano here today. Myself, Liam Hodgins, and Connor Doherty taking you through proceedings for all 5 remaining races. We've had the Moto2 action just gone and we've had European Talent Cup on the way up next. Race number 1, and Connor, well, this could be one for the ages. Carlos Cano from pole position could well and truly be the one we're all talking about in European Talent Cup for years to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Cano on pole position for the 3rd time this season, and when he's on pole, he wins, Liam. And as you said earlier, in the sun, he could well do it this time as well.
Yeah, he does win, and he did so back in Jerez from pole position. Carlos Cano got the hold shot with Marco Morelli starting from the back of the grid. The Argentinian rider would start his climb back up for both races. Teenage under 27 lost the front at Lorenzo Corner, taking out Jesus Torres. However, it would be Carlos Cano that would fight for victory as he might, with Gonzalez only 11 there for victory as well, as Marco Morelli just could manage 6th at the line. However, it was Carlos Cano that took victory in race 1 for his 4th victory of the season. It was all action once again for race number 2, with Cano again leading with a ravaged pack of riders as Morelli once more made his way through the order. On the last lap, Cano and Peroni came to blows on the final corner, and across the line the 73 took victory initially before being demoted 1 position for irresponsible riding, giving Cano his 5th victory of the season and a 25-point advantage with 3 races to go.
Yeah, that was so dramatic back in Jerez. It was fantastic to be watching it with you, Liam, and I'm absolutely thrilled that we get to see it again here, this time in Aragon. Here we are in Alcañiz. There we see that the track temperature is 26 degrees Celsius and it is partly cloudy. Now the riders will be hoping that those clouds don't loom any closer, because we've had some mixed weather over the course of this weekend. And right now in the sun, well, this is how riders like to race.
Yeah, it is indeed. You're absolutely on the money there, Connor. We have got some glorious sunshine here today. However, we have had a little bit of maybe some dramatic scenes in the background with some mist potentially rolling over. However, it looks like that may have just dissipated for the time being, as we can see the rolling hills in the background ahead of the European Talent Cup race number 1. And as we said, Carlos Cano 25 points ahead of Marco Morelli here. He is on track, and it looks like it's getting a little bit darker out there on circuit.
That mist doesn't look like it's gone anywhere.
I don't think so. However, this is how Carlos Cano will be starting from pole position here today.
I am very happy for pole position, and today was very difficult day because I crashed in the practice. I work very hard with my team, and I ready for tomorrow for the fighting. And tomorrow I have 2 races, very important for the championship.
Minute 14.292, pole position for Carlos Cano, and he is ready for the fight as the number 71 on the 72 Motorsports Art Box machine. Now, it wasn't quite an easy pole position, as we just saw in the highlights reel corner, as he had a crash in the early morning practice, which meant he didn't quite go through to Q2 initially. He had to come through Q1, but he was cool, calm and collected, and he's taken his 3rd pole position of the season.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful work from Carlos Cano. We know how difficult it is, and he himself recognised it there. The conditions weren't the best, and he managed to adapt to them and get through. And just look at those results. It's win after win after win. He's actually got 5 wins in the last 6 races in the European Talent Cup, and that is just some sensational form from the young Spaniard.
If he's not on the podium, or if he's not winning, he's not on the podium as the young Spanish rider. And he's, well, we'll come on to his championship rival in a moment, but look at this one. Christian Daniel Jr. waves to the camera, his first front row of the grid in European Talent Cup, been competing over in Red Bull Rookies in 2024 as well, been performing very well over there, but this is the best showing by a long way we have seen from the young American rider.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise to see him on the front row, but it really shows just how versatile he is as a rider, because he was able to get onto that front row in those difficult conditions.
Yeah, he is indeed. Another rider that we have been talking about quite a lot so far this season is Kerman Martinez, the Venezuelan rider. He has featured at the forefront of the races back in Misano and Jerez before that unfortunate crash we saw in race number 1. But Kerman Martinez, in both dry and wet conditions, he has been rapid all weekend.
Yeah, Martinez is one of those really impressive riders that sometimes just doesn't get that little bit of luck that you might need to finish a race. His best result so far was P5 in race 2 back in Misano, and that was a sensational race from the young Venezuelan.
Another rider to look out for, Luca Agostinelli. His best position on the grid so far this season. We know he's good in the wet conditions because Estoril was wet and he finished 5th there. But this is his best qualifying by a long, long way, and we're looking to see what Luca Agostinelli can do, because he's a great young talent.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what he can do when he starts from that 2nd row and gets to fight towards the front of the pack.
Yeah, he will indeed. I'm sure he will be well and truly in the fight. And another American rider, so there's 2 inside the top 5. Mickey Liu is the rider on the middle of the 2nd row of the grid, so directly behind his...
What about that hip flask?
We hope there's water in there. Let's hope there's nothing else in that hip flask with 13 laps about to get underway. But Mickey Liu...
frowned upon at best, Liam.
Will be frowned upon at best. Maybe some go faster juice, but hopefully there's nothing too bad inside that hip flask. Well, Alejandro Fernandez, another Fernandez we're talking about today. If you want to go back and see the other Fernandez we just quickly mentioned, go back and watch race number 1 from Moto2. But Fernandez really has come to the fore in the wet qualifying session on Saturday, showing the prowess in that one. So we've got a big jumbled up grid, and some of the riders that we don't usually see much of are right at the front and really starting to show the talent, because the wet conditions, Connor, as we've seen so many times in motorcycle racing, is a great equaliser.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's one of the things that we rarely get to see when these riders have the opportunity to start towards the front of the pack. We get to see their racecraft, we get to see how they manage to develop over the course of the laps that we have to enjoy. 13 of them coming our way in the ETC.
Now, here is Gonzalez, a rider that's still chasing his first victory in European Talent Cup. Came oh so close. I was going to say Justin Jerez. I can't just say Jerez because he's become oh so close all season long. When he's been on the podium, it's either been third or second. That's the only positions he's finished in all season long. The other two were DNFs. So, yeah, it's a great season there from Gonzalez. Another rider that's having a strong season is Jesus Torres.
Yeah, Jesus Torres has been really good. He finished second in race 2 in Estoril. That was his best result of this campaign. He'll be looking to improve on that here today.
Yeah, he will indeed. He goes from the middle of the third row of the grid in 8th position. On the outside of row number 3 is Karpushin, another rider with 13 points on the board today, another personal best grid slot. And just look at that. Jerez, he was really starting to show what he was made of, and he's now starting to come to the front of European Talent Cup as he's getting wished well by the teams and mechanics as they come off the grid. Now the rider just behind the front 3 rows of the grid on the beginning of row number 4, here is Marco Morelli, your former championship leader, 25 points behind your pole sitter Carlos Cano. And Marco Morelli, he hasn't been on the podium since that victory back in Catalonia, all the way back in June, Connor. So Marco Morelli, we know he has the speed. However, in the wet conditions yesterday, just missed out on the front 3 rows of the grid. He's got a tall ask today if he wants to try and stop Cano from taking the championship here in Aragon.
Yeah, Morelli, one of those excellent riders that we've seen all year performing, and he's had a bit of bad luck over the course of this latter half of the season. We saw him win in Misano in race 2, we saw him win in Catalonia, as you just said, and then in Jerez we saw a different kind of race. He had to start, I think, from P28, right from the back of the grid, and he managed to force his way through, finished 5th and 6th in the 2 races that we had there, did so well to do so. He just ploughed his way through the field and did so in style. And I got the impression, Liam, I don't know about you, that if the race had lasted maybe just 1, 2, 3 laps longer, he could have been on that podium and maybe even with a chance of the win.
Yeah, that's a good thing you pointed out there. Race number 2 was a shortened race, so Marco Morelli from 10th on the grid, chasing after your pole sitter Carlos Cano.
Yeah, it's a real battle between these two. Here we have the starting grid then. It's Cano, our pole sitter. He's on the front row with Daniel Jr. and Tinez. On row 2, Agostinelli, Lu and Fernandez. On row 3, Gonzalez, Torres and Karpushin. Behind them on row 4, Morelli. And then Galan and Perrone. On row 5, Alsina, Pujosa and Bellon. On row 6, Gabrini, Pugliese and Rostagni. On row 7, Fernandez, Da Costa and Nicolis. On row 8, Truchot, Miroslavov and Almeida. On row 9, Kratochwil, Gutierrez and Boxberger. On row 10, Calle, Serpa and Tamburini.
So as the riders get ready to go, it is Marco Morelli we're looking at now, who is looking ahead 3 rows further up to Carlos Cano, the 71, looking to potentially become champion here today.
Yeah, that's absolutely sensational stuff from both of these riders. It's been a season of 2 halves, I think, in this battle for the championship. Marco Morelli, absolutely sensational at the beginning of the season. Things were going his way as well. He got the win, he was on the podium, finishing 2nd, and then in the second half of the season, Carlos Cano has really come into his own, and from Estoril onwards has won 5 of our 6 races in this class.
Yeah, he's a protege of Emilio Alzamora, who took Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez to World Championship glory over in 125s, Moto3, Moto2, and of course MotoGP. And he has another protege that could be aiming for big things. However, the track temperature, 26 degrees at 21 air temperature. It isn't quite as high as we thought it would be today. We thought it would climb as high as 27. There's still time for that to happen, but at this time of the day, it is a little bit chilly in comparison to what we thought it might be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's midday, and the weather has been very mercurial over the course of the weekend, Liam. We've mentioned it several times. The riders have mentioned it as well when they were speaking about the qualifying sessions. And today we arrived, the circuit was bathing in sunshine, but all around us we were surrounded by a heavy mist, and it looks like that is still looming on the horizon. There we have the championship standings there, confirming that Morelli is just 25 points behind Cano, and what a rivalry we've seen emerging between the two over the course of this campaign.
Yeah, Marco Morelli, he has an upwards task here today, but as we saw back in Jerez, if anyone can do it, it is Marco Morelli for the MLAV Racing squad. The number 97 just peeling out of shot there. Carlos Cano on the forefront of your shot on the 72 Motorsport Arc Box machine. 71, remember that number, 71, as Carlos Cano will be looking for European Talent Cup glory in a matter of hours' time. He can also win the championship here today if he comes out of this race 50 points clear of Morelli, and of course Valentin Peroni and Gonzalez as well, because he does have the most victories in the class and no one will surpass him in terms of victories. If he does win here today, it would be his 6th race victory, and the others have only got 2 or less. So,
you've been reading the regulations, Liam.
Mates, you have absolutely no idea how truly I've been getting ready for these championships to be wrapped up. So, as we get the 30-odd European Talent Cup riders ready and waiting, all the adrenaline will be rising as the red lights will come on in a matter of moments. Carlos Cano on the left-hand side of your screen, bike number 71. Christian Daniel Jr. in the middle, and lights are out. We've got a yellow flag as we've got a bike stalled potentially. No, it looks like everything is off and running, but it was a terrible start from your championship leader. Carlos Cano has already been shuffled back into 5th. Marco Morelli round the outside from 10th on the grid. He's already up inside the top 7. Morelli's behind Carlos Cano. This is big stuff for the championship, as Gonzalez and Cano almost come together, as we saw so often back in Jerez. But your two main championship rivals are running 6th and 7th together on track as we go through turn number 4.
That was absolutely incredible.
Here comes Morelli.
Incredible start, impossible for Morelli. Absolutely sensational stuff.
Oh, they've cut contact between Morelli and Cano.
Oh,
Cano and Morelli,
word.
my goodness me, elbow to elbow coming up turn number 5. Gonzalez, he's up the inside of Tines, but off and running at the front is Christian Daniel Jr., the young USA rider, and he has got about 2-3 tenths of a second advantage over the rest of the pack as Morelli's making even more moves. We'll hope to see that replay again between Cano and Morelli.
Yeah, it'd be great to see exactly what happened.
We got
there.
a rider down in the background. That looked like it was one of the Monlau Estrella Galicia machines just tucked the front on the yellow bike. I think that might have been, I think it was Alcina, Pau Alcina, just out of shot there. I think tucked the front and took maybe another rider down at the corkscrew.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and get confirmation of that.
Yes,
yeah,
there we go.
There we go, and dropping down.
Oh, that's such a
Capuchin
shame.
and Alcina.
Yeah. My goodness, Capuchin from his best qualifying was running inside the top 10, but Pau Alcina just tucked the front, and Capuchin was an innocent victim there at the corkscrew. But back at the front, we have Christian Daniel Jr. leading the way from Gonzalez.
Yeah, absolutely sensational from Christian Daniel Jr. from P2 to P1. Exactly what he needed to do. He's got 13 laps to try and defend that position. It's not going to be easy when we see the likes of the riders that he's got behind him. There's Cano. They're just next to his championship rival Morelli. Look at them both there.
Yeah, oh, Morelli's made a move there, a bit wide there. I think that was from Agostinelli, the number 90, running a little bit deep. Yes, it was, and that's allowed Peroni. Peroni's come from deep on the grid. Peroni was so far back. He was in 12th on the grid, so he was on the same row as Marco Morelli, but he's also in the fight. But Cano's up the inside of Morelli, and Peroni's pushed his fellow countryman further back, so it's been a disaster couple of corners for Marco Morelli as Cano now is starting to find his feet in this race.
Yeah, Cano and Morelli really need to start moving up through this opening pack. Currently it's David Gonzalez at the front who's overtaken
Yeah, here comes Torres up the inside of Cano, but runs a little bit deep. He hasn't, oh, they're almost side by side, elbow to elbow. So Cano, he's got about 4 bikes in between himself and Marco Morelli. Oh, rear end moment there from Cano. I think it was just the closing speed on the back of Mickey Lou was a bit higher than he expected, so had to just dab on that rear brake. Oh, up the inside of Mickey Lou he goes. So Cano has already put himself and a few riders. Mickey Lou is getting duffed up as that was Valentin Peroni serving his long lap penalty.
And what a move there from Torres as well. That was incredible to fight his way through. He's moved up to P6 there, and the battle between Torres and Peroni really is a one to watch a bit further back. Here we are with Cano then. He needs to try and battle his way, narrow this gap with the riders ahead of him.
As Emilio Alzamora looks on, we're very happy with the progress his rider has made. It was a terrible start for Carlos Cano. Not sure what happened to your championship leader off the start, but on lap number 2, he really has made inroads on the top 3, which is being led by Gonzalez, Tinez and Christian Daniel Jr. Those two looking for their first ever podiums in European Talent Cup, with Gonzalez looking for his first victory.
Yeah, that win is still eluding the Spaniard. He's been on the podium in every race he's finished, as we mentioned earlier, but he's not got that win. And of these 3 riders at the front, well, he's the rider with the most experience on the podium for the time being, and he's going to look to try and make that count.
Yeah, he is indeed, but he's got Tinez climbing all over the back of the... Oh! There's a big crash in the background in the final corner. A few riders are down, fingers crossed they're all okay. Not sure who that was, but there was a rider on the middle of the track. Hopefully the riders behind them can see them coming over the crest of the hill and everything will be okay. We will keep an eye, potentially there might be a red flag coming out. Well, fingers crossed all riders are okay at that crash at the final corner. But back at the front for the time being is Gonzalez leading the way from Tinez and Christian Daniel Jr. On that previous lap, it was Tinez that did set the fastest lap of the race at 2 minute 3.7. Carlos Cano, though, he is beginning to close in on the top 3, your championship leader. He has got 3 or 4 riders between himself and his chief championship rival, Marco Morelli.
Yeah, Cano's got a lot of track between both himself and the riders behind him and the riders in front of him. He's by himself for the time being, and he's going to try and eat up that track and approach the podium as he looks to clinch that ETC championship title.
Yeah, we're just getting confirmation on our monitors. Crash for riders 18 and 72. That's Tamburini and Da Costa, but both riders are okay. So that's good news to hear that both riders that did go down at turn 17 are okay. And there's
absolutely
some fluid on the outside of the track. Hopefully that's just fluid that is off track and won't be, as that rear wheel is completely seized up. So I wonder if that was a cause or the... I wonder if that was a cause of the incident. Here we go, replay. Look at the back of your screen. Oh, it looked like it was... Oh my goodness me. So 2 riders involved. Thankfully the other riders... And that was a 72 clipping the 18 of Tamburini. And Tamburini's so lucky not to be collected by any of the other riders. There was a lot of debris, but back at the front corner, we've got Tinez leading the way from Christian Daniel Jr. and Carlos Cano's now part of this group. Yeah, Carlos Cano's approaching now. He's really narrowed that gap. As you say, Tinez is leading. We've seen him doing incredibly well. Oh, he's not leading for long. Here we go. It could be Carlos Cano going from 4th to 1st. He goes from 4th to 2nd. Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad, but not too great either. We expect bigger things from Carlos Cano, but we're expecting bigger things from Marco Morelli. The Argentinian rider is mired all the way back in 11th as Carlos Cano, what he doesn't want to see, takes the lead of the race for the first time. Yeah, Cano taking the lead of the race. He had such a poor start. And that was really converse to the start that Morelli had, who looked like he'd be climbing through the rankings. I just want to point out to the number 90 who just made a cracking overtake on Tinez back in 4th to turn at number 5. Later in the breaks, and Torres is up the inside of Tinez as well. So Tinez is going backwards. He was leading at the beginning of this lap. He's already been shuffled back to 6th. Yeah, Daniel Jr. in 3rd there. His position is under threat as well. He's being chased by Agostinelli. This really is turning into a sensational ETC race. Yeah, it really is. 11 riders going from your 2 championship rivals. Cano leading the way. Marco Morelli back in 11th, topping and tailing this leading group. So the good thing for Morelli is he is in this leading group. The bad thing for Morelli is it's Cano that's leading it. That is very true, Liam.
Morelli will, of course, be thinking, and so will the team in the M-Lab box. We've seen him in this position before. We've seen him find his way through a pack and approach the podium positions. We saw it in Jerez. He's such a talented rider as we come down that corkscrew.
So good to see so many new names in this leading battle. Tines, Agostinelli, and of course Christian Daniel Jr. and also Lorenzo Bellon as well. So he's also part of this as Gonzalez. He's making a play for second, which has currently been held by Christian Daniel Jr. So Christian Daniel Jr. actually is making a move for first. So he was coming under attack for second. He thinks, not today, I think I'll just take first and put myself well and truly out of harm's way. So Christian Daniel Jr. takes over the lead of the race from your championship leader. Cano's having none of it, gets the run out of the final corner, and that's giving Gonzalez the slipstream into the first corner. There's no love lost between these two. Here we go, and here come, oh my goodness, Agostinelli sideways as you like on bike number 90. He goes from second into third.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible as they get around that corner. Absolutely unbelievable from Cano. What an audacious move from the young Spaniard.
Oh, he's off track. There is Cano, all running on the green. That's like Torres to sweep through for the lead. So Torres and Agostinelli, we've seen so many times, and on Cano, he's not shy of a move into turn 5. And once more, Agostinelli, the Vietnamese rider, one of the stars of the season so far. He's up into second, and Christian Daniel Jr. is making a move on Gonzalez, and here comes Valentin Peroni round the outside, and there's contact between Gonzalez and Cano. Oh my goodness me, it's all exploding here in the top group.
This is one of the most exciting classes that we ever get to see, Liam, and it's like this every single time we're out on track to race. This is absolutely incredible from these young riders.
And Marco Morelli's only made up one position in that whole kerfuffle there with Pugliese, we've not spoken about him for some time. He's part of this group as well on the 31, so the Aspar rider. But Agostinelli's going for the lead of the race. He's leading out the European Talent Cup for the first time in his career. Where has this come from? From his best ever qualifying from fourth on the grid. He's got all excited. He's ran off track going through turns 13, but he's managed to gather all up correctly. And Agostinelli, the Vietnamese rider, started this lap in 5th or 6th, and he's not already leading the race as they power down the back straight. What a ride this is.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from Agostinelli. We're really getting a chance to see what he can do when he starts towards the front of the race. There we have confirmation of Matthias Rastagni going down, the number 30, having crashed.
Yeah, great shame there, but amazing thing is, as Valentin Peroni stopped on track. Well pointed out there, Connor. So Valentin Peroni, another rider that was part of this championship battle, who just missed out on his first win back in Jerez. He stopped out on track, so not sure what's happened there.
Yeah, Liam, he stopped after setting the fastest time in both Sector 1 and Sector 3.
So I wonder if he came into some contact with someone, or maybe the bike just cried enough, as Torres once again has taken the advantage from Agostinelli. But watch Agostinelli through turns 4 and 5, the double left-hander. He's setting up a move here. He's setting up perfectly, but Torres was far too good through turn number 4 as Cano makes a look up the inside of Agostinelli.
Yeah, Torres is going to be really happy with how things are going for him so far. His best result is second in the second race in Estoril. His only podium in the ETC so far.
Just saw a move there from Marco Morelli. However, he did cut the corner to make that move, so he might have to drop back one place on Christian Daniel. So Marco Morelli is starting to make some moves up the field. Oh, round the outside, up the inside of Christian Daniel in the background. So this is all big for your championship as Carlos Cano is back into second.
Yeah, Carlos Cano back into second, and he's looking good, he's looking strong, despite the fact that he's in second from starting from pole, because we have to remember that start was not the one that neither he nor his team would have wanted. And there we go again. Oh, Cano!
Wow, Carlos Cano, that is the mark of a champion. Round the outside of Torres and Agostinelli from third to first into turn number 12. And Agostinelli is still climbing all over the back of Cano's. Gonzalez is now coming through now. Once Cano makes a move, oh my goodness me, Agostinelli, what a move! Through the right, then the left, and powering onto the back straight, but he's lost all of his momentum now, and Gonzalez is riding in the wheel track of Cano. However,
he's got the momentum back. What about that? That is some real drive there from Agostinelli.
Agostinelli, what powerhouse he is down that straight as the Vietnamese rider. Here's Pugliese. My goodness, where's he come from? Pugliese on the Aspar bike. We've not seen him for so long, but all of a sudden he's back at the front of a European Talent Cup race, but not for long as Carlos Cano gets the run out of the final corner. That's going to be important in 7 laps time on the final lap, with Cano getting the run out of the final corner.
Look at that, 4 abreast. Look at this leading pack.
And there's Marco Morelli, he's up to 5th now, he's pushing out Tinez at 27, he's been out.
Yeah.
And Tinez is giving it back on your championship contender.
Yeah, Morelli's doing really well. I wonder if he was just biding his time before and just decided, right, 7 laps to go, I'm going to get stuck in.
Yeah, here we go. Maybe he's just biding himself, as you quite well say there, Connor. But up the outside, Gonzalez, chopped off the front was Pugliese on the 31, chops off the front of the number 11. But as this all happens, here comes Agostinelli once again.
I guess he's really looking for this win.
He really is indeed. He's not had a podium, he's not had a race win, but he's going for both, all in a oneer. But Carlos Cano has absolutely none of it, and back in lead of the race. Here comes Pugliese. He shuffles out Agostinelli. Agostinelli fights back around the outside, and here comes Gonzalez for more.
This is incredible stuff. Just there, Cano showing he was taking the line as if he'd been racing for 20 years. He's not even 20 years old, Liam. He's such a precocious talent.
He really is indeed. Agostinelli, what a ride this is from the 90, but Pugliese takes 2 for 1 into turn number 12 as they plummet down the hill into the left-hander. Sweep right for turn 13. Pugliese leading the way. I don't think we'll have to talk about championship standings whatsoever, because all chopping and changing as Gonzalez now comes up the inside of Cano, and round the outside is Marco Morelli of not 1 but 2 riders potentially. He's up the inside of Torres. So Torres, he's been shuffled back. He was leading this race only a matter of moments ago.
Yeah, he was. He's currently 6th in the championship. As you say, Liam, there's no point in talking about it, because this is chopping, it's changing, and the excitement is not stopping here at MotorLand Aragón.
As Agostinelli once again down the back of the back end of the back straight, Agostinelli sweeps into the lead, so there's absolutely no problem there with the motor of that Agostinelli. Big moment there from Torres. He's broken the screen as we just switched back. He must have had a massive rear end slide coming through the final corner. It'd be good to see a replay of that one as Pugliese takes lead, and Gonzalez, and now he's finding out what Agostinelli is really like. Agostinelli is really well and truly up for this one and is not letting anyone overtake him, and that's just broken up the group ever so slightly.
Yeah, we've also got Cano and Morelli fighting
Torres
next to each other.
So Jesus Torres, here we go. So that was a moment there from the 7 first of all. So the 7 of Fernandez had a massive moment there, and that just made Torres get caught up in that. So that's such a shame for Torres, who was looking absolutely brilliant earlier on in this race.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for the young Spaniard. He'd been so good so far. That was very close as well. Agostinelli
and Pugliese.
Yeah.
So Pugliese is finding out just what Agostinelli is made of. He's chasing his first podium as Morelli. Now this is big for the championship. Morelli's back in front of Carlos Cano. 4th and 5th positions have changed hands. So Marco Morelli, he was in the back of this group for so long. He's taken stock. He's now started to wake up and he's coming through the field.
Yeah, Morelli's doing really well now in this second half of the race. I don't know exactly what he was doing to begin with, but now he's really turning it up a notch and he's really trying to plow his way through.
There we go. My goodness, from 4th to 3rd, potentially pushing out Gonzalez. Gonzalez is having none of it. We know what here we go, Morelli. We know what Gonzalez is made of. He is well and truly up for a fight, but so is Morelli.
Yeah, he's just overtaken him there into 3rd. Brilliant stuff from Morelli, really showing his class as a rider as well as his racecraft.
Yeah, with 5 and a bit laps remaining, as Agostinelli still leading the way from Pugliese, the Italian, from half Italian, half Vietnamese rider, chasing his first ever podium in European Talent Cup. The last time he had a podium in any class was the CIV Pre-Moto 3 back in 2022. So he's chasing another podium, but he's not just chasing that, he's chasing a first race win as we come across the line. 5 laps to go as Agostinelli leading the way. Tinez is back in this. The Venezuelan, he's come from absolutely nowhere as Morelli's back up the inside of Cano for 7th and 8th position.
Yeah, this is something we've seen from Tinez in previous races. He is so capable of chasing down the riders ahead of him, getting involved in those battles to try and be there up at the front of the race.
This is unbelievable racing, and here comes Fernandez on the 7. Fernandez, he had that massive moment that got tangled up with Torres, with Torres, and he's now into 2nd as Morelli makes a move on Gonzalez. So the top 3 in the championship are battling for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible stuff. The drama is unceasing here in MotorLand Aragón in the ETC.
A couple of other riders further back we've not really heard much from in this season. The number 20, just outside the top 10, Krachoville, so that is another rider on the number 20 that's having an absolute splendid race right now as we're watching, quite rightly, this battle for, well, any one of these top 10 can win this race. Marianus Nicholas is also part of this race. We've seen nothing from Marianus for the entirety of this race, but he's in the back of this group on bike number 33, so the Australian rider, he's well and truly within a chance of the podium here today.
Yeah, absolutely, Liam. And each of these riders out there on track right now will be thinking exactly that. I've got an opportunity here. I could really get onto that podium and maybe even win. They're all more or less achieving the same speeds, and this pack is looking closer than ever.
Now, there's something I don't like to talk about, and that is track limits. And Agostinelli on a few occasions has run onto the green, hopefully with 4 and a bit laps remaining. We won't have to talk about track limits at all, and we just have a fight for victory from what we see on screen. As Pugliese is well and truly up for this fight, but so is Fernandez on bike 7, who's really not afraid of scarfing up some of these riders in the leading group.
Yeah, absolutely not. This is incredible stuff from Fernandez.
Pugliese ran on the red, coming out of the final corner. He lost a bit of momentum. That's allowed Agostinelli back up the inside. Here comes Morelli. 2 for 1, maybe 3 for 1. None for 1. So Morelli stays where he was with Cano on the curb. Have a bit of a bobble, and that's allowed Christian Daniel to climb all over the back of Cano. Now, I'm wondering what Cano's play is here. Will he just be happy to sit in the mid-pack, or has he cracked too much? Has the tyres cracked too much? Maybe not. My goodness, he's gone from 7th to 4th and he's back again. It's all chopping and changing. He gained 3 places. He's lost 2. Morelli's on the green on the outside. Fernandez is on the green on the outside. And Cano's gained 2 positions from that one. So it's all squabbling there, and he's gained another one. So Carlos Cano on the 71, pushing Fernandez out wide. The number 7, he's been put out wide. Thankfully, there was no contact there between the 71 and the 7. And here comes the 97 of Marco Morelli.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from Morelli there. And these are the shots that our photographers need to be taking. Those two battling, not only out on track, but also for the ETC crown. This is absolutely incredible from both of them.
Morelli's got some drive coming out of turn 10 there. Looked like it was a bit of a slide, or just a controlled slide from Carlos Cano on bike 71 as his championship rival makes a move up the inside. Now that is a change of 1 position and a couple of points back in favour of Marco Morelli. That would bring the championship advantage down to 23, but it's not going to remain that. Marco Morelli round the outside of Gonzalez. Not just Gonzalez, but he's gone from 4th to 1st. Wow, what a move there. From 4th to 1st in one fell swoop. Marco Morelli, take a bow. That was unbelievable, but Agostinelli's having none of it, and he's back again. Here comes Pugliese.
Chopping is changing.
Abreast, down the back straight, and there's still 3 and a bit laps to go. Who is going to lead into the final corner? Gonzalez potentially? No, it's Agostinelli. No, it's Pugliese and Morelli back round the outside. We need to get our breath back because there's 3 laps to go of what is one of the most incredible European Talent Cup races you'll ever see. Agostinelli gets to run through the final corner. 3 laps to go as he tick off another lap. So Agostinelli on bike 90 looking for his first victory and podium. Morelli up this end later of the late breakers, and Morelli leads.
Oh, incredible from Morelli. What a sector from Morelli. I am absolutely speechless.
And their timing graphics have completely gone to pot as well, because they can't even keep up.
Oh my word, Liam, this is insane. This is absolutely incredible racing in the ETC. Morelli's leading.
And this is giving Cano the wake-up call, but oh my goodness me, Agostinelli losing the front, losing the rear. That's pushed Cano out to the green, and Gonzalez takes advantage. This is playing perfectly into the hands of Marco Morelli. And here comes Tinez round the outside as well. The 27 on the Finite Work Racing Team machine doesn't quite make a stack, but Cano, the all-important, back up to 4th place.
Yeah, Cano's going to really try and push on here. He's got 3 laps more or less to try and find his way back into contention, for, not just for the podium, which he's already in.
Here we go, replay of the move for first. Marco Morelli just looked so brilliant on the brakes. Look at that, it's cool and controlling as you like to. I think he went from 5th, latest of the late breakers, into 1st, and all of a sudden he's got a bit of a gap between himself and Pugliese going with him and the chasing group, but runs a little bit deep into turn 12. Agostinelli brilliantly on bike number 19. Could become the first Vietnamese rider to take a podium in European Talent Cup.
Yeah, that would be absolutely incredible.
Oh, that's a rider. Is that Christian Daniel? Such a shame for the American rider Christian Daniel, who did start from second on the grid. He was leading the race early doors, but he just ran out a little bit too deep, and he'll be out of this battle. But he's well and truly on course for potential. His best result in European Talent Cup as Pugliese takes the advantage once again as Agostinelli chops across the front of Carlos Cano.
Yeah, Pugliese is showing just how good he is. Oh, there goes Morelli.
Unbelievable from Morelli. We thought you couldn't make a move there, but he's proven us all completely wrong.
Yeah, Morelli starting from P10, now he's in P1, battling with Pugliese. This is incredible. Look at those two, Morelli and Cano.
And Tinez as well. Oh, he's gone too deep as Tinez. He's out wide. Cano, he's back in this. Pugliese and Morelli once again side by side through turns 2 up towards turn 3. Who's going to be the bravest? Yeah, it's a Cano potentially. No, Morelli still around the outside of Pugliese. Pugliese has advantage for time being. Here comes, oh my goodness. Cano has his nose chopped off by Morelli. It was almost contact between the top two in the championship as Morelli now takes the lead of the race.
Yeah, Pugliese did so well on the inside there. And just behind them, look how close they are. Cano and Morelli. Oh, Cano goes through.
Unbelievable from Cano, your championship leader. As Pugliese looks over his shoulder, so does Morelli. He sees not just he doesn't see just riders, he sees a swarm of bees behind him. So there's 8 in this leading battle. Marianos Nicolas is on the back of this Australian rider. If anything happens in front of him, he could be collecting all of the pieces in this battle for victory.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can only wait for to take the opportunities that are given to you, and that's exactly what he's doing as Pugliese leads here.
Yeah, Morelli got a fantastic run out of turn 10 up the inside of Cano. No, Cano takes full advantage of Pugliese's mistake, but Cano's right a little bit. Oh, Cano's on in the rear. Oh my goodness, how did he save that? Wow, that was incredible from Carlos Cano. I thought he was down. I thought he was out. I thought the championship advantage just swung the way of Marco Morelli, but he collected it. He's held it together as Marco Morelli takes advantage once again on Pugliese.
Yeah, this is absolutely sensational racing. These last laps have been utterly breathtaking, Liam. As Pugliese once again pulls ahead, but these battles between Cano and Morelli are just something else.
Cano's collecting himself brilliantly. He's back into second. He's gone from second to first, and Fernandez is round the outside. Who's going to be? Cano's up the outside. Pugliese. Gonzalez is out of this now. He's truly well and truly out of this one. So as we start the final lap, it's Cano leading the way. Pugliese and Morelli. He needs a big final lap. He needs to pull the points back on Carlos Cano. Or later on the brakes, Pugliese up the outside on the Aspar CF Moto machine. Cano back into second, and Marco Morelli, he's there in third.
Yeah, Pugliese is doing sensationally well here. Finished P4 both times in Jerez at both races. And now we can see as this gets underway again.
We had to get back to the leading battle. Here we are, and Carlos Cano is looking up the inside of Pugliese. He's trying to go around the outside. Marco Morelli is going to take advantage of this one, and he shuffles his championship rival out wide back into third. Marco Morelli back into second. Now we have a leading group of 6. Here comes Agostinelli again. Carlos Cano back up the inside. Oh, Marco Morelli. Morelli holding it around the inside. Almost contact between the top 2 in the championship. And Marco Morelli chops in front of Carlos Cano. Here comes Tinez. He's looking for his first podium, and he's up the inside crucially of Carlos Cano.
Yeah, absolutely incredible from Tinez there, just making sure that he's still involved in this battle for the podium. Can he do it? Can he get that first elusive podium? Well, looking at his racecraft today, it looks likely.
He's got a run on Marco Morelli potentially. He's got a cracking run out of turn at number 10 over the crest of the hill. Latest of the late breakers. Here comes Tinez on Marco Morelli. Marco Morelli round the outside. He's held it for second, but a bit of a bobble there from the Argentinian rider, as it is as you were for the time being, with Pugliese leading from Marco Morelli. Here comes Carlos Cano. Tinez. No, I thought he was good. Oh my goodness, Marco Morelli. What's happening? Marco Morelli almost got taken out. He's back in the second. Carlos Cano's lost all of his momentum down the back straight.
Yeah, Cano now looking like he's in third, just managed to edge away from Tinez and can still get that all-important third place. But there's still so much for us to enjoy here.
Agostinelli, Pugliese's got this one. Barring a mistake into the final corner, Pugliese's got this one. Marco Morelli, can he hold on for second? Carlos Cano in third. Tinez looking up the inside. Tinez won't make it stack. Marco Morelli will take second. Will he Fernandez on a bit of a bobble there, but Pugliese back to winning with Marco Morelli takes second and gains 4 points back on Carlos Cano in the championship. What a ride by Pugliese. He is your race one winner. The timing monster saying it was Marco Morelli, but it's Pugliese that timed it to perfection as Marco Morelli salvages second from Carlos Cano. Your top two in the championship finishing second and third on the road, which means the championship rolls into race number 2.
Yeah, that is exactly the result that the observer wants to see. This is such a sensational battle for the ETC crown, and it's going on into another race, and it has been so good. There's Marco Morelli applauding Pugliese. Look at that respect between the two young riders, and they know just what they've delivered to all the fans out there watching. What a race from lap 1 until the end.
Well, 2 races down today, 2 incredibly breathtaking events we have had. Pugliese, your race 1 winner here in European Talent Cup, and well, if you've lost your breath for that one, please make sure you hook yourself up to some oxygen, because we've got race 2 to come up at 3 o'clock local time in a few hours for more of that. It's Pugliese, well, he pops the wheelie. Marco Morelli tries a big wave to the camera. He knows how big that result was in terms of the championship. He's taken 4 points out of Carlos Cano. That gap has come down from 25 to 21 points heading into race number 2. And it's not just bringing the points advantage down, it's also giving him great confidence. And maybe the potential, the momentum has swung in Marco Morelli's favour going into race number 2. Because if Carlos Cano beats him by 4 points coming out of race number 2, Carlos Cano will be champion. So Marco Morelli, we're seeing him on screen now, number 97, will try everything in race 2 to try and carry in the European Talent Cup Championship into the finale in Valencia. At one point we thought Marco Morelli, when he was mired back in P11, the championship was slipping away from the Argentinian rider. Great result there from Carlos Cano from pole position. It didn't quite go his way from lights out. He slipped back to outside the top 5 early doors, but collected himself as a champion in waiting might. Just missed out on second in the closing stages, and Marco Morelli, we have to remind you, that final lap was potentially disastrous between himself and Tinez as he swept across the front of Tinez. It could have gone oh so badly there for Tinez and Marco Morelli, but that gave the advantage to Pugliese, who is a winner once again in the European Talent Cup. We haven't seen him taste victory since the opening round of the season, but he's back to winning ways as the 31 on the CF Moto Aspar team. As he comes into Parc Fermé, I'm not sure who's most delighted, either the Aspar team or the MLAV team. Both are over the moon with that result. Pugliese, he hasn't been on the podium since the Algarve just before the summer break, where he was on a run of 2 podiums on the bounce, but it has been a bit of an up and down season for the young Italian. However, that result will give him the confidence to go forward as we see a replay of the final lap, as Pugliese took the lead quite brilliantly on the brakes into turn number 1. And then this was the moment I was just mentioning. Tinez and Marco Morelli, with only a few more corners to go, almost came to blows. Tinez sweeping across the front of Carlos Cano again, but it was Pugliese that was well and truly out of that battle, keeping his nose clean to take his second victory of the season. So back in Parc Fermé, we're watching the celebrations. The MLAV team have been working so hard to bring Marco Morelli back into title contention. There's team manager Macaulay Webb on the left-hand side of the shot, holding Morelli's helmet. Well, team manager, also personal assistant, and of course I can also mention barista inside the Junior GP paddock. The MLAV squad do give out a very nice coffee as well, so yeah, they've been keeping us nice and warm yesterday when the rain was pouring down and it was quite cold here in MotorLand Aragón. Thankfully, no such issues here today with the sun shining and the track and air temperature increasing. There's Levan Pomara, the Northern Talent Cup rider who's watching his older brother Lennis Pomara race in Junior GP, which will be starting in a few moments' time. As the riders and teams pose for the customary photos in Parc Fermé, we will be hearing from your race 1 winner, Pugliese, in a few moments' time when he will be down there with Connor Doherty. So, race 1 victory goes to Pugliese. Can he double it up in race number 2? It'll be a tall ask considering what we just saw in race 1. And if you've just joined us for race 1 of the European Talent Cup, make sure you go back and watch it when you can. But before then, we will be hearing all the thoughts from race 1 winner, Pugliese. He's down there with Connor Doherty.
That was such an exciting race from start to finish, and he came out on top for the first time since Misano. How did that feel?
I'm very, very happy. I start very fast, and I push very hard all race, and I am very, very happy. Thanks my team, Aspar, Trenti Azzurri, my family, and Rafalsina. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. And now in Italian, please.
Sono partito forte perché partivo molto indietro purtroppo perché ieri ha piovuto e non mi trovavo molto bene. Comunque sono riuscito a recuperare molto bene, sono stato davanti molte volte e alla fine dell'ultimo giro sono riuscito a dare il tutto per tutto e ce l'ho fatta. Ovviamente ringrazio il mio team che ha fatto un grandissimo lavoro, e la mia famiglia e gli sponsor e i Trenti Azzurri.
Congratulations once again.
Well, let's try and unpick European Talent Cup race number 1. It went to disaster for Carlos Cano off the start of the line as he went from pole position and slipped all the way back to 6th position early doors, and also there was a bit of contact between himself and Marco Morelli. It wouldn't be the first nor the last time that those two almost came to blows in the 13-lap European Talent Cup race. The number 90, he started making inroads on the leading group, and Agacinelli was a massive player in it with his best result in the European Talent Cup. Valentin Peroni, he pulled off to serve his long lap penalty as we had a massive accident further back with Da Costa and Tamburini. Thankfully, both riders were okay. Agacinelli and Torres were swapping blows into turn number 1 for the lead of the race, but Agacinelli would play such a massive part in this race. But Carlos Cano, as we saw so many times into turn 12, was later of the late breakers, but would come a cropper later on in the race. With a few laps to go, it was Marco Morelli that made a play for victory, as the championship contender was trying to eke out as many points back to Carlos Cano. With only a few laps remaining, it was Cano and Morelli once again that came to blows. This time it was at turn number 6, but in towards turn 12, Carlos Cano looked like he had it, but this rear moment there was almost sending him to the moon. Thankfully, he was able to collect it back up, but he dropped down to 4th position as a result. Marco Morelli, he made a move on the leader, Pugliese, but it was Cano once again who managed to regroup and move into 2nd just as the last lap began. Gonzalez, he was out of contention on the yellow and black machine further back, but into the final lap, into turn number 1, Pugliese took the lead, and he never saw anyone else again as he took his 2nd victory of the season, his first since Misano, with Morelli gaining back 4 points in the championship from Carlos Cano. But it was celebrations all round from your race 1 winner here in European Talent Cup, Giulio Pugliese. Well, podium ceremony is underway already, with Carlos Cano picking up what is his first podium of the season. That is not a race win, so he's not used to at all 3rd place. With Marco Morelli, well, that was a big result there from the Argentine rider. 2nd in the race, 4 points he's clawed back on Carlos Cano, but Giulio Pugliese as the happiest rider of the three. You can just see the tension, you can feel the tension between the top two in the championship, can't you, Connor? As the trophy for the winning team gets handed to the CF Moto Aspar squad before Carlos Cano lifts a trophy that is, unbeknownst to him, a third place trophy, which is so used to first places. Third place he's might be auctioning off, but third place goes to Carlos Cano. Second place to Marco Morelli from Mr. Pedro Ribeiro, Chief Steward. And Marco Morelli, big second place result for the 97 as he has now taken that gap back down to 21 points in the championship. However, we're all talking about the Italian, Giulio Pugliese, who is your race 1 winner here in MotorLand Aragón European Talent Cup. Well, for the first time today, the Italian national anthem rings out across MotorLand Aragón. Will we hear it again in race number 2 coming up a little bit later on today? We will have to wait and see. But Connor, you were down there in Parc Fermé. It looks like a bit of a tension down there between Carlos Cano and Marco Morelli. You can just feel the championship tensions rising, can't you?
Absolutely, but that is the mark of a good competition. These two have been fighting it out since the beginning of this 2024 ETC campaign, and they're giving us such spectacular races, such battles from start to finish, and that is what we are enjoying between these two. Let's say it, fantastic riders and stars for the future. This is where it all begins.
It does indeed, with Marco Morelli and Giulio Pugliese spraying the teams down there with some rose water, just cooling them down a little bit, while Carlos Cano is having none of it. He's already back into the pits, already poring over the data and in their debrief with his team as the other two have just had a small celebration.
Yeah, absolutely, and the celebration is fine. Here we have then the results. Giulio Pugliese with that win, followed by Marco Morelli, Carlos Cano, Kevin Martinez in 4th, Beñat Fernandez in 5th, Luca Arsenali P6, Christian Daniel Jr. in P7, Enzo Bayon in 8th, and David Gonzalez in 9th. Behind them, Mickey Lou in P10, in 11th, Marianos Nicolas, 12th, Fernando Bujosa, 13th, Matteo Gaberini, 14th, Nikola Miroslavov, 15th, Finn Krachowil, 16th, Yvonne Serpa, 17th, Edu Gutierrez. 18th, Evan Boxberger, 19th, Alfonso Almeida, 20th, Benjamin Cayet, 21st, Alejandro Fernandez, 22nd, Randy Truchot, 23rd, Yaroslav Karpushin, and not finishing today's race 1, Jesus Torres and Ignacio Galan. Also failing to finish, Valentin Perrone, Matias Rostagni, Pau Alzina, Matias Tamburini, and David da Costa. These are the championship standings as they heat up. Carlos Cano is leading on 161 points, followed by Marco Morelli. Giulio Pugliese after that win is 3rd, David Gonzalez in 4th, Valentin Perrone in 5th, Jesus Torres in 6th, Leonardo Zani in 7th, Beñat Fernandez in 8th, Alex Longarella in 9th. In 10th, Pau Alzina. In 11th, Gabriel Tessini. In 12th, Seiru Ekiagami. 13th, Kerr Martinez. 14th, Enzo Bayon. 15th, Luca Agostinelli. 16th, Gonzalo Perez. And 17th, Fernando Bujosa. 18th, Marianos Nicolas. 19th, Pablo Olivares. 20th, Benjamin Cayet. 21st, Yaroslav Karpushin. 22nd, Christian Daniel Jr. 23rd, Vasileios Pantaleakis, 24th, David da Costa, 25th, Mickey Lou. 26th, Matias Tamburini, 27th, Matteo Gaberini, 28th, Rocco Sesler, 29th, Edu Gutierrez, 30th, Remy San Juan, 31st, Nikola Miroslavov, and 32nd, Finn Krachowil.
Well, the European Talent Cup Championship rolls on to race number 2 here in MotorLand Aragón, with Marco Morelli slashing the advantage of Carlos Cano down to 21 points. But as we looked at the championship battle, everyone was looking at the rear end of Giulio Pugliese as he rolled on for his first victory in MotorLand Aragón, his second of the season. Make sure you join us for race number 2 coming up at 3 o'clock local time, but do not miss Junior GP, which is coming up next. Where stars are born and legends begin to write their name, Junior GP is where it all begins. Alvaro Carpi looks to take his place among Angel Piqueras, Pedro Acosta, Fabio Quartararo and many more as he comes into the penultimate round of 2024 with a 19-point advantage over nearest challenger Adrian Cruces. With Junior GP about to get ready for their sole race of the weekend, Carpi will have to wait until Valencia to lift the crown. However, what happens over the next 14-lap, 71.1 kilometre MotorLand Aragón encounter could decide the destiny of where the 2024 FIM JuniorGP World Championship trophy lands. It's all to play for in Junior GP. Welcome to MotorLand Aragón. Welcome to the penultimate round of the 2024 FIM Junior GP World Championship. We've had 2 extraordinary races starting off proceedings here today with Moto2 and ETC race number 1. We've now got the blue ribbon class Junior GP for the sole race awaits, and could any of them be writing their names alongside Marc Marquez for years to come? Liam Hodgins and Connor Doherty taking you through Junior GP here today. And Connor, this is where champions are made. This is where stars and legends begin their journey. And for Alvaro Carpi, he is in prime position to do something that only 2 riders in the past have ever done. Red Bull Rookies Cup champion and Junior GP champion. And he added even more of that to his chance back in Jerez. But it was the teammates of Brian Uriarte and Guido Pini that were the 2 that we had to watch out for, as Jesus Rios, who was part of the championship battle early doors, had a crash from 3rd position, with the 72 Artbox teammates charging at the front, with some riders falling a little bit further back. However, it was Guido Pini taking the victory, back-to-back victories in front of Brian Uriarte. Now for race number 2, it'd be Brian Uriarte once again that would get the whole shot at the front of the field. He was chased down by Max Quiles and Alvaro Carpi. Quiles looking to make amends on race number 1. A couple of crashes further back. Thankfully both riders were well and truly okay. But on the final lap, it was Guido Pini that was leading the way until Brian Uriarte took full advantage, with Sal Mella crashing out towards the stadium section. Thankfully the finish rider was okay, but it was Brian Uriarte on debut taking his first victory in Junior GP. Well, the sun is shining, and Brian Uriarte, after taking first victory in Junior GP, takes his maiden pole position in the class, which we will see very shortly. The air temperature and track temperature has increased ever so slightly over the start of the European Talent Cup race, with the Great Wall looking over the circuit, and a lot of the riders will be looking to add maybe a little memento onto the Great Wall in this encounter. 14 laps lay ahead of Junior GP, and if we've seen anything from Moto2 and European Talent Cup, Connor, we're in for an absolute cracker coming up.
Yeah, we absolutely are, Liam. An absolute pleasure to be here with you as we get ready for Junior GP. As you say, 14 laps of excitement, and it has delivered so much excitement over the course of this 2024 season. Some of these riders are just showing their brilliance in every single race, and some of them are coming in and doing just that. And one of those is Brian Uriarte, as you said, his first pole position. But my word, we were treated to a performance last time out in Jerez.
We were indeed 1-2 in race number 1 for Guido Pini and Brian Uriarte. Guido Pini also making his debut at the previous round in Portimao in Junior GP, and they won the last 3 races collectively as a team. Have the 72 Motorsports Art Box squad, which is at the helm Emilio Alzamora, who is in championship contention with Carlos Cano in European Talent Cup. Brian Uriarte did start the season late because he wasn't of age until the middle of August. However, he is of age now and he's coming of age, and this is how he came of age in qualifying.
I'm super happy. It was amazing. Yeah, the conditions were very tricky, so yeah, we managed to get this P1, but was super tough. And I've been doing some laps to see how was the track, but yeah, at the beginning was a bit wet, but then later the sun came and well, was almost dry. I decided to stop to see if I was having another tire, but well, I wasn't having another one, and I kept with my own tire, and I did my lap, pushing a lot, taking so many risks, but well, finally I'm proud about what I've done, and yeah, happy to get this P1 and my first pole in this category, and we'll see.
Victory, first time out in Jerez. First pole position in Junior GP, and there is the man of the moment. On bike 51, the 72 Motorsports Arts Box squad rolls into pole position, and it doesn't matter what conditions is thrown his way, whether it be dry or wet conditions, all weekend, Connor, Brian Uriarte has been the rider to beat.
Yeah, Brian Uriarte really showing his class. As you said there, just came of age prior to the previous round in Jerez, and he took that by storm. He was actually on pole 3 times last year in the European Talent Cup, and this time around we're going to see him start and leading the race right from the beginning in Junior GP.
Yeah, he will indeed. As we saw back in Jerez, he got the whole shot from second position on the grid. He'll be looking for the whole shot from pole position on the grid. As we'll see a few more messages going out to Natalia, who is the protocol manager of the Valencia circuit. So Natalia there, so we hope, well, it's good to see that the riders are sending out their wishes to Natalia, and many of them riding for her. So as Junior GP gets ready for action here in MotorLand Aragón.
Natalia, you're here with us.
So yeah, it's great to see so many riders racing for Natalia, and a rider that's showing some great resilience in these conditions is Milan Pawelek, who's going from his best ever position on the grid, his first ever front row in Junior GP, former winner in the Polish Superstocks last year. So he's gone from 1000cc bikes down to 250cc, and it doesn't matter what you throw at him, he is up for the task, as is Cormac Buchanan, 4th position on the grid for the Kiwi rider, and he's struggled since the first race in Portimao. Not quite where he wanted to be after showing so strongly in the opening couple of rounds of the season. Top 5s, a couple of podiums. He'll be looking to bounce back to podium ways here today, Connor.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a rider. We've seen his talent already during the course of this campaign, and now he's in a position to try and show us it again, this time in Aragon. Here we're looking at Maximo Quiles. Now there is a rider that's still searching for that first win, but does seem to have an upward trajectory over the course of this campaign. Finished second in the second race in the Algarve, and also second in Jerez. A really talented rider is Maximo Quiles. 6th in the championship for the time being, 38 points off the top, and we've seen how good he is from the very beginning of his career, and we're not the only ones, Liam. Mark and Alex Marquez have seen it as well. Here we have Guido Pini now. Here is a rider that has shown what he's capable of. Look at that. Finishing second, finishing first, finishing fourth, always finishing towards the top of the standings. What a rider.
Yeah, 4th place is something that he will be not hoping to repeat. Guido Pini has either been 2nd or 1st, and he's 1st for Junior GPs, apart from that 4th place, and he'll be hoping to get himself back on the podium. And a rider that, even though he just turned up in Portimao, is still well and truly in with a shout of this championship is Guido Pini. 39 points behind Alvaro Carpi with 75 points all to play for in 2024. Guido Pini, we cannot count him out in this championship fight. Casey O'Gorman, 7th on the grid. A bit of an up and down weekend for the Irishman. Looking really strong in dry conditions. Usually goes really well in the wet, but found himself in Q1 yesterday. Thankfully for the Irish rider, he came through Q1, put it on the 3rd row of the grid in 7th, just ahead of Daniel Charil. So the Malaysian rider going from his 2nd top 10 position on the grid of the season. The last time he did that was back in Estoril, and he was started from 5th there. He finished 5th, so hopefully we can see a top 8 finish from Daniel Charil in the race here today.
Yeah, that'd be really good for him as well. He has struggled recently, and as you said, Liam, if he starts further up the field, then he's already done some of the work.
Another rider that has got his best qualifying position of the season, Lennox Fomara, on the number 48. Just missed out on the Northern Talent Cup Championship in 2023. Best result, 14th, as you can see there. A couple of point scoring finishes. And a rider that had a massive rear end crash yesterday when we were watching out on circuit through Q2 over at the corkscrew section of the circuit. Thankfully for Lennox, he was up and okay and ready to go in the Junior GP race here today.
Yeah, we're very grateful to be seeing him, as well as Leo Ramestorfer, another rider who we're looking to see more from. Here we have his results. His best was 8th in race 2 in Catalonia, and he struggled in Jerez, finishing 26th.
Yeah, he did indeed. Leo Ramestorfer, who had a off yesterday in practice in the morning, but thankfully up and okay and ready to go from 10th on the grid. The mechanics putting in such hard yards yesterday, getting these bikes ready to go for qualifying and of course the racing. And a shout out to someone who's putting in the hard yards back in Barcelona, our social media editor Ricardo Torres, who's sitting there and clipping everything that we do here today and putting it up so brilliantly on the Junior GP social media channels. As Marcos Uriarte so brilliantly needs a big result here today and looking to go from 11th on the grid. He's really slipped out of title contention over the last few rounds.
Yeah, at the beginning of the season, he really looked like a rider to follow. He was finishing 3rd, he was finishing 2nd, and then he's just dropped off a bit over the last couple of races, which is really unfortunate for him and really unfortunate for his team. Here we have the starting grid then. Uriarte leading the line alongside Carpe and Pawelek on row 1. On row 2, Buchanan, Quiles and Pini. On row 3, O'Gorman, Charil and Fomara. Behind them on row 4, Ramestorfer, Uriarte and Belford. On row 5, Salmela, Yambias and Danish. Row 6, Van Triep, Rios and Liguori. On row 7, Aditama, Rosenthaler and Morosi. On row 8, Cruces, Monognane, Grenfell, and on row 9, Uezu, Fuentisan and Odaki. And behind them, Tienzi, Brown and Abruzzo, and on row 11, Bertola and Uchiumi.
Well, the riders get ready for the warm-up lap ahead of 14 laps of all-out action here at MotorLand Aragón, with Brian Uriarte going from pole position, his first pole position in Junior GP. We've got a rider stalled at the back of the grid. That looks like it's the 18 of Bertola on the Eagle 1 squad. So hopefully the Italian can get that bike back up and running before we come back round. So he might have to start from the back of the grid. If he does, he'll be dropping one position. So it won't matter too much for the Italian rider. He'll just be dropping behind Uchiimi. So there we see the number 18 of Bertola pulled back into the pit lane to get that bike up and running once again.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to do that and get out and get racing once we get this warm-up lap over.
Yeah, so a big shout out to a couple of riders that we're seeing so far for the first time this weekend. One of them being Lucas Brown, the British Talent Cup champion. So the road to MotoGP really is well and truly in full swing and showing some great guns, as Lucas Brown will be competing here in Aragon and of course in Valencia next time out. Look out for him on bike number 92, qualified down in 29, so ahead of Abruzzo, Bertola and Uchiumi as the British Talent Cup champion.
We just saw there, Liam, the track temperature has increased now. It's at 31 degrees Celsius, so we could see that changing the way we see the racing as well. And it's great that you mentioned the road to MotoGP as well. Sometimes it's arduous, but it's always glorious, the road to MotoGP.
But so many of these young stars are well and truly on their path to greatness. Carpi is the next one, potentially following in the footsteps of Angel Piqueras and Jose Antonio Rueda. 19 points, he holds the advantage over Adrian Cruces. And Cruces needs a big day here in the sun of Aragon because he's mired all the way down the pack. A tough qualifying yesterday, couldn't make it out of Q1, so he's back in 22nd on the grid. So is Morossi, another championship contender, in 21st as well. So big drama in qualifying yesterday for some of these riders. A rider that was really happy to make it through to Q2 was MLabs Racing's Evan Belford. The first time he made it through to Q2 in Junior GP and capitalised on that quite brilliantly to qualifying 12th, the outside of the 4th row of the grid. However, everyone is chasing the number 51, the 72 Motorsports Art Box rider of Brian Uriarte, who has Alvaro Carpi, your championship leader, pull up alongside him on the STV Leclerc Racing, and on the outside for the first time in 2024 is Milan Pawlik, part of the STV Leclerc Racing. So will he be playing rear gunner for Alvaro Carpi here today, the young Polish rider. So we're about to get underway for 14 laps of Junior GP action here in MotorLand Aragón, and it's lights out. A great start there from your pole setter Milan Pawlik comes across, potentially just sitting behind his teammate Cormac Buchanan, the Kiwi, from 4th on the grid up to 3rd. But once again, it's a whole shot for Brian Uriarte with Alvaro Carpi, Cormac Buchanan and Daniel Charil from 8th on the grid, already up inside the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely incredible from Charil. We can't take anything away from that start. That was wonderful stuff.
Brilliant to see from the Junior Talent Team rider. The 57 just gone out of shot. Max Gillis, he's gone backwards. The 72 of Guido Pini, the number 96 of Guido Pini, he moves up a couple of positions. He's just ahead of Casey O'Gorman, and that's for Kando Yambias. Yambias, he was so rapid in the wet conditions in yesterday morning, slipped back in the afternoon, but for Kando Yambias on bike number 94, already ahead of his teammate Casey O'Gorman.
Yeah, just seeing that there, it was really well done as we get this.
Oh, we've got Crasher in the background. I'm not sure. That looks like it could be Odaki. I think, no, it was not Odaki. Yes, it's Poetasan. So Poetasan, such a shame there for the Thai rider. He's gone down on bike number 20. Thankfully, he's up and okay at the corkscrew.
Yeah, the Honda Racing Thailand rider will be so disappointed that his race here in Aragon has come to an end.
Well, we've seen this so many times this year. Alvaro Carpi back at the front, ahead of Cormac Buchanan. The Kiwi rider has made a great start to this one. From 4th on the grid, he's already up to 2nd, but here comes Max Gilles, shuffles your pole setter back to 4th, and Guido Pini from 6th on the grid, he's already up to 5th. Yeah,
wonderful from Gilles there, from 5th to 3rd for the time being. What a rider he is as well.
Yeah, he's an incredible rider is Max Gilles, still chasing his first victory in Junior GP. Took his best result of 2nd last time out in Jerez, and he's going for 2nd here today at the end of lap number 1 on Cormac Buchanan. Gilles swoops up the inside of Buchanan as Casey O'Gorman swoops up the inside of his teammate. No love lost there between the two Estrella Galicia Monlau machines, as we've got a couple of the, I think it's Could I just be seeing things there? Oh, we've got a couple of the junior talent team machines inside the leading group. No, I think it's just Daniel Sharil there. So a couple of riders looked very similar there. So Daniel Sharil, he's still inside the top group as we're looking at his junior talent team teammate. Fuentes-San, so we're going to see what happened here. Did he get caught up? Oh, he just lost the front all by himself. So lucky there was RB Adatama on the Astra Honda racing team machine not to be taken out by that one. So such a shame there for the 20, but thankfully he's up and okay and back in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see how keen he was to get back out there as well and just try and get that experience.
Yeah, it's good to get as much experience as you possibly can here at MotorLand Aragón, one of the most difficult circuits to get your head around, one of the most technical, but no such problems for your championship leader, Alvaro Carpe, who the last time he raced here was in Red Bull Rookies Cup, and he did so brilliantly, just managed to tiptoe his way around for a result in the wet conditions that was won by the other Malaysian in this race, the number 13 of Hakim Danish. Danish is inside the top 10, just in front, quite importantly, of Adrian Cruces on bike number 11. Cruces, second in the championship on the Finnick Work team. He is now inside the top 10. He's just moved ahead of Danish for that 10th spot. So Adrian Cruces started 22nd on the grid. He's already up just behind Evan Belford, who's made a great start on the MLAV racing team machine. From 12th, he's up to 8th.
Yeah, absolutely one from both of those. In particular, Cruces, who's the only rider to have finished every race this season. It's that consistency that's really keeping him in contention for the title as well.
Yeah, he is indeed. Jesus Rios, another rider that's a little bit further back on the 54. He didn't come through Q1 either, so he's been marked back in the pack. The 54 is all the way down in 13th, so he's making inroads as well. As the inroads being made on the championship leader, it is starting to build up now with the 96 of Guido Pini, your two-time race winner in 2024, starting to close in on your championship leader. But Max Killer is having none of it, neither is Casey O'Gorman, as the Estrella Galicia machines make the move into second and third, as Fernando Yambias is having a bit of an elbows out boxing match with Rico Salmela as Brian Uriarte sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, absolutely incredible from Uriarte. Such a sensational rider. We've seen it over the course of the last 2 rounds. Let's see what he can get done here.
Now, this group really have to start working together to try and close back in on Alvaro Carpe, who has a half a second advantage over Max Quiles at the moment. And so far on this lap, the sector number 1 has grown ever so slightly. So Alvaro Carpe, the number 83, looking to consolidate his title advantage at the front as the rest of the riders chop and change. And there is the number 11 of the Finnick Work racing team, Adrian Cruces, from 22nd on the grid, already up inside the top 7. What a comeback this is, Connor.
Yeah, but it's what he needs to do as well, because otherwise he's really conceding the initiative in the title race to Alvaro Carpe, who has been so good. He's leading by 19 points at the time being. He knows what it means to win in Aragon. If he won here in Red Bull Rookies, he finished second back in 2020 in the European Talent Cup. He's got 5 podium finishes this year, and they're all in the last 5 races.
Yeah, they have been. It's been quite incredible for your championship contenders. Now, on this lap, the gap is already up to 0.8 of a second. Alvaro Carpe is off and running at the front of this field. Max Quiles, after he got back into second, hasn't been able to lay a glove on Alvaro Carpe. You get the feeling that maybe Guido Pino, when he gets to the forefront of that chasing pack, which he has done now, the number 96, cool and calmly up the inside of Max Quiles. Now, this group need to work together. That's allowing Carpe away at the front. Well, Max Quiles fight back, not on this occasion. Now he's thinking about his Fernando Yambias, the Uruguay.
You can't ask this lot to work together, can you, Liam?
Absolutely
They're all
not.
Absolutely desperate to get out ahead.
And here comes
Real
Adrian
competitors.
Cruces. Yeah, they are indeed. It's like a red rag to a bull. Adrian Cruces had a little bit of a look up the inside of Fernando Yambias, who's still looking for his first top 6 finish in Junior GP. Is Yambias. He's come so close on so many occasions, but just missed out so far, as Cruces is trying to make him once again not get that top 6 in Junior GP. But here comes Hakim Danish. Danish, who was a Red Bull Rookies Cup winner only a couple of months ago, he's making a move on Yambias. Cruces up inside the top 6 now. So from 22nd on the grid, Cruces inside the top 6.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from Cruces. This is incredible from the young Spaniard.
And that's Marossi. Is that Marossi in the background? I believe it was, no, yes it was, Marossi, the number 19, who also came from 21st on the grid on the CF Moto Aspar Junior team machine. He's well and truly inside this battle for second, as Carpe still holding that advantage at, well, it came down to 7/10 of a second in sector 1. It's now up to 9/10 of a second, so Guido Pini, he can't close in on your championship leader, who's now off and running. This is so unusual for a Junior GP race to see this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's still 11 gaps to go, and some of those riders that are further back that we've seen coming through from behind on the grid are really going to have to wonder about the condition of their tyres as well, because it's getting hotter out there every minute.
Yeah, it is indeed, as we see the top group coming down at the hill. That is a gap that's over 1 second now, 1.1 or 1.0 seconds between Pini and Carpe. Now, quite rightly pointed out, we have seen in Moto2 and of course European Talent Cup already today, the tyre consumption is coming into play. However, if they want to think about laying a glove on Carpe, they will have to box clever here, as Casey O'Gorman and Rico Salmela, really good friends, these two, as we've seen in a documentary released by Red Bull, that they get on like a house on fire to those two, really good friends, and they're now working together, and they're now behind Guido Pini, as I think that was Quiles making a move on Cruces, I believe. So on the last lap, 0.3 of a second faster was Carpe over Guido Pini. What can the Italian do on this lap?
Yeah, well, trying to chase down Carpe at this point is going to be difficult. Carpe is very fast at the moment. He had a lap time of 1:59.317 there, so that's faster than all of the riders that were chasing him. He also set the fastest time in Sector 3 of the race so far with 10 laps to go.
Just seen there, but before we get into the meat of this race, it was a great start for Evan Belford in the MLAV Racing Team machine. Not sure what's happened to Evan on bike 52. He is retired from this race, which is a great shame, because he was running inside the top 10 in the early laps of this race. His teammate, the rookie teammate, Lucas Brown, is in 26th. So back at the front of this race, Alvaro Carpe leading the way, 1.3 seconds ahead of Guido Pini, with Max Quiles now taking up the charge, and Fernando Yambias. I thought I might have saw blue flash off the screen at turn 10, and it's Yambias once again. If he had no bad luck, Connor, he'd have absolutely no luck at all.
Yeah, he was devastated to have to bring an end to his race there. We saw him with his head in his hands, genuinely frustrated. It's so unfortunate for the Uruguayan.
Yeah, it really is indeed. Hopefully he'll be back and rebounding in Valencia. And for this race, we have the championship leader, the STV Leclerc's Racing Team, leading the way. But it's not been all sunshine and roses for the team, as Milan Pawelek is also retired from this race. He was the Polish rider, started from 3rd on the grid. He retired a lap ago, so such a shame there for Milan Pawelek, another rider along with Evan Belford that is retired from this race. Not sure if there's potential of coming together between these two on track.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. Pawelek had been so good so far this weekend, so he'll be again frustrated and disappointed with the way things have gone today.
Yeah, big shame there for Pawelek after such an encouraging weekend there, as Fernando Yambias absolutely distraught with what has happened to him there. So maybe just a machine breakdown for the Uruguayan rider, but he'll be back for a double attack on things in Valencia in a couple of weeks' time, as attacking the fastest lap is Jakob Rosenthaler, and attacking him is now Hakim Danish into the corkscrew, but Danish doesn't quite make a stick. Rosenthaler just having none of it, holds position for now. However, is this showing the tyre consumption of this race, with Alvaro Carpe leading from the front and trying to pull a bit of a gap? Are the riders behind him just keeping their powder dry for the time being, keeping their tyres in check? And with Rosenthaler setting the fastest lap of the race, then maybe that's telling the story that potentially these riders aren't pushing to 100% just at the time being.
Yeah, absolutely. But as you said that, Liam, Pini just set the fastest Sector 1 so far, 33.447. And it looks like he was a bit slower than Carpe in the lead over the course of Sector 2. And they're more or less the same through Sector 3. So just as you were really, Liam, for the time being.
Yeah, it's been quite a subdued Junior GP encounter so far here at MotorLand Aragón, considering what we've been given in Moto2 and the European Talent Cup to start off proceedings here today on Sunday in Aragon. However, on this lap, it looks like that gap between Carpe and Pini might be coming down ever so slightly across the line. It's come down by 1/10 of a second, and on that lap, for the first time in this race, Guido Pini was faster than Alvaro Carpe, only by 0.5 of a second, but that means that potentially Pini has now brought himself back into play here. He's just been conserving those tyres and he now feels it's time to push.
Yeah, that lap absolutely a springboard for what's to come as Guido Pini tries to chase down Alvaro Carpe on that STV Laglis racing machine.
I think the telling thing about this race is that Max Keelis, who is always a fighter, who never wants to sit behind anybody, he's actually quite happy to just sit behind Guido Pini in the early stages of this race. As like the last lap, on this lap, Connor, Guido Pini, the fastest rider through sector number 1. For the first time in about 3 laps, the gap has come under 1 second.
Yeah, and this time he was much faster as well than Carpe. So, it does look like it was the springboard that he needed to try and chase down Carpe.
I think you're absolutely right there, Connor. As on this lap, coming through sector number 2, which will come through now, Keeles, it looks like he's maybe just losing a little bit of time to Guido Pini. He's got Casey O'Gorman, his teammate, climbing all over the back of him. However, on that sector 2, which we've seen in the last couple of laps, Alvaro Carpe does eke out the advantage to 1 second again. So Guido Pini and Alvaro Carpe, it's a yo-yo effect going on between the top 2. Back and forth goes Carpe and Pini. The rider that I'm quite surprised about is Brian Uriarte. He's not really played much of a part in this race so far. However, he has just moved ahead of Rico Salmela into 5th spot. So the 72 Artbox Racing Team rider, the 51, 5th in your shot, coming down the back straight on bike 51. There he is, just in front of Salmela as he comes under attack from Rosenthal. Thankfully, Rosenthal and Salmela, the teammates on the Liquid Moly Husqvarna Intact Racing Team, do not come to blows on this occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what you just said, Liam, the key is that Uriarte hasn't come into it so far. There's still so much for us to enjoy in this race. And we've got to remember as well that this is the first time that these young riders are seeing each other out on the dry in MotorLand Aragón, and maybe for that reason they're being a little bit more cautious as we enjoy the final 7 laps here.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct there, Connor. And on that previous lap, Guido Pini was 0.2 of a second faster than Alvaro Carpe, and the gap came down to 0.8 of a second through sector number 1 we go now. What is the gap?
I think we're on, Liam.
I think we are on. That looks a lot closer to me, and Uriarte is potentially also coming into the 4 as well. Casey O'Gorman just happy to sit behind his teammate as Guido Pini takes a tear off. So that means he means business with 6.5 laps remaining. The gap did go up to 0.9 of a second through sector 1 though.
Yeah, but Pini's dragging the 2 Team Estrella Galicia 0-0 riders into contention as well. Look at them following. They know what they're doing. They're playing as teammates right now, following Pini into the battle.
Yeah, I was just going to point out the Adrian Cruces steamroller seems to have stopped because he's been married back in 8th position from 22nd on the grid. He had a tall ass to try and come through the field, and he could only manage to get as high as 8th place, and he seems to have been stuck there for the last couple of laps. So on this current lap, the gap started off at 0.8 of a second. It went up to 9. It came back down to 8. It's now back up to 0.9 of a second through sector number 3. So it's yo-yoing back and forth between Carpe and Pini. But if it gets under half a second, Pini, it's game on, because Pini will be able to get into the slipstream of the championship leader as Rosenthal pulls out of the slipstream of his Finnish teammate and swoops ahead of Rico Salmela into 6th spot. So Jacob Rosenthal having a great ride, as is Daniel Shahril. He's inside the top 10 for his best performance so far since about Estoril. He's in front of Jesus Rios, your former championship leader, the only rider to have 3 or more victories. Adrian Cruces ran a little bit deep at turn 1, so he's lost another couple of positions. Has Cruces, he's now down to 8th spot.
Yeah, Rios has been really good over the course of this campaign, but he's another rider that's very much all or nothing. I think we saw him win in the opening round in Misano, and if he races well, he wins. He's not a rider that really finds himself in the mix in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. There's either a winner or Bennett as Alvaro Carpi looks over his shoulder. He sees that that gap is still remaining around about 0.8 of a second back to Guido Pini. However, Pini is now coming under problems from Casey O'Gorman, who knows what it's like to win around here. He won his first ever European Talent Cup race here 2 years ago with a great scrap to the line with the rider just in front of him, Guido Pini. So Guido Pini and Casey O'Gorman have come to blows in the past here in MotorLand Aragón for victory. And we're just getting a replay of a slow motion into turn number 1. It's poetry in motion with Alvaro Carpi just hitting his marks on the curb into turn number 1. Compression of the front forks into turn 1, which is such a tricky left-handed low gear corner. But Carpi, no such problems for him as he opens up that advantage back up to 0.9 of a second over Guido Pini.
Yeah, turn 1, we saw a number of riders coming down there in the previous days in qualifying and in practice. And today the conditions are completely different, but you still need to be so technically gifted to go around it like that.
Yeah, you do indeed. Further back, we're just seeing the Liquid Moly Husqvarna Intact Junior team riders coming to blows once again. Rosenthaler and Rico Salmela swapping positions for 6th and 7th again as Casey O'Gorman, it looks like he's now starting to wind the wick up. Across the line we go. What is the lap time? It's 0.8 of a second. Casey O'Gorman, is he happy to sit behind Pini? For the time being, yes, but it might not be like that forever, as Cormac Buchanan, who did slip back in the early part of this race, he's now coming back towards the front of this race. He's up into 7th ahead of his good friend Rico Salmela. So those two really do get on like a house on fire, as does Casey O'Gorman.
Well, I think O'Gorman really is just, he knows he's capable of catching up to Carpe, and he's thinking, if Pini isn't going to do it, well, I'll do it instead. Someone has to do it. If you're not taking the opportunity, I will be the one to do it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, and well,
just look back there as well at his teammate Max Keeles.
Well, the gap has come down to just under 0.7 of a second for the first time since about lap 2. So this group of 3 are slowly closing in on your race leader, your championship leader. I must remind you, he cannot win the championship here today, no matter what happens, because the finale in Valencia in about just over 1 month's time is a double header, so we have 50 points on offer.
Oh.
Here comes Max Keeles. I thought Casey O'Gorman was going for a move, but Pini, he slipped back. Does Max Keeles now have the pace to go chase after Alvaro Carpi? We're about to find out. He sat there for so long, but Max Keeles, he maybe sat there and thought, right, we're not closing in on Alvaro Carpi. I'll take up the 4 of this charge. Let's see what Max Keeles can now do.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was going to be O'Gorman to do that, but it's Keeles who's taken the responsibility and is now trying to get that gap down and down and down.
So, with just over 4 laps to go, the gap has come down to 0.8 of a second after it went up to 1 second after these 3 came to blows. Pini up the inside of Keeles. So Pini is happy to lead from the front of the second group. However, this is playing beautifully into the hands of Alvaro Carpi's Casey O'Gorman and Max Keeles elbow to elbow across the start-finish line. And once again, it is like the start of the previous lap. It's Carpi leading away from Pini, O'Gorman, and now Keeles. And on that lap, they lost a ton of time to Alvaro Carpi. They were actually just 0.1 of a second slower as Max Keeles has a look up the inside of his teammate Casey O'Gorman. If they need to do something, if they want to do something about Carpi in this race, it needs to be now. There's no more holding back for these 3. They need to push on. They need to catch your championship leader.
Yeah, they really do. They've been waiting a long time. Or if not, it's just Carpe showing what he's capable of. He's managed to maintain that gap more or less the same for a while now.
Yeah, he has indeed. Roughly around about 0.8, 0.9 of a second. It comes down and it goes back up again. It's yo-yoing back and forth between Carpi and this chasing group, which has been, well, one that we've been not quite used to here today in MotorLand Aragón. It's been quite subdued, but still a very fascinating encounter here in Junior GP. Now on this lap, that gap is up to 1 second now. So Alvaro Carpi, he seems to just be quite happy to keep that gap around about 0.8 to 1 second as Gorman looking up the inside, but Pini later on the brakes into turn number 12. 3.5 laps to go. Alvaro Carpi still has this advantage, is already up to 1.1 seconds. So I think now is the moment. Keeles up the inside of his teammate Casey O'Gorman. It looks like we might just be focusing on this battle for second. Barring a mistake, it looks like Alvaro Carpi has everything in his locker to keep this one under control.
Yeah, absolutely, because these three at this point in time might just be thinking, I want to get on the podium. Someone's going to miss out on it of those three, Apini, Quiles and O'Gorman. And none of those riders don't want to be taking that step up onto the podium when we come to the end of this race.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Oh, Casey O'Gorman having a little look up the inside of Max Quiles, can't make it stick there. So coming across the line, we'll check on the lap times this time round. It is 1:59.8 for the top two, a 1:59.7 from Max Quiles, who's now come to the front of the chasing group. So 3 laps to go. Max Quiles, they're 9/10 down on your race leader, Alvaro Carpi. It's now or never for Max Quiles to try and hunt down the championship leader, the rider that will be taking a massive advantage into the season finale in Valencia. But Pini's coming back at Max Quiles. These three are squabbling, and it's just playing into the hands of Alvaro Carpi.
It is, and it's played into the hands of Alvaro Carpi throughout the entirety of this race. But these riders really need to, it does look like Quiles might have pulled away a bit there, but immediately Pini just lures him back in, rolls him back in.
Yeah, the Honda and the KTM have got different strengths and weaknesses around this Aragon circuit, but there's STV Leclerc's racing squad machine up front has got no weaknesses around MotorLand Aragón, as he is just controlling brilliantly, showing why he is a Red Bull Rookies Cup champion and why he is on course to become Junior GP champion. Max Quiles, though, it looks like he's just bringing down that advantage ever so slightly. As I say that, does it come across the second sector? It's back up to 1 second up to Alvaro Carpi. So barring a mistake from the championship leader, it looks like we're just going to be focusing on this battle for second between Quiles, Pini and Casey O'Gorman, with 2 and a bit laps remaining, coming through turns 14 and 15. Down the back straight we go. It's Quiles from Pini, from O'Gorman. Brian Uriarte, who we thought was going to be a big player in this race, he cannot lay a glove on the top 4. He's just drifted back almost into the clutches of Cormac Buchanan. Here comes Pini on the inside of Max Quiles. So Max Quiles, he's been shuffled back to 3rd. We thought maybe when he got onto 2nd, he could set his sights on Alvaro Carpi and really chase down the race leader, who has been out front for, well, since lights out basically, has Alvaro Carpi. He's not seen another rider's front wheels. Max Quiles once again comes up the inside, so they've now figured it out. They know they cannot catch Alvaro Carpi, so it's now the best of the rest honours for these three. Quiles back in front of Pini, and Casey O'Gorman just there within touching distance, but can't quite lay a glove on Pini or Quiles.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a real battle for second place between Pini and Quiles. They've shared the podium before in race 2 in the Algarve, and then last time out Quiles finished 2nd. He's going to be desperate to do that again. He had a bit of a frustrated, shall we say, start to this year in Junior GP, but it looks like he really hit his stride in Portimao.
Yeah, Max Quiles, a rider for the future, and he seems to have got some of that young exuberance out of his system now. He's a much more calm and collected rider. We have seen in the last couple of events as Max Quiles, as we've seen so quite brilliantly in this race. We're just happy to sit back. Oh, it's ran off track there, has Max Quiles, just over the top of the curb, off one side, back onto the other side, but thankfully that's not disrupted the 28, running in 2nd ahead of Guido Pini and Casey O'Gorman, just remaining there, quite happy to sit there in 4th. I don't know how happy he might be to sit there in 4th, considering there seems to be a big length advantage up to Guido Pini.
Yeah, but I think this is very much a question of for the time being, because when we go over the line for the final lap, these 3 riders know what's on the line. They know it's a place on the podium. It's 3rd, it's 2nd, and if something happens, if Carpe has to leave the race for some reason, well, it could be a 1st place finish as well.
Oh,
look
here
at
we
that.
go. Max Quiles, Guido Pini leaning on each other through the final corner as we start the final lap of the race. Barring a mistake, this race is belonging to Alvaro Carpi. Max Quiles in 2nd. Here comes Guido Pini and Casey O'Gorman, who's latest of the late breakers. It's Max Quiles into turn number 1. He goes slightly deep, but he's held it so brilliantly just behind this top 4. You can see Cormac Buchanan, the Kiwi. He's got in front of Brian Uriarte for 5th, but we're watching this battle for 2nd between Quiles, Pini and O'Gorman. Pini and O'Gorman, they know what it's like to win around here. So does Max Keeles. Wow, close there between Casey O'Gorman and Guido Pini. Max Keeles, he looks like he's got built a bit of an advantage so far on this lap, so it might just leave Guido Pini and Casey O'Gorman to battle for third.
Yeah, all that time working together to try and bring down that gap with Carpe, and now they are battling it out on this last lap in MotorLand Aragón. Keeles is ahead currently in P2, followed by Pini and O'Gorman.
Well, this is one for the books. Alvaro Carpe looking to extend his championship advantage here in Junior GP with victory. Max Keeles, does he have second place sewn up? It looks like he might, with Casey O'Gorman climbing all over the back of Guido Pini, looking for his second podium of 2024 as the Irish rider on the Australia Galicia machine. Down towards turn 12 we go. Can't get the outbraking done as Guido Pini closes on the back of Max Keeles. This isn't maybe over and done with. Max Keeles might come under pressure from Guido Pini just yet.
Yeah, absolutely, O'Gorman.
Oh, here comes O'Gorman. O'Gorman for third as Pini ran on the green. O'Gorman, latest of the late breakers. That was cool. That was clinical. That was Casey O'Gorman.
Yeah, if he can make it stick, he'll be on the podium for the first time since race 1 in Portimao.
Right, down the back straight we go. One final time. Alvaro Carpe leading the way. Max Keeles is second, but the battle for third is chopping and changing. They're leaning on each other. Guido Pini chops across the front of Casey O'Gorman. No, he doesn't. Casey O'Gorman's leading on the Italian. The Irishman on the Italian. Round the outside, Casey O'Gorman. He's done it. Max Keeles might come under problem. Alvaro Carpe takes his third race win of the season from Max Keeles and Casey O'Gorman. What a move round the outside of Guido Pini for third. Pini just has to settle for fourth, but that has put one hand on the trophy for Alvaro Carpe, his third victory of the season, his sixth podium in the last 6 races. He is now taking the Junior GP World Championship by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, absolutely. A storming win from start to finish there from Alvaro Carpe. Absolutely sensational, so calm, so collected, and really looking like a rider that is so comfortable leading a race. As you say, there's 6 podiums on the bounce for Alvaro Carpe, and you can see what it means to him.
Not only has he become accustomed to winning in last lap battles, but to do it from the front is something completely and entirely different, as both Casey O'Gorman and Alvaro Carpe stop on the exit of turn number 5, where they pick up the flag for Hugo Millan, the rider that we had lost at this very corner 3 years ago. So it's good, great sentiments to see from Carpe and Casey O'Gorman. Casey O'Gorman racing for the Super Hugo team last year in the latter half of the ATC season, taking a couple of podiums for that team. And Alvaro Carpe, well, what can you say about this young man? The number 83, he already is a Red Bull Rookies Cup champion in 2024, and he's looking to put his mark on Junior GP by becoming, for only the 3rd time in history and for the 3rd time in as many years, a Red Bull Rookies Cup champion and a Junior GP World Champion, following in the footsteps of Jose Antonio Rueda and Angel Piqueras. Max Keeles, that's his second place in as many races. So Max Keeles really is starting to come to the forefront of this championship. Casey O'Gorman, number 67, the Irishman, 3rd place here today. 2nd podium of 2024. And, well, he was well and truly in that scrap with Guido Pini in the closing stages. Timed his move to utter perfection. And as Guido Pini tried to make a move round the outside at the final corner, the Irishman showing his prowess in a fight, managed to hold off Guido Pini for that 3rd place. But they both did fight for victory here 2 years ago in the European Talent Cup. Guido Pini taking his first European Talent Cup victory in race 1, And then Casey O'Gorman taking his first European Talent Cup victory in race number 2. But there was no denying victory here today in Junior GP for Alvaro Carpi, who will extend his lead no end over the chasing pack. His nearest rival coming into this race was Adrian Cruces, who made a storming start from 22nd on the grid. He was as high as 6th at one point. However, Adrian Cruces came across the line all the way down in 17th, so no points for the Finnerwork team rider. So that will definitely take Adrian Cruces all but certainly out of championship contention. Still mathematically in title contention is Cruces. He'll be 44 points back going into the season finale in Valencia in just over 1 month's time. But as Alvaro Carpi comes into Parc Ferme, he knows he's well and truly on course for the Junior GP World Championship crown. He's got one hand on the trophy now, does the 83. And he could wrap it up as early as race number 1 in Valencia when we go there for the season finale. Just heading over to get weighed, making sure that rider with all of their equipment is of weight as they get that added to the bike weight as well. So we've had 2 races to start proceedings, barnstorming races that's been all out action. But Junior GP was a whole different kettle of fish, with Alvaro Carpi leading so brilliantly from lights out, and nobody got in front of the champion-elect. It was a champion's ride from a champion in waiting, as Alvaro Carpi will be looking to sew that one up in race number 1 in Valencia. Max Quiles, another incredible ride to second. There's the team photo, the Estrella Galicia riders. Max Quiles and Casey O'Gorman sharing a podium here in MotorLand Aragón. Max Quiles just had the pace at the end to get out of sight of Guido Pini, with Casey O'Gorman quite brilliantly putting on a move into turn 14 that almost sealed the podium. Guido Pini came back at him at the final corner, but Casey O'Gorman, holding his nerve around the outside, just chopped in front of the Italian for 3rd place. Watch out for Casey O'Gorman, another big name for the future in motorsport. Two-wheeled motorsport as the Irishman. As we now get the team photos for Alvaro Carpi. Felicidades for Alvaro. Peeling into turn number 1, slow motion replay. Never put a wheel out of line. And went and picked up his 3rd victory of the season, equaling the most amount of victories this year by Jesus Rios, your former championship leader. Finished all the way down after starting from lowly on the grid after not being able to progress to Q1. He finished outside the top 10 in 11th, just in between Daniel Shawil and RB Adatama. Some good rides coming through from the Asia Talent team rider of Daniel Shawil and the Astra Honda Racing team of RD Adatama. However, no one could quite ride quite as well as Alvaro Carpi. He's down in Parc Ferme with Conor Doherty.
Alvaro, you looked so relaxed at the front of that race. I'm sure it wasn't like that. It's another win and you're edging closer to the title. How do you feel?
Well, I'm very excited for this because 1 victory more, and it's my 3rd this year. It's very important to go to Valencia like this because now I'm more lead, and I'm very happy because I don't know how Cruces and Rios finished, but he both was 2nd and 3rd in the championship. Now I'm more leader, best for me, and in Valencia I will try my best. And I want to give this victory to my boss wife. She's always with us, and my boss is not here because, well, he lost his wife the last week. And this victory for you and for all your family. I love you.
I'm very sorry to hear that. Now, if you could just tell us about the race and that situation in Spanish, please.
Sí, que bueno, la carrera ha sido increíble porque desde el principio empezaba a liderar, ya que he visto que Brian no quería, porque sabemos que en este circuito el neumático tiene una degradación impresionante. de que bueno, se gasta muy rápido en la vuelta 8, bueno, depende cómo lo gestiones, se gasta más rápido, así que toda la carrera liderando sin ningún fallo. Estoy muy contento por esto porque es una victoria más, es mi tercera este año, entonces nos vamos a Valencia más líderes, que los puntos se agradecen. Tampoco sé cómo ha terminado Cruces y Ríos, pero he visto que no estaba en el grupo delantero, entonces bueno, muy bien por mí porque no sé cuántos puntos han cogido, pero más distancia. Entonces, bueno, lo último que quería decir es que esta victoria va para la mujer de mi jefe, la mujer de Jaime, Natalia, que bueno, siempre está con nosotros y la perdió la semana pasada, así que esta victoria va por ti y por toda tu familia. Te quiero.
A lovely gesture, and congratulations again.
Well, lovely sentiments there from Álvaro Carpe to Jaume Fernandez's wife, Natalia, who we unfortunately lost last weekend. Yes, riding for Natalia, and a great victory in her honour in Junior GP here in Aragon, as Álvaro Carpe did take full advantage early doors. He romped away at the front of the field and nobody saw him again. He's rode off into the sunset. It came under some initial challenges from Cormac Buchanan, Guido Pini and Brian Uriarte on the 72 Artbox racing bikes. But back at the front, Álvaro Carpe just brilliantly leading the way. The champions ride from the championship leader on bike number 83. As Guido Pini swept through into second, with Max Quiles, Casey O'Gorman, Rico Salmela and Adrian Cruces, who started from 22nd on the grid, already fighting inside the top 6. However, that would be as high as Adrian Cruces would get as he began to rapidly slip down the field. And rapidly falling out of the race was Fernando Yambias. His bike came to a stop at turn number 10. Álvaro Carpe continued to lead the way as this battle enraged for second. Max Quiles swept through on Guido Pini. And once again, as Guido Pini fought back, Max Quiles did as well. But on the final lap, it was Carpe, Quiles, and then O'Gorman who made a play for third. And it would be Álvaro Carpe to take his third victory of the season from Max Quiles, and Casey O'Gorman taking his second podium of the season, just fending off from Guido Pini. As Álvaro Carpe takes a full advantage into the season finale in Valencia, he could wrap it up in race number 1 as he came into Parc Fermé. That was for Natalia, and Álvaro Carpe took victory quite brilliantly and emotionally here in Aragon. Well, we have podium proceedings underway here in MotorLand Aragón.
Boss. Yeah, that's the wife of the team leader who sadly passed away, and of course we offer our condolences as well. She passed away last week and by all accounts was an absolutely wonderful woman.
Yeah, she'll be much missed here in the Junior GP paddock. As Álvaro Carpe makes his way out onto the podium holding the Hugo Millan flag. Hugo Millan, another promising rider that we lost here 3 years ago, as Mr. Jorge Panades hands over the team winner's trophy before handing over third place trophy to Casey O'Gorman. The Irish rider gels very well with this Aragon circuit after tasting victory here 2 years ago. Third place here today as Mr. Pedro Ribeiro, member of the CCR, hands over second place trophy to Max Quiles. Max Quiles really is starting to build up momentum for an assault on the championship in 2025. As Álvaro Carpe, for the third time in 2024, takes victory, and for his first time in Aragon, takes victory here at MotorLand as we hear the Spanish national anthem.
Pues ahí está ese fuerte aplauso para los pilotos, para el vencedor.
The Spanish national anthem rings loud across the MotorLand Aragón circuit here in Spain. Yes, the Spanish rider that takes the victory here, the top honours in the hands of Álvaro Carpe, who extends his championship lead. Max Quiles and Casey O'Gorman give themselves a good soaking after that 14-lap encounter in the searing heat in MotorLand Aragón. But if there's anyone that was well and truly a deserving victor for the team, it was, of course, Álvaro Carpe.
Yeah, it's been a tough week for a team like Lease with the departure of the wife of the team director, Jaime Fernandez Aviles, and what better way to pay homage to her than with a win.
Yes, indeed, and this will be one of the photos that will be remembered for a long, long time, as Carpe, Quiles and Casey O'Gorman stand atop the podium with the result coming up for Aragon here in Junior GP.
Yeah, absolutely. Álvaro Carpe with the win, followed by Maximo Quiles and Casey James O'Gorman on the podium. Guido Pini in 4th, Brian Uriarte in 5th, Cormac Buchanan in 6th, Jacob Rosenthaler in 7th, Rico Salmela in 8th, and Alessandro Morossi in 9th. After them, we had Daniel Charil, Jesus Rios in 11th, P12, Arbi Aditama, Hakim Danish in 13th, Aman Adaki in 14th, Owen Van Treek in 15th, Leo Ramastofer in 16th, and Adrian Cruces back in 17th. After that, Marcus Uriarte in 18th, Lennox Fumara in 19th, in P20, Kotaro Ichiumi, 21st, Leonardo Abruzzo, 22nd, Eduardo Liguri, 23rd, Cesare Tiezzi, 24th, Angus Grenfell, and 25th, Kuwotso Mononyane. Lucas Brown in 26th, 27th, Ayu Uwuzu, 28th, Eduardo Bertola, and 29th, Jacques-Rifid Fuetisan. And after that sensational race, we have the championship standings. Álvaro Carpe with 147 points, leading. Jesus Rios 2nd, Maximo Quiles 3rd, Adrian Cruces 4th, Guido Pini 5th, Marcus Uriarte 6th, 7th, Alessandro Morossi 8th, Cormac Buchanan 9th, Casey James O'Gorman. After that, podium finish. Following them, Brian Uriarte in 10th, 91 points behind. 11th is Rico Salmela, 12th, Eddie O'Shea, 13th, Jacob Rosenthaler, 14th, Facundo Yambias, Hakim Danish in 15th, in 16th, Ruche Moodley, and 17th, Daniel Charil. 18th, Leo Ramastofer, 19th, Dodo Boggio, in 20th, Marcos Ruda, 21st, Evan Belford, 22nd, Milan Pavelek, 23rd, Guillaume Planquez, 24th, Amanodaki, and 25th, Arbi Aditama. Behind them, 26th, Leonardo Abruzzo, 27th, Kuwotso Mononyane, 28th, Lennox Fumara, Angus Grenfell, 29th, and then those are the standings currently in Junior GP.
Just one more round to go for the FIM JuniorGP World Championship, the season finale in Valencia, the double header. But Álvaro Carpe goes there with 50 points on offer with a 43-point advantage. Make sure you do not miss it, as JuniorGP will be getting ready to rock in Valencia. The title tensions hit fever pitch with only 2 races to go in 2024. Cassidy and Garcia are the main 2 in the championship hunt. However, Alberto Ferrandez is coming slowly into that one as well. With 15 laps, could a 17-corner Aragon circuit stand in between the quest for Moto2 title glory? With only 2 races to go and a scintillating season of non-stop thrills and spills, drama and action around every twist and turn, this promises to be an unmissable matchup, as match point is sitting squarely in the court of Roberto Garcia. For the second last time in 2024, let's go racing in Moto2. Well, we've had 3 incredible races so far here in MotorLand Aragón, and we've got 3 more to go, starting off with Moto2 race number 2 coming up at 3 o'clock before we have then European Talent Cup, race number 2, which also has a title showdown on the line, and then Stock European Championship, which also has a championship to play for here today. So it could be going any one of which way here in MotorLand Aragón. But for the second race, or for the second last time in 2024, myself, Liam Hodgins, and of course Connor Doherty are taking you through proceedings here today. And this is what happened in race number 1 earlier on this morning, with Alberto Ferrandis taking full advantage, the whole shot from pole position ahead of Eric Fernandez, and Mattia Cassidy moving into second on the opening lap of the race, with Matteo Volpe, who's starting on the outside of the front row, slowly dropping down the field. However, it would be Nicolas Spinelli and Roberto Garcia who would eventually move up the order from 10th on the grid up to 4th, and at the start of lap number 2. He would then make quick work of Eric Fernandez to move into 3rd before making a move on his chief championship rival, Mattia Cassidy. Taking over the lead of the race was Roberto Garcia before slowly slipping back as Taiga had a nasty accident at turn number 7. Eric Fernandez made a play for the lead, taking over at the front from Roberto Garcia, as then Alberto Sura from 12th on the grid, he moved in to the top 2. Before then making a move on Eric Fernandez at turn number 7, the Italian swooped through into lead as Unado Radri and Roberto Garcia got a little bit too close for comfort just further behind. But as Garcia regrouped, he moved forward, and so did Ferrandis and Cassidy. After this battle for 4th, Ferrandis then started making a play for the lead, swooping past Garcia at the corkscrew. Ferrandis then made a move quite brilliantly at turn number 10 on Sura, with Sura holding his own round the outside at turn number 12, up the inside for 13, and going down the back straight for the final time. It was Sura leading the race before Ferrandis swooped across the front of the Bosco Scudo rider, and then Eric Fernandez took full advantage of that to swoop past Alberto Sura for 2nd, but it would be Alberto Ferrandis who would take his maiden victory in Moto2, and quite crucially also put himself in play for the championship here in Moto2. It's all go in Moto2 for the 2024 championship. Well, it was one for the ages in race number 1 earlier on this morning. Ferrandis giving out the celebrations and giving out a lot of the hardest overtakes you can possibly see in Moto2, but very clean and clinical at the same time. Connor, well, we are ready for the penultimate race of the season, and it could go any which way in this championship.
Yeah, it's been absolutely sensational in the European Moto2 Championship over the course of the campaign, and here in Aragon we were treated to such a fantastic race 1 that I don't know if the second race can be as good as the first. Hopefully it will be. We saw what it meant in part for me there for Ferrandis. There were tears on the podium. It was such an incredible performance from him, and prior to today's race 1 there were no previous winners in Moto2 on the grid. Well, that's no longer the case.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. And here is Alberto Ferrandis. Tasted victory in race number 1. He'll be wanting to go back-to-back. Sometimes you wait so long, like London buses aren't the corner. You wait all that time for the first one to come along, and then 2 could potentially come along all at once.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. 3rd place finishes, then he finishes 2nd in Jerez, and finally here in Aragon, he gets that much coveted win in the Moto2 European Championship.
Yeah, and he's completely thrown himself right into the championship conversation now, has Alberto Ferrandis. With that victory, he took 12 points out of Roberto Garcia in race number 1. Garcia came into that round, he was 23 points ahead of Alberto Ferrandis. It's now down to 11 points. However, Mattia Cassidy is still in prime position. He's only 4 points behind Roberto Garcia. Here's Eric Fernandez. Took his first podium in Moto2 in race 1, quite brilliantly timing his move past Alberto Sura to perfection on the run to the line.
Yeah, absolutely, and that could be the push he needs. He's quite a consistent performer. He regularly gets into the top 10, and this time he got onto the podium.
Yeah, he will indeed hopefully be pushing for that first ever victory. A rider that could be quite disappointed with how race 1 went. After starting from the front row of the grid, dropped all the way down to 11th, matching his best from the season. Matteo Volpe, he'll be hoping for more in race number 2.
Yeah, his best result prior to this round was P11 in the second race in Portimao. And he'll really be looking to try and take advantage of that start on the front row.
Matteo Casadei, the Bosco Scuro rider, second in the championship, looking to take advantage once again of Matteo Casadei starting down in 10th. However, he didn't take advantage at all in race number 1. He finished 5th, just 1 place behind Garcia, which meant he dropped an extra 2 points behind Garcia. So coming into this race, he's 4 points back off your championship leader. And we cannot forget, with 2 races to go, Roberto Garcia could win the championship here today, but he'll need all of the main championship rivals to have a DNF, basically, to have any chance of that happening here today.
Well, you never know, Liam.
Anything
Not
can
in
happen.
this sport, but starting from the 4th row is going to make it very difficult for Roberto Garcia.
Nicola Spinelli, a debutant in Moto2 this weekend. He is a Moto E race winner and, of course, a World Superbike race winner when filling in for Danilo Petrucci back in Assen. Nicola Spinelli is accustomed to winning, and he's trying his hand for probably the biggest winning CV across as many classes, much like Jean-Michel Bale in the 90s. As Nicola Spinelli finished 8th in race 1, not quite what we were expecting for the Italian, considering he was inside the top 5 for most of the weekend.
Yeah, but it's a very different kind of day today. The conditions are different. Obviously, you're trying to take it to the other riders in a race. And, well, let's see what he can do this time around in race 2.
Yeah, I'll be watching out for Nicola Spinelli, as we will with Rossi Moore, who's making his debut in Moto2 this weekend. Finished 9th in race 1 from 6th on the grid. I think he could be quite pleased with that, considering this is his first weekend on 600 machinery, or 675 machinery. And with the Triumph engines and those Moto2 bikes, coming over from, well, as a Northern Talent Cup champion 2 years ago, he's been racing over in America and the Junior Cup, coming over to take his hand back again in Europe and try and make himself a name in Moto2. We just saw another message there for Natalia, the wife of the team director of the STV Leglise squad, for Unai Oradri, who we unfortunately lost last weekend, much missed in the Junior GP paddock. They had a great result in Junior GP. We won't give away the result if you want to go back and watch that, but Unai Oradri will be hoping to add his name to the podium ceremony in today's race.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been increasingly impressive over the course of the last few rounds, and he's certainly one to watch in this class.
Another one to watch is Jean Bert. From the lofty heights of 4th place back in Jerez, struggled in race number 1 earlier on today, could only manage 12th. However, Jean Bert's been really starting to impress in Moto2 this season.
Yeah, absolutely. He was so good over the course of the weekend as well.
He has been, so we're looking for big things from Jean Bert and Josh Wadley. So we did speak before race number 1 that he did pull out of the race back in Jerez with team boss Jose Cardoso on the right-hand side of the screen, former Grand Prix rider. Jose Luis Cardoso, he knows what it's like to take success around this circuit. And Josh Watley had arm pump surgery between Aragon and Jerez, and he pulled off in that race because of arm pump. Really struggling to go in many ways from a Moto3 bike to a Moto2 bike. It's a lot heavier, a lot more power, and a lot more stopping power on these machines, so maybe it just caught his body out a little bit out of surprise. So Josh Watley will be watching his progress in race 2, and of course the progress from 10th on the grid once again. Big smiles from Roberto Garcia, your championship leader, who so brilliantly came through the field in race number 1. Maybe his tyres just dropped off the edge of a cliff in the last couple of laps. He eventually finished 4th. He'll be hoping for a podium at the very least here in race 2.
Yeah, the 18-year-old showed really how good a rider he is to get through the pack and get into that battle for the podium. He's been on the podium 5 times so far this season, 3 wins. So he'll be hoping to repeat his excellence again. Here we have then the starting grid. On row 1, Ferrandez, our pole sitter, followed by Fernandez and Volpe on the front row. On row 2, Casadei, Spinelli and Moore. Row 3, Oradre, Gimbert and Watley. Behind them on row 4, Garcia, Montero and Sura. On row 5, Feon, Voigt and Mongiado. And on row 6, Eisenkolb, Hada and Toth. On row 7, Di Vittori, Alcubaisi and Inta. And on row 8, Aubry and Osaka.
Well, you can feel the tensions rising for the penultimate round of Moto2 European Championship. Ferrandis, 11 points behind your championship leader, Roberto Garcia. Mattia Casadei on row number 2, 4 points behind Roberto Garcia. It's all to play for in Moto2 European Championship 2024. The championship can be wrapped up today, however, Roberto Garcia will have to win today's race, and all of his main championship rivals probably will have to have a DNF of some sort. So hopefully we can have this one rolling into Valencia in just over 1 month's time, where it will be a finale for the ages here in Moto2. Can Ferrandis double up here in Aragon and take his second victory in Moto2? Or could we say potentially Mattia Casadei got a couple of places better and find himself on the podium? Hopefully we'll have our answers in 15 laps time, and fingers crossed, Connor, we can actually keep our voices this time, because race 1, if you have not seen it yet, is well worth going back to watch once you have finished watching today's proceedings, because it is one of the greatest Moto2 races you could have potentially ever seen.
Yeah, it was absolutely sensational, and we really saw all of the talent on offer in the Moto2 European Championship. And one to watch, as you mentioned there, Liam, is this battle between Garcia and Casadei. Obviously, Garcia starting from further back, but they were absolutely sensational in the previous race. Casadei maybe struggled a bit more, not to give anything away. And I think we're in for more as well this time around in race 2.
Yeah, we'll be well and truly in for another classic. You can feel there is the championship standings. Garcia on 134 points, 4 ahead of Mattia Casadei, the rider on screen, 11 ahead of Ferrandis, who's well and truly threw himself back into championship contention with victory in race number 1, and Sura with an outside chance, 16 points back. There's still 50 points on offer here in 2024. And you can really feel the championship really hitting fever pitch now. Garcia, he's not been on the podium since the Algarve, when he took victory in that doubleheader quite brilliantly. Crashed out of victory contention, leading contention in Jerez, and then could only manage a 4th place in race number 1. We were starting to believe that maybe the championship is starting to get to Roberto Garcia, but with the images on the grid, big smiles on the face of Roberto, he doesn't look like he's feeling the pressure one iota.
No, he doesn't, Liam, and he will be frustrated to have crashed out of P1 in Jerez. He was leading that race, he was doing so well, he looked strong from the start of the weekend until it came tragically to an end for him, and this time around, starting from the 4th row, what can he do?
Well, big questions will be answered in 15 laps time in Moto2 European Championship. Could we have a champion? Or will we have a 4-rider battle heading into the season finale in Valencia in just over a month's time? Revs are now rising, lights out, and away we go. And I think it's Alberto Ferrandis once again side by side with Eric Fernandez, but Ferrandis swoops across the front of Fernandez into lead, with Casadei once more swooping into 3rd spot. Volpe a slow start, the number 92 of Rossi Moore, cracking start for the American rider. He's gone from 2nd, he's already up to 4th, with Ferrandis off and running already at the front. We'll have to keep an eye on Roberto Garcia coming through the 1st sector. I'm not sure where he's currently sitting, but from 10th on the grid, just like he did in race 1, he waits a lap before he starts making his way through the field. He's already up to 6th corner.
Oh, that is impressive from the Spanish rider. We didn't see him starting so well last time around, and this time it looks like he means business.
Yeah, he does indeed. It's not just Garcia that's made inroads on this race already. Alberto Sura from 12th on the grid, he's already up to 8th. Just missed out, so close he was to victory in race 1 earlier on today. But at the front, it's Alberto Ferrandis, who wants more taste of victory in Moto2 European Championship. And through sector number 2, he's already got half a second lead over Casadei and Rossi Moore. Rossi Moore, your debutant, the American rider, the riders that trying out a Moto2 bike for the first time in 2024. He's in third.
Yeah, you can't take anything away from any of these riders. And I will say for the time being, Ferrandis, after that win, is oozing confidence.
He really is. That gap is already over to half a second now. The top two are off and running like scalded cats at the front, with Rossi Moore on the MMR just ahead of his teammate Matteo Volpe, so brilliantly holding that podium position like he's been there, like he's a class of the field, like he's been here forever. As Garcia has a small look up the inside of Fernandez, can't make it stick. So he can see the top two getting away. Can Garcia? He needs to make a move on this battle for third position. Now, we saw at the start of lap number 2 in race 1, he goes from 6th to 4th. This time around, he's done it again. Here comes Garcia, latest of the late breakers, your championship leader. That's why he is the championship leader. He's already into 4th.
Yeah, it's that kind of late breaking that's showing just how wonderful a rider is. He's so good to watch. He's just pure drama, just leaves it late and then makes his move, and he does it time and time again.
Here we go. Garcia up the
there
inside.
he goes.
Welcome to Moto2, Rossi. How do you like that? Roberto Garcia.
I'm leading this championship.
Yeah, you might be stealing the spotlight, and lap number 1, I've got it for the entire season. So Roberto Garcia, your championship leader, into 3rd spot already, but can see his 2 main championship rivals already with an advantage of 1.1 seconds in front of him. So Roberto Garcia has it all to do now, as Alberto Sura, he's made a position on this lap. He's into 7th.
Yeah, this is getting tighter and tighter. Just look at them as they go around here. There's nothing separating these riders in the battle for 3rd. Garcia maybe just has that edge over the riders around him, but there we go. There we see
Fernandez almost? No.
He just slowed down a bit there. It looked like he was going to go for it.
Well, on this lap so far, Garcia is losing time to the top two. It did start off at 1.1. It's now 1.3. So is Garcia now doing something that Garcia never does, which is keeping his powder dry and keeping his tyres in check for a late assault in this race. He usually charges to the front of the race early doors, and it's usually in the last lap or 2 where his tyres may drop off the cliff. This time round, it seems to be the opposite, that your championship leader is performing.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe someone in the Fantic Cardoso Racing box had a word for it, had a word with him. You know, you just calm down, take it lap by lap.
Yeah, so if the race remains as is, there'll be 2 points separating, well, the top 3 in the standings. Cassidy will move to, well, Cassidy and Garcia will be level on points, with Ferrandis only 2 points further back. So we could head into Valencia with 2 points separating the top 3 in the championship, as Cassidy sets the fastest lap of the race. Now, this is the Cassidy we know and love. We've seen so many times in the past. He's gone off the boil a little bit ever since Misano, but Matteo Cassidy, this is what we know him to be. He's a Moto E World Champion. He could potentially become a Moto2 European Champion in 2024. And Matteo Cassidy is starting to hunt down your early race leader, Alberto Ferrandis.
Yeah, if I was Ferrandis, I'd be quite concerned, because Cassidy is a rider with so much experience. He knows how to stay on that bike and get the race finished. He's always in the points as well.
He is indeed. I must admit, from a neutral's perspective, this is kind of the result you want. 2 points separating the top 3 in the championship. With Alberto Sura, it'd be quite nice for him to get involved as well and throw himself well and truly in title contention going into the final round.
Yeah, Sura's been really impressive over the course of this campaign. We saw him on the podium with 2 second-place finishes in Portimao, and now he's going to be looking for the win. It's not going to be easy, but the Italian rider has shown his skill in this Moto2 European Championship right from the start.
Yeah, he'll be hoping to make an amends on race number 1, where he just got battered aside basically by the Fernandez and the Ferrandis into the final corner and just missed out on that victory. So on this lap, the gap remains back to Cassidy, to Garcia at 1.2 seconds, with Cassidy, the Bosco Scuro bikes, just got a great run out of that final corner. Across the line we go, 12 laps to go. Cassidy around the outside, potentially off Ferrandis, takes a little look at his dashboard, probably just looking to see what that lap time was. It wasn't the fastest lap of the race. That goes the way of Roberto Garcia. So Roberto Garcia is now starting to find his form. He's now setting after the top two, and that gap has now come down to 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, the alarm bells will be ringing for Ferrandis and Cassidy. And what did you say about keeping your powder dry? It doesn't look like he's doing that anymore.
No, he hasn't. He's kept himself out of any trouble for the first 3 laps. He's now finding lap 4 as the time to set about these two, and on this lap that gap has come down to 1 second. He's the fastest rider on track through sector number 1, 0.2 of a second faster than Cassidy, just in front.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if on our screens we see him as the fastest in sector 2 as well.
As Alberto Sura, he's making inroads in this race, so the top 4 in the championship are the top 4 in this race, just in slightly different order from the championship standings. However, if we put the flag out now, we will have a 2-point gap separating the top 3 in the standings, so just going to set it up perfectly for Valencia in a few weeks' time. Ferrandis still leading the way from Cassidy. Cassidy in the last section of the track is where he has all of his speed up his sleeve through turns 14, 15 we go. Garcia has brought that gap down to Cassidy to under 1 second. Now Sura is now climbing all over the back of Garcia. He set the fastest sector 2, not quite in touch in sector 3. He's lost a little bit of time to Garcia in that sector. However, once again, Cassidy is looking down at his dash. I wonder if he's getting a message flashing up. Maybe a warning signal or something. Hopefully that won't be a problem for Mattia Cassidy with 11 laps to go.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get that clarified as well. But we're seeing such wonderful racing here in the Moto2 European Championship. And it's such a shame that Daniel Munoz isn't here to be with us and taking part.
Yeah, it would be great to have Daniel Munoz with us this weekend. We send our best wishes out to Danny Munoz to make a speedy recovery and get back for hopefully the season finale in Valencia, and of course his Moto2 duties on the world scene, as Roberto Garcia is now almost on the back of this top 2 on that last lap, a 53.0. That was half a second faster than the top 2. The only other rider close to his lap time was Alberto Sura. He also set a 53.0 on the Team Chatti Bosco Scura in 4th place.
Yeah, Alberto Sura really letting his experience show in this race, as he did in race 1 as well. He finished 3rd in the championship last year behind Senna Agius and Xavi Cardelus, both of whom are now in the World Championship, so he's with good company.
Yes, he is indeed, with great company as Alberto Sura. And it seems like good company is coming in the form of Roberto Garcia for Alberto Ferrandis, who on this lap has currently opened up his advantage over Cassidy to half a second. It seems to be Cassidy is the one slipping back into the clutches of Roberto Garcia.
It does look like that.
So Cassidy is coming under big trouble now from his chief championship rival, Roberto Garcia, and this is just going to be music to the ears of Roberto Garcia after setting the fastest lap of the race. Mattia Cassidy is slipping back into the clutches of your championship leader.
Watch out for him now. He's not going to make it move just yet, but this is absolute poetry emotionally, and I'm sorry to steal your line, but look at these two. They're 2 contenders really for the Moto2 European Championship, and they are going absolutely hammer and tongs at it.
I'll have to trademark that saying for you, Connor, but here comes Garcia up the inside of Mattia Cassidy. Your championship leader swoops ahead of Mattia Cassidy. Now the championship standings will go from a 4-point advantage up to an 8-point advantage. However, Ferrandis will slot into second in the championship, and it will be 6 points behind Roberto Garcia if we put the flag out now. However, on that previous lap, Alberto Sura was the second fastest rider on the track, the only other rider in the low 53s along with Roberto Garcia. He's coming to play, he's coming to the party. Watch out for that other flash, the Team Chatti Bosco Scuro, the second one in your shot, the number 67, he's closing down on his teammate Mattia Cassidy.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot rule out Alberto Sura. He's shown how good he is, and he's already won in Misano this year. He finished in P2 in the Algarve.
Here we go, slow motion shot, easy as you like, no hiccups whatsoever from the Fantic Cardoso racing rider of Roberto Garcia. The 31 swoops in front of Mattia Cassidy into second place, and he's now setting his sights after Alberto Ferrandis, who's just half a second almost up the road from your championship leader. That's not half a second, that's only a couple of tenths of a second. I don't know where Garcia's found that time, but he's found it in abundance. And Alberto Sura's climbing all over the back of his teammate, Mattia Cassidy.
Yeah, he's found it so quickly as well that the timing team are struggling to keep up. That is wonderful for Roberto Garcia. He's going from strength to strength. He's getting faster and faster, and he's just biding his time now. You know he's going to make it, that move. You know it's coming.
Here comes a move, potentially, from the Bosco Scuro machines. The Team Chatty Riders, they're going to be swapping, well, the same livery in a second time, but it'll be in the hands of Alberto Sura, who'll be taking over the advantage from Mattia Cassidy late on the brakes. No, Cassidy's latest of the late breakers in that squabble. However, on that last lap, we don't have to tell you what the lap times were. Roberto Garcia has already closed up to the back of Ferrandis, who's dropping off a cliff that time round. He was 0.6 of a second slower on that lap than he was the lap before. Here comes Roberto Garcia, not quite, but Sura's made a move, and Cassidy's out wide because he didn't quite expect that from his teammate. Sura takes advantage of potentially Mattia Cassidy's mistake. So from 12th on the grid, he's already up to 3rd, and he's chasing down the top 2.
Yeah, we saw how capable of plowing through the grid he was in race 1. He's doing it again now. Absolutely sensational.
Oh, Garcia.
Sura, and there goes Garcia. Oh!
Man, shuffles out Ferrandis. Ferrandis loses the rear end as he tries to get the power back on. But Garcia just got an incredible run out of turn 7 down towards the corkscrew. And Garcia, your championship leader, is back into the lead of this race. However, how much tyre has he taken out of that Calyx machine coming through from 10th? And Sura from 12th on the grid, already up to 2nd, but Ferrandis is having none of it. Back comes your race 1 winner up the inside, over the curb. So easy to lose the front, potentially over the curb there. So Garcia is already off and running, but it seems like Sura is the only rider that can potentially go with Garcia out front.
Yeah, and what an overtake from Garcia there. This is absolutely sensational stuff. Look at him as he powers through. He's already creating a gap, and he made that overtake in such a technically difficult part of the track as well.
That gap is already up to nearly 1 second between. Look at that, he's already gone. He's put himself in another county almost. That's unbelievable stuff from Garcia as Ferrandis runs a little deep, not quite, but the Bosco Scuros are so good. They get the drive out of this final corner, and here comes Sura once again. Ferrandis and Unai Oradri have come into this battle as well. Unai Oradri on that previous lap set his personal best lap. He's up the inside of Ferrandis as Sura takes advantage. He's into 2nd. Can he set about after Roberto Garcia, who half a lap ago took the lead of this race? He's already 1.1 seconds up the road.
Yeah, but I can imagine there's a bit of nervousness in the Fanti Cardoso Racing box as well. We've seen Roberto Garcia crash out of the lead, and they will not want to see a repeat of what happened in Jerez.
Big move there from Unai Oradri. Big moment there from Alberto Sura, who's out wide. He's kept the position, but he's lost even more time to Roberto Garcia. Here comes Oradri. He wants some of that silverware. What a move that is from Unai Oradri. He started this lap back in 6th. He's already ahead of your pole sitter. Now, are alarm bells ringing for Ferrandis, or is he doing what he did so brilliantly in race number 1? Oh, look at that chatter through the left-hander. They just saw the front just vibrating viciously on Ferrandis' front end. Further back in 7th spot, we've got Rossi Moore coming to the party as well. So the debutant, the young rider from the USA, just coming back into play just behind this group here, as Unai Oradri is climbing all over the back of Alberto Sura. Where has this come from Oradri? He was nowhere 2 laps ago, and he's already setting himself after Sura as Cassidy punts out Eric Ferrandis, and Fernandez is coming. Contact potential. That could have been disaster there for the championship, and this has brought Rossi Moore back into play.
Yeah, Fernandez and Cassidy, they're really battling it out to try and stay in that top 5.
And Rossi Moore, he could be well in course for one of the best laps of the race in this lap here. 7 laps to go potentially. Now the gap at the front between Garcia and Sura, that has opened up even more. It's up to 1.2 seconds. Across the line we go, 7 laps to go. Garcia leads the way with a lap time of a 1:53.9. He's opened up that gap to 1.3 seconds now. The others are in the low 54s, and in terms of Ferrandis, he was in the 55s that lap.
Yeah, just noting Tiger Hadda back down in P15 for the time being. We saw him crash in race 1. That was actually the first time that he'd failed to finish a race so far in this 2024 Moto2 European Championship campaign.
Yeah, I can imagine Tiger Hada is probably feeling a little bit beaten up after that crash, but it's
Yeah,
good to see him back in the race and riding in some points. Seems like it's just calmed down ever so slightly at the forefront of this race. On this lap, though, Sura has brought that gap down to 1 second, so he's 0.3 of a second faster on this current lap than Garcia. Now, we don't even have to tell you the lap times because you can see perfectly with the naked eye that gap is coming down between Garcia and Sura. The Bosco Scuro on the lime green machine coming into shot, and he's dragging along Unai Oradri as we watch a replay, slow motion replay into turn 1. Roberto Garcia, who started 10th on the grid, leading the race. However, he is now starting to come under pressure from Alberto Sura.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can imagine Sura's teammate, Mattia Casadei, on that Bosco Scuro, just willing that gap to come down as well, willing his teammate on.
Come on, Alberto, he is saying you can do this. However, if Alberto Sura wins this race, he'll be well and truly back in championship contention as well. He's only 16 points back of Roberto Garcia, I must remind you, at the start of this race. And Rossi Moore, he's challenging your race 1 race winner, Alberto Ferrandis. So Rossi Moore from 8th. A couple of laps ago, he's already into 5th and challenging Ferrandis for 4th. Now we're crossing the line. 1 more lap down. Here we go. What is the gap? It's 1 second. Garcia has responded on the last couple of sectors, so it's gone from 1.3 at the start of that previous lap down to 1 second. Sura and Oradri are now getting their teeth into the back of Garcia and hunting down the championship leader.
Yeah, Oradri just following Sura there, looking to get into contention for maybe a win for the first time in this campaign.
Now that's what, if you put the flag out now, this is the championship standings. Garcia will take a healthy advantage into the season finale where 25 points will still be up for grabs. 20 points ahead of Cassidy and Sura, with Ferrandis, who has no pace right now. He's still in the mid 55s while everyone else around him is in the 53s or 54s. I don't think that's tyre conservation. If it was, he'd really have to start motoring on now. There is Ferrandis as the rest. That's Cassidy out wide. He's come under attack from Spinelli. Spinelli, he's found some pace in the later stages. Cassidy has now been shuffled down to 9th. So this could put Cassidy out of title contention.
Yeah, he does look like he's a bit slower than the other riders around him as well. And this would be such an unfortunate Aragon round for the Italian rider. He came into it, of course, with a gap of just 2 points with Roberto Garcia. And it looks like he could be leaving with a much bigger gap indeed.
And I wonder if a couple of times we did see him looking down at his dash, there was potentially a problem, a warning flashing up, as we have a yellow flag out at turn 12. So we'll see it's dropping out. That looks like it's Rossi Moore and Eric Fernandez. So the two riders that were in that group, they see they're missing now. That's really opened up that battle for 4th. So Eric Fernandez and Rossi Moore have come to blows at turn 12. And coming to blows is Oradri and Sura. What a move there.
Incredible.
He found a gap, it opened up like the Red Sea, and through goes Unai Oradri with 5 laps to go. Can he set about after Roberto Garcia?
Yeah, it looks like he can. It looks like he's confident enough to do so. You need to be so confident to make that move as well. Hopefully we'll get to have a look at what happened just there between Fernandez and Moore as well. But meanwhile, it's Roberto Garcia that's leading the line, and he's been so good so far today. Obviously starting from back on the 4th row in P10, and right now he's leading and leading in style.
There is, that's Fernandez hopping away. So
yeah,
let's hope there's no big damage there to Fernandez. Does Rossi Moore go over? And yeah, so not sure who was to blame for that one.
Struggling to get over that though.
Yeah, such a shame there from Eric Fernandez, who's been so brilliant this weekend. Took his first podium in race number 1, was hoping to have another good outing here in race number 2. Unfortunately, tangle in the previous lap has put paid to that. Now, Garcia is now starting to come under better pressure from Unai Oradri, who's looking to take his first victory since the Catalan round last year. He's picked up a couple of podiums so far this season. He had a difficult start to the year. However, he could be on course for his first victory in almost over a year. That gap has come down to 0.8 of a second. So in this current lap, he's taken half a second out of Roberto Garcia.
Yeah, he was more or less a third of a second quicker over Sector 1 and Sector 2. In both of those, a third. So Oradri knows what he's doing and is looking to get the job done.
He does indeed. He was well and truly out of this only 5 laps ago. He really came to the fore of this battle when he gone to the back of this battle for 4th, which is coming under a bit of pressure. Matteo Volpi, he's now looking for his best result in Moto 2. He's currently in 5th spot, so this would be a great result there for the 77 on the MMR. Calyx machine. Now he's got Nicola Spinelli powering his way through the final corner. Spinelli looking for his best result, and Ferrandis, I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. I'm so baffled to see what's happened to his pace. Alberto Ferrandis, your pole sitter, your race 1 winner. We thought maybe he was pulling out the trick that he pulled out in race 1, just keeping his tyres in check, but he's still in the 55s. However, 55.0, that was the fastest lap of his race for the last 4 laps.
Yeah, and he's very much under threat now.
Big threat. Volpi's got through on Ferrandis.
Has he?
I think Ferrandis coming back. There's going to be contact here. Well, Volpi holds around the outside. And we thought he might come under attack from Spinelli. Spinelli's coming through now, so
Oh, this is going from bad to worse.
Really is for Ferrandis. So Ferrandis has absolutely no rear tyre left on that Finitwork team Calyx chassis. Spinelli swoops across the front of Ferrandis. Into 5th goes Nicola Spinelli.
Yeah, and Cassidy might be capable of catching up with him as well at this point, although he is struggling at the moment in P7.
So after throwing himself right back into title contention, he's almost taken himself right back out of title contention as Alberto Ferrandis on bike 54, the 17-year-old.
We're just getting some indication on our screen that there's a crash, and it looks like it is the number 92 Moore who's down. Oh, we already saw this.
Yeah, so
confirmed again.
It's been flashing up for a couple of laps, has that one. So it caught my eye by surprise a few moments ago as well, to be fair, Connor. However, what's catching my eye now is this battle for first. It doesn't look to be over and done with on this current lap. Unai Oradre's brought that gap down to just under 0.8 of a second. It's back up to just 0.8 of a second through sector 3. However, coming through the final corner, ticking off another lap. 3 to go for your championship leader, who looks to be putting himself in prime position to wrap up the title in Valencia in a couple of weeks' time. The gap is 0.8 of a second on that lap. There were 1,000ths of a second between them in terms of lap time. A 1:53.490 against a 1:53.491 for Unai Oradre. So Roberto Garcia is just brilliantly keeping Unai Oradre at stock, at arm's distance, with the closing stages of this race upon us. 2.5 laps to go. However, Unai Oradre is not giving up on this one. He can see victory just ahead of him on the current lap. It's down to 0.7 of a second through sector number 1.
Yeah, you can see some real determination in Unai Oradre's riding at the time being as he tries to hunt down Roberto Garcia, who is on course at the moment for a 4th win of the season in this incredible Moto2 European Championship.
Just behind this top 2 is Alberto Sura in a very lonely 3rd position. He's 4.3 behind this top 2 and 6.3 ahead of the battle for 4th. You'll be picking up another 3rd place here today if things stand as they are. You'll be 25 points behind Roberto Garcia going into Valencia. However, considering he won't have the chance to match Roberto Garcia's tally of victories, even though he's 25 points behind, he can get 25 for a race victory in Valencia. He won't be able to win the championship. So that means it will come down to a 3-way battle between Garcia, Cassidy and Ferrandis, with it all going right in the form of Roberto Garcia. However, that gap has come down another 1/10 of a second in sector number 3. It's now down to 0.6 of a second with 2 laps to go. We might need a big mistake from Garcia for Oradre to get back into this one, because Garcia looks like he's just holding station, holding the distance back to Oradre at arm's length for the time being, as Ferrandis has absolutely no pace. He's still in the 1:55s, while the rest of them in the 54s or 53s around him.
Yeah, Spinelli's going to make his move at some point. If it's not here, it's going to be over the course of the coming lap, I think.
2 laps to go, and Ferrandis, a big rear end moment. You can just see he's got absolutely nothing left as Spinelli looks up the inside. Cassidy, he might be able to rescue some extra points here. Rescue in a race win potentially. That gap is a roughly 0.5 second. We will see the timing beam as you come across sector number 1. It is 0.5 second. So Unai Oradre is trying everything to close in on your championship leader, Roberto Garcia. 25 points is great, however 20 points is another good result. If Unai Oradre comes past Roberto Garcia, I would not expect Garcia to fight back as hard as he may do on some of his championship rivals. That is less than half a second now. Unai Radri has got his hooks in to the back of Roberto Garcia with just a lap and a half remaining here in Moto2, race number 2.
Yeah, we've seen it coming over the course of the last few laps. That gap has been coming down, and Radri has been so determined to get on the back wheel of Roberto Garcia, and that is exactly where he is right now. Radri chasing down the championship leader as he searches desperately for that first win. He knows what it means to be on the podium. He's finished third both in Catalunya and in Portimao, and now he's on course to finish second, if not even better.
Another rider that's coming under late pressure is Alberto Sura. Matteo Volpi could be on course for his first ever podium in Moto2. Volpi has found some incredible late pace. He's lapping a full 1.2 seconds faster than Alberto Sura, and he's less than a second behind. There he is in the background. Matteo Volpi is potentially about to nab his first ever podium, but can Unai Radri, this is the battle we're watching, can Radri do anything about Roberto Garcia? It's 0.3 of a second as he came across the line. Garcia looking for his fourth victory of the season. Radri looking for his first victory since Catalunya last year, and to just add to the celebrations for the STV Leglise team, who unfortunately lost Natalia, the wife of the team director, just 1 week ago. So this would be another great result for the STV Leglise team. Everyone is willing on Unai Radri, but Roberto Garcia is just a little bit out of touching distance for now.
Yeah, he seems to have augmented that lead just slightly over that last sector, and he's doing so well to keep his head as well. We saw the calm concentration, the nervousness as well in the box there, and now it comes down to this.
Only a few more corners to go. Roberto Garcia, the gap is up to 0.7 of a second. It looks like, barring a mistake, Roberto Garcia has this one sewn up. Further back, Sura still holding third position, the final place on the podium from Volpi. Volpi's climbing all over the back of Alberto Sura. It's less than 1/10 of a second as he came through sector number 2. We'll keep an eye on the lap times. Volpi's through for third. Volpi's
that
on
is huge.
That's huge for the championship. Sura, he's off the podium. Volpi is on course for his first podium, but there's nothing in doubt. Roberto Garcia has bounced back brilliantly here in MotorLand Aragón, and he's about to cross the line for his fourth victory of the season and extend his championship lead and put one hand on the Moto2 European Championship trophy. It's Garcia for victory ahead of Unai Radri. And who's coming across the line in third? Is it Volpi? Is it Sura? It's going to be Sura's done it. Sura's got it back. How did that happen? Sura's nabbed it on the line.
Absolutely incredible from Sura, but look at that gap between Garcia and Radri. At one point, that was just 0.3 of a second. It finished 1.2 seconds. That is absolutely sensational. What was Garcia doing there at the end?
100% brilliance from Roberto Garcia. On that last lap, he set a 53.4. That was only 0.4 of a second slower than the fastest lap of the race. Well, the rest of them couldn't even get close to a 53 as we just watch a massive burnout from Roberto Garcia. That was absolutely brilliant to watch. And a big slap on the shoulder from Mongiardo to Roberto Garcia. Big.
Oh, there's the wheelies
there
together.
we go. That's it. If the photographers were out there, which I'm sure they are, they'll be getting that printed out and put out on the workshop back at base.
And why not? It's also the image that the sponsors want to see as well.
100%.
A fantastic win from Roberto Garcia, and we saw there just what it means to him as well.
Yeah, massive result there for Roberto Garcia. Josh Watley as well picked up a 9th place finish, just like he did in race number 1. A good result there for Josh Watley, making his, well, second appearance in Moto2, and this time managing to find the checkered flag after the arm pump problems he had back in Jerez. So good starting block for Josh Watley. A massive wheelie there, big wheelie down the back straight from Unai Radri. Did everything he tried, everything he could to try and catch Roberto Garcia in the closing stages. However, it wasn't just enough, and it's a big result in consideration to how that team will be feeling after the loss of Natalia just 1 week ago. A great result there for Unai Radri for the STV Leglise Racing squad. And they'll be more than happy with the efforts of their star rider, the number 10, picking up another podium in 2024. After what was a very difficult start to the season, Radri in the last few rounds has really found his footing and come on song once again. However, nobody could get close enough to Roberto Garcia. Crashing out of leading contention in Jerez, picked up 4th place in race 1, but from 10th on the grid to victory, Roberto Garcia is proving why he is a champion in making. His championship rivals all fell by the wayside in that race, in terms of figuratively, not literally, with the closest one being Alberto Sura in 3rd spot. Another 3rd place for Alberto Sura. Came into this race 16 points behind Roberto Garcia. However, considering there's 25 points on offer at the season finale in Valencia, is now 25 points back of Roberto Garcia, and he's only had 1 race victory. Roberto Garcia is now 4 race victories, which means it takes takes Alberto Sura out of championship contention, which leaves only Mattia Cassidy and Alberto Ferrandez in with a chance of taking on Roberto Garcia in the remaining rounds. But with a big advantage over Cassidy, Roberto Garcia will be feeling confident, and he's definitely the championship favourite now for Valencia, as the rider that's still only 18 years of age. There's some big things around the corner for the young Spanish rider, and he knows what that is probably the biggest win of his career. When the going got tough and his back was against the wall, he came out swinging, and he took himself back to the top step of the podium here in MotorLand Aragón. It wasn't quite the humdinger that we had in race number 1 earlier on this morning. If you've not seen that, wait until the proceedings are done after the European Talent Cup race number 2 and Stock European Championship coming up very soon. And make sure you go back and watch race number 1, because it was one for the ages. However, this was a very different race. It was tense and dramatic nonetheless, but coming out on top was Roberto Garcia, and you can see what that means to him as he now puts one hand on the Moto2 European Championship trophy as he comes into Parc Ferme to celebrate with the team. Just make sure you don't lock the front and tip off as you come in. Nobody will be best pleased with that. However, no such problems for Roberto. Heads over to get himself weighed with his kit on. That'll be added to the combined weight of rider and machine. And we'll be hearing very shortly from your race 2 winner and now championship favourite ahead of Valencia in just a matter of weeks at the end of November. So we've got some time to wait before the season finale, but it'll be one well worth waiting for, as Roberto Garcia now gets to celebrate with his team as Unai Radri poses for the photos with his team. And they'll be getting put up all across the websites and social medias across the world for Unai Radri, as well the Fantic Cardoso Racing squad when Garcia finally gets the picture. Vamos, let's go! Unai Radri, well, he did motor on in that one, got so close to victory. After at one point he was mired deep in the pack and came oh so close to catching Garcia. I didn't finish number 1, says Alberto Sura. I finished 3rd, so yeah, he was caught on camera there, but we forgive Alberto Sura for that one. And apologies if there was any offence taken for the gesture there from Alberto Sura, the Italian. 2nd podium of the day. And there we go. Big hearts and forever 44 for Hugo Millan, who is remembered dearly every single time we come back to MotorLand Aragón. So, brilliant result for your top 3. Matteo Volpe, heart goes out to the MMR Racing Machine squad as he came into the final corner, ready to take his first podium in Moto2, but Sura somehow just got that initiative back and came across the line in 3rd. Behind them, Nicolas Spinelli picks up his best result in Moto2 on his debut weekend.
Qué carrera,
Mateo
¿no?
Cassidy manages to salvage a top 6. However, the one that's edging ever closer to the championship is Roberto Garcia, and he's down with Connor Doherty.
Roberto, what a race from P10 to the win for the 4th time this season, and you're edging closer to the championship. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I am very happy because this work in this weekend is so difficult. But the first days, no feeling for the tires. I'm very happy. No worry because it's so excited. Thank you for my team, Cardoso Racing, Fanti, and my family. Thank you.
Congratulations. If you can just explain that to us in Spanish as well.
Sí, la verdad que la primera carrera no hemos tenido un buen feeling con los neumáticos porque estos días ha sido complicado poner la moto a punto, pero hemos hecho un cambio para la segunda manga y sí que es verdad que estoy súper contento porque salíamos en P10 y nada, ha sido una remontada, muy contento por el resultado y dar las gracias a mi equipo Cardoso Fanti Racing y a mi familia. Y nada, nos vemos en Valencia a ver qué tal.
Well done, Roberto.
See you in Valencia. Roberto Garcia puts one hand on the championship trophy, but from 10th on the grid, he had a long way to go to try and get himself into the podium battle, with Ferrandis, the race 1 winner, taking the initiative from the off. Mateo Cassidy made a move on Eric Fernandez for 2nd place, shuffling out the rider that finished 2nd in race number 1, before Garcia was initially through to 3rd, and then chasing down your top 2, Ferrandis and Mateo Cassidy. These two looked like they were on for a good result here today and closing in on the championship leader. However, those two would eventually slip off a cliff in terms of performance. Not quite sure what was happening to Cassidy, as we saw him a couple of times look down at his dash, and Ferrandis looked like he came into severe tyre problems from the midway point. Garcia made a move on Ferrandis into the corkscrew. A very clean move on the 54. Sura made his way into 2nd before Ferrandis came back, but as Ferrandis' tyres started to drop off, Sura once again moved through into 2nd. This battle raged on. It allowed Garcia to open up an advantage of over 1 second before Unai or Raju would eventually come charging through the pack. Further back, Fernandez and Cassidy were battling for 4th and 5th position, and Unai or Raju made this magnificent move on the inside of Sura as Rossi Moore and Eric Fernandez came together at turn number 12. However, as Roberto Garcia rounded the final corner, nobody could lay a glove on your 4-time race winner in 2024, and now your championship favourite as he heads into Valencia with a chance of wrapping up the title at the season finale with an incredible burnout. He knows he's well on course for Moto2 title victory in 2024. Well, what a moment it is for Garcia. What a moment it is for the top 3.
And what a moment it is for us as well, because we get to see more of it in Valencia. Obviously, Garcia would have wanted to have everything wrapped up today, but for us, for the spectators, this is what we want to see: more Moto2 European Championship racing.
Yeah, it's always great to have it all go down to the final round. Sura is happy with that one, although he now cannot put himself into championship contention. He could end the season equal on points with Garcia, but in terms of race wins, he'll have less than Garcia, so he won't be able to win the championship. Unai Radri is happy with that one. His best result of the season came oh so close to his 2nd victory in Moto2. However, nobody could stop Roberto Garcia from taking victory here today in race number 2. And Connie, you sensed that was probably the most important victory of his career.
Yeah, absolutely, and he also really needed to bounce back from what happened in Jerez.
He did indeed, as we've got the trophies being handed out to the team representative of Cardoso Racing, and then obviously over to Alberto Sura for his 3rd place of the day. Mr. Pedro Ribeiro, Chief Steward, hands over the 2nd place trophy to Unai Oraju, who takes An emotional podium after what the team has been through within the last week after the passing of the wife of team director Italia. But nobody could deny Roberto Garcia from tasting victory here in race number 2. The championship leader has a chance of the title in Valencia.
Pues ahí está ese fuerte aplauso.
Well, the Spanish national anthem ringing true across MotorLand Aragón once again here today, as we're about to get the Prosecco Dock Spring on the podium, probably for the second time today, considering the other classes. Everyone seems to be a bit too young to be bring the Prosecco Dock. And the riders give the teams a good soaking down there in Parc Fermé to cool them off a little bit. However, Connor, the temperature hasn't quite reached the heights we expected here today in Aragon.
No, I was expecting a much warmer race here in Aragon. It's something that we've become quite accustomed to when we see races out here in MotorLand Aragón. Aragon is usually in the summer and going into the autumn a very warm place to be. And this time around, well, we've been treated to rain on Friday and Saturday, fog and mist this morning, and now the sun's come out.
We have indeed. I don't know what's been even hotter, the temperature out there or the action on track. We've had some incredible 4 races already here today, and we've got 2 more coming up very shortly. But no denying that Roberto Garcia is your race 2 winner.
Yeah, absolutely. He was followed by Unai Oradre and Alberto Surra onto the podium. Mattia Volpi in 4th. A very good performance from him. Spinelli in 5th. Cassidy in 6th. Alberto Ferrandez in 7th. Harrison Voigt in 8th. And Josh Watley in 9th. Following them, Joan Gimbert in 10th. In 11th, Francesco Mongiaro in 12th. Tiger Hada 13th. Lorenzo Feon 14th. Maxwell Toth 15th. Eduardo Montero 16th. Abdullah Al-Kuwaisi and 17th. Gianpaolo Di Vittori. 18th, Yusuke Osaki. 19th, Jonah Eisenkolb. And 20th, Charles Aubry. And not finishing with more, Fernandez and Inter. Here we have then the championship standings. Roberto Garcia leads with a 19-point gap over Mattia Casadei. Alberto Surra in 3rd, Alberto Ferrandez in 4th, Daniel Munoz in 5th, Unai Oradre in 6th, Jorge Navarro in 7th, Eric Fernandez in 8th, Tiger Hada in 9th. After them we have Johan Gimbert in 10th, Harrison Voigt in 11th, Francesco Mongiaro in 12th, Lorenzo Felon in 13th, Mattia Volpi in 14th, Mattia Ratto in 15th, Marco Tapia in 16th, and Kaito Toba in 17th. Nicholas Spinelli, after his debut, is in 18th, Josh Watley 19th, Brett Roberts 20th, Jacopo Cretaro 21st, Gianpaolo Di Vittori in 22nd, Moore in 23rd, Eduardo Montero 24th, and Ivo Lopez 25th. 26th, Maxwell Toth. 27th, Abdullah Al-Kubaisi. 28th, Jacobo Hoskiuk. 29th, Chanta Inta.
Well, we say goodbye to MotorLand Aragón and hello to Valencia in just over 1 month's time, with Roberto Garcia taking a 19-point advantage over Mattia Casadei into the season finale in Valencia. And it looks like it's just a showdown between Garcia and Casadei, with Roberto Garcia putting one hand on the trophy. So join us for more Moto2 in Valencia. However, we've got plenty more racing action with European Talent Cup, race number 2, where championship could be decided on its way next. 13 laps away, the European Talent Cup riders at MotorLand Aragón and Alcanis ahead of the penultimate race of the season. Race 1 was thrilling to the very end, and we can expect no different in Race 2. 17 corners lie ahead of these young stars of the future to master, as the championship destiny is one step away from being sealed, with Carlos Cano with one hand on the trophy, but all eyes on Marco Morelli and what he can do from 10th on the grid. It's a match point to the Spaniard, but anything can happen in European Talent Cup. So the question is, can anyone catch Cano? Well, 4 races down, 2 to go here at MotorLand Aragón for the penultimate round of the FIM JuniorGP World Championship. And we have European Talent Cup race number 2 ready and waiting coming up next. Liam Hodgins and Conor Doherty taking you through proceedings for the final 2 races of the day, where Carlos Cano took 3rd spot just behind his main championship rival Marco Morelli. So the championship is now down to 21 points, but they were all chasing Giulio Pugliese on the CF Moto Aspar Junior Team squad.
Yeah, that first race, Liam, was absolutely sensational from start to finish. We've got such incredible talent on display, and such incredible goats as well.
The goat power. We don't need horsepower right there, but goat power it seems to be.
Well, who is the GOAT? Who is the GOAT in ETC, Liam? I'm going to put you under the microscope. Who's your GOAT?
My GOAT has to be the one that comes out on top in the championship here this year. I almost said weekend, but I'm tripping up over myself, because it could be all wrapped up here today with Carlos Cano only needing 4 points more than Marco Morelli to wrap up the title here today before the season finale in Valencia. And this is how it all played out in race number 1 earlier on today. Carlos Cano from pole position got a sluggish start and dropped outside of the top 5, with Marco Morelli coming through from 10th, trying to get a swoop round. Yeah, it said before there was contact in turn 5 between Cano and Morelli, early stages of the race, but it was Christian Daniel Jr., the young American rider, that was leading from the off. Further back, Agostinelli on bike number 90, he played a massive part in the race before he eventually took over the lead of the race further into the proceedings. We saw Valentin Peroni pull off into the long lap penalty loop. There was this big crash here between Tamburini and Da Costa. Thankfully, both riders were okay. Agostinelli on bike number 90 and Jesus Torres on 22 battling for the lead of the race before Torres would eventually have to pull out after contact with the number 7 of Fernandez later in the race. Back at the front, Agostinelli leading the way from Gonzalez. Tinez, the young Venezuelan part of this battle as well, from Marco Morelli, who went from 5th all the way up to 1st before Pugliese took advantage at turn number 2, battling side by side where Morelli and Pugliese, with Cano getting involved in the closing stages of the race, putting this move quite brilliantly on his chief championship rival at turn 7. Before this move on Pugliese, but ran a little bit too deep, the rear end came round on Cano and he almost threw himself to the scenery. With a couple of laps remaining, it looked like it was a battle between the top 7 or 8, with Morelli making a move on Pugliese through the flip-flop before the back straight. However, Pugliese got himself back to the front after this move from Carlos Cano. Gonzalez was out of the action, and on the final lap, Pugliese at turn number 1 took full advantage and held on to the line as he came across the line to record his 2nd victory of the season, with Morelli and Cano just behind him in 2nd and 3rd, and a big result from Marco Morelli to pull that advantage back into 21 points ahead of race number 2, as Pugliese will hope to double up here in MotorLand Aragón ahead of race number 2, which will be coming up in just a matter of moments. Well, we could be expecting another humdinger here in MotorLand Aragón for European Talent Cup race number 2. We thought Moto 2 race 1 was a barnstormer. Race number 1 for European Talent Cup took that and revved up to number 11 in terms of the excitement scale, and we're expecting more of the same from race number 2.
Absolutely, the ETC keeps on giving. And I am so happy to be here with you, Liam, in the commentary box as we watch each of these riders try and wrestle the top spot from Carlos Cano. Marco Morelli, for example, in that first race, managed to do what he had to do, and that was finish ahead of Cano. Pugliese, though, was just that little bit better.
Yes, It was just very close towards the end of the race. As we see, air temperatures up to 24 degrees Celsius, track temperature hitting a massive peak of 36 degrees Celsius. Not quite what we expected here today, a couple of degrees cooler than what we thought. And well, we could be expecting big things in today's race. Will we be crowning Carlos Cano as the 2024 European Talent Cup champion? I think we saw just after race one how much winning means to the young Spanish rider. It was his first podium of the season that wasn't the top step, and he was so angry with it that he stormed off the podium, not even spraying the rose water as Morelli and Pugliese were joining in the celebrations.
Yeah, I mean, that's a champion's mentality, I suppose. That's what we saw earlier today. He'll be desperate to win. That third place finish just isn't good enough for a rider, a young rider, however young they might be, who has become accustomed to winning. And normally when he finds himself on pole, he does win. He's done that before in Estoril, he's done it in the Algarve, he's done it in Jerez, and he hasn't done it yet, at least, in Aragon.
The good thing about Aragon is they have two bites of the cherry, and here's a rider that has a second bite of the cherry to potentially pick up his first podium. Christian Daniel Jr. goes from second on the grid, picked up 7th in race 1. Could have been better, but with 3 laps to go, he ran a little bit deep at turn 14, which kind of took him out of contention in the latter stages of the race. But Tinez, another rider chasing his first podium, he will be well and truly in the mix throughout this race. Just missed out on what could have been a first podium for the young Venezuelan.
Yeah, the young Venezuelan who was exceptional in that first race, finishing P4, of course. And we've seen him challenging at the front of races in previous rounds. He's just maybe lacking that bit of experience, that little bit of luck, perhaps, to get over the line and find himself on one of those podium steps.
Yeah, could race number 2 be the day where he picks up his first podium? Same goes for Luca Agostinelli. The Vietnamese rider was just brilliant in race number 1. We never expected to see him fighting at the front quite as he did, and so early in his career. It was so close to being his best result in European Talent Cup. 6th place, second top 10 of the season, and Agostinelli, after featuring so prominently at the front, will be hoping for a podium here today.
Yeah, that was absolutely breathtaking from Agostinelli last time out. He was at the front of the race at specific moments, just unable to make it stick, and well, this time around he's got another chance, as you said, Liam.
The diminutive Mickey Lou in 5th place on the grid, and the character is Mickey Lou, and we promise you that there's nothing in there that will be playing a mockery of what his race pace could be. We assume it's going to be water, or at the very least some energy drink in that hip flask there. But Mickey Lou is a character as the young American rider.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see the fans now flocking to MotorLand Aragón to watch on for this ETC race 2.
Or flocking to get an acute figure whatever inside that hip flask of Mickey Lou's. Anyway, we shall move on with Alejandro Fernandez, starting from best grid position of their career. Picked up 21st, probably a result they would have thought would have been a bit better considering where they are on the grid.
Yeah, but absolutely excellent work from here.
Yeah, Alejandro Fernandez coming under the banner with the AC Racing squad for this race weekend, and of course stepping up to Red Bull Rookies Cup in 2025, making it through the selection process. So great to see Alejandro Fernandez part of the Red Bull Rookies Cup, and of course part of the AC Racing team here in the European Talent Cup, going from the outside of the second row. So Gonzalez, a rider that is now out of championship contention. For Gonzalez will be looking to at least just take victories in the last couple of races of the season. He either finishes 2nd or 3rd, however, in race number 1, he did miss out on that after a bit of a moment at the final corner.
Yeah, absolutely. If it wasn't for that moment, he looked very much on course for another podium finish, and that was actually the first race this season in which he hasn't finished on the podium if he has finished the race. So it's very unlikely from the young Spaniard.
As indeed, we just saw there Jesus Torres. If he had no bad luck, he'd have no luck at all, would Torres? If he's not getting taken out by somebody, he's getting taken out by his own bike. And his own bike took him out of race number 1. He was in that victory battle for much of it, so he'll be hoping to make amends in race number 2. Karpushin, he had another good result in, well, yeah, he was on course for a good result until early drama put him out of contention. But Karpushin, we hope to see that he won't come under any threat from any weary bikes. Paolo Alsina locked the front end on lap number 1, at turn number 9, and skittled out to Karpushin. Now, Marco Morelli, this could be potentially the biggest race of his life to stop Carlos Cano from wrapping up the title here today. Must remind you, if Cano is to be champion, he needs to leave here 25 points ahead of Marco Morelli.
Here we have then the starting grid. Row 1, Cano, our pole sitter, followed by Daniel Jr. and Tinez on row 1. In row 2, Agostinelli, Lou Fernandez. Row 3, Gonzalez, Torres and Karpushin. Behind them on row 4 we do have Morelli. He's with Galan and Peroni. On row 5, Alsina, Bujosa and Bellon. On row 6, Gabarini, Pugliese and Rostagni. Then on row 7, Fernandez, Nicolis and Truchot. On row 8, Miroslavov, Almeida and Kratochvil. On row 9, Gutierrez, Boxberger and Kayet. On row 10, Thirpa, Tamburini and San Juan.
Now, as Carlos Cano sets away on his warm-up lap, we're now looking at Marco Morelli, the 2 riders in championship contention. The 71 of Carlos Cano with the 72 Motorsports Artbox squad, and Marco Morelli on bike 97, part of the M-Lav Racing team. Now, it's going to be one for the ages here in MotorLand Aragón, with the castle looking over the circuit from Alcanis. Who will be king of the castle here today, Connor?
Liam, you're putting me in the spotlight now. I cannot decide who would dare make a decision judging by what we've seen so far in the ETC. It's such a dramatic, exciting class for us to enjoy, and any one of these riders could be the one taking the win. We see people coming from the middle of the pack and claiming a podium finish. We see Morelli, for example, last time out in Jerez, starting from the very back and getting involved in that podium fight. And then we see the track temperature is 38 degrees Celsius. That is significantly warmer than the first race that we had here at MotorLand Aragón. So that's something else for these riders to bear in mind as well, Liam, as we prepare for race number 2 in the ETC.
Yeah, we've got a cracking 13 lap coming up ahead of European Talent Cup race action here in MotorLand Aragón. Just a few riders there just trialling out the long lap penalty loop, and just in case they pick up some indiscretions in this race, so they're just practicing whether they can find some grip on the outside of that corner. So championship looks like this. Cano, Morelli, Pugliese, outside bet for the championship with 50 points still on board, but he did win race number 1, so he could bring himself back into championship contention if the top 2, especially Carlos Cano, are outside the podium positions. How will be Cano's mantra in this race? What will be his thinking? What will be his game plan in this one? Will he just be trying to stay out of any probable contact? Will he be getting himself involved in the scraps? He is very, very young. He is very motivated. He is potentially a champion in waiting, and you have a feeling he will get stuck in.
Yeah, absolutely. He's such precocious talent, and maybe they tell him one thing in the box with his team, and then he goes and does another, because he will want to get stuck in. We know what it means to him to win. We saw it earlier on the podium, and we'll see it again if he doesn't manage to at least fight for that P1 spot.
Christian Daniel Jr. getting himself amped up for this one, just doing a bit of a boxing I don't know what it is actually. I've never boxed in my life, but I know it's something to do with boxing. However, Christian Daniel Jr. going from the middle of the front row. Carlos Cano on pole position. Revs are rising, lights out. Has Cano got another bad start? We've got a rider. That's Agostinelli. Fingers crossed everyone can avoid him. Well done to all of the other riders who did avoid Agostinelli. I think we might have got another bike that might have just gone pop in the background. Or maybe it was just a dust being kicked up from these European Talent Cup riders. However, that's such a disaster for the Vietnamese rider who was part of the battle. Yes, we do. We have the 29. That was a 29 that had the orange meatball flag shown to. So the 29 that further down, that's Pau Alsina. Sorry, no, it wasn't Pau Alsina, that's the 26. So the 29 was all the way back. That's Trusho. Well spotted there, Connor. So hopefully there's no liquids being put out on the track, and we might have to get a red flag here in European Talent Cup. So hopefully it's just a bit of smoke and nothing else on the 29. So back at the front, it is Carlos Cano leading the way. There is the black and orange flag being shown to the 29 to get off the track immediately, so you don't put any liquids down on the circuit. So hopefully the 29 of Trusho has seen that. The only rider I can imagine who will be hoping for a red flag will be Agostinelli, so he can go from his 4th place grid position again.
Yeah, absolutely. That was so unfortunate for Agostinelli, especially after we saw how well he performed in race 1.
I think I just saw a rider pulling off to the left-hand side of the screen, the right-hand side of the circuit. Not sure if that was the 29. I can't imagine it was. It looked like they were further up in the pack. So I'll have to keep an eye out on that in the timing monitors. If anyone else is dropping down the timing screen, it could have just been my eyes playing tricks on me. However, back at the front, the top 2 in the championship are 1st and 3rd in this race, with Christian Daniel Jr. just behind them, but Gonzalez, who has no love lost, with Carlos Cano sitting in 2nd.
Oh, look at Gonzalez now. Is he going to make his move on Cano? It looks like he might do, but who is
Here's
that
Daniel
coming out of nowhere? Oh my God, Daniel.
Christian Daniel Jr. He took 2 for 1 in that one, but then slips back to 3rd, but he's crucially ahead of Marco Morelli, taking off lap number 1. Here comes Gonzalez, looks across Carlos Cano, maybe gives him a little bit of a waste, blows a kiss, who knows, but Carlos Cano later, Morelli from 4th to 1st. He's taking the initiative, he's leading this race, and he's shuffled Cano back not to 2nd, but to 3rd. Cano leans on Gonzalez through turns number 2, and Gonzalez is pushed out wide.
I think this is the battle that we all wanted to see at the beginning of this round in Aragon. Cano and Morelli. Gonzalez is in there as well, but what a battle we're going to be treated to over the 12 laps that remain.
Here comes Gonzalez. We know that he likes to put an aggressive move on Carlos Cano whenever he can, and he's done so through turn 5. Can Cano come back? No. Gonzalez is looking for a move up the inside of Morelli, who, would remind you, has come from 10th position on the grid. The rider that I did see pull off the circuit was Pau Alsina on the 26th, Team Estrella Galicia, so a big shame there for the Team Estrella Galicia rider Pau Alsina, who has DNF'd twice in the opening 2 races here today. Now back at the front, Marco Morelli leads away from Gonzalez, Cano, and that's Tinez, Kerman Tinez, who finished 4th. Oh, bit of a bobble there from Cano on the curb, exiting turn number 11. Gonzalez up the inside, Cano up the inside, got Morelli round the inside. Oh, that is brave, because the rider on the inside could tuck the front and take you and himself out.
Oh, Morelli's just where he needs to be as well, starting from P10, and now he's already leading. He took a while to get going in race 1. This time, he took no time at all, Liam.
Yeah, we did see in race 1, he was back in 11th at one point at this stage of the race. This time round, he's now taken one of those ones out, throwing it in the bin, and he's left himself with P1 and race number 2. However, how long will that be? Because the number 11 is powering down the back straight, looking for a move on Cano, and Tinez is looking to move on Cano. Cano looks like he's just taking it a little bit tentatively in the opening stages of this race.
That's the Tinez we know and love, the one that's not even remotely concerned about giving it a go going into a corner like that.
Side by side, here comes the top 3L, cross the line, Morelli leads it, but Cano, he got such drive out of that final corner, he's back into the lead of the race, but Morelli,
contact!
Oh, there was contact. Did he run over Cano's foot? We've seen that a couple of times in other series, and it could spell disaster for Cano. We'll hopefully get a replay of that one, but that was very close indeed. So Morelli back into lead of the race from Gonzalez, and Cano has been shuffled down to 3rd, but will he stay there for too long? No, he won't. He was looking for a move on Gonzalez, and that's the 7 of Fernandez again. Beyond Fernandez, the 7 who we did see come to the forefront back in Jerez is doing it again here in Aragón as Morelli sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, what about that? A 2:04.5 from Morelli, who is really just going for it now. David Gonzalez as well is also right on the back of his tail. A lot of time spent talking about Cano and Morelli, but what about Gonzalez? He didn't get on the podium in race 1, and he had done in all the previous races that he finished. Here we have that moment between Cano and Morelli then.
So close. Did he get close? Oh, Cano just pulls his foot back before Morelli runs over. That could have been really, really something that we do not want to see. That could have been curtains almost, potentially, for the championship battle if he ran over the foot and Cano picked up an injury from that. Thankfully, there was no such problem for Carlos Cano, but the problem is Tinez is giving him a headache now, so instead of having some aspirin for a broken foot potential, he's now got aspirin for a headache, does Carlos Cano. So the top 5 breaking away down the back straight. It's a 10-wheeler at the front. There's a bit of a gap back to Christian Daniel Jr. Whereas your race 1 winner, Pugliese, has now made a move on beyond on this lap. So Pugliese is now starting to make his way forward in this race, as is Valentin Peroni, who slots into the chase of that second group. He's into 6th.
I think we have to give Pugliese so much credit for just how well he's doing, starting from P17 as well. That is absolutely sensational from the Italian rider.
Yeah, incredible stuff from the Italian. Like 3 abreast, as we saw last lap. Later of the late breaks, Morelli just keeps throwing that M-Lab racing machine at Carlos Cano. Cano had to back out of it. Cano round the outside, no he's not. But Tinez up the inside of Fernandez. And fastest lap of the race, we just spoke about him, Valentin Peroni, the number 73, who's looking to make amends on that drop 1 position after he took his first ever victory in European Talent Cup back in Jerez.
Yeah, that was an absolutely incredible race, and it almost looked like a photo finish. It felt like a photo finish, and if it wasn't for that drop 1 position, he would have taken the top spot on that rostrum in Andalusia.
Here comes Cano. Cano's back into 2nd. Gonzalez, that's the rider he doesn't want to be battling against, because Gonzalez leaves him absolutely no room, no love lost between these two. And Gonzalez, latest of the late breakers, Cano is just taking it tentatively on the brakes. He would normally just throw up the inside of Gonzalez. However, he knows how Gonzalez would give it back to him if he put a harsh move on the 11. And Gonzalez, for the time being, staying stationary in 2nd position. And this is just allowing Morelli to get away at the front, with Tinez coming into the battle for 2nd. But this time around, Cano has that move done well and truly before they get to the braking zone.
Yeah, he really does. And I do wonder now, Liam, if what you said before was correct and he's just taking it a bit more cooler, a bit more calm, a bit more relaxed, not getting involved in any battles, not getting too close. We saw him getting very close with Morelli with his foot earlier, but he's just trying to make sure that he finishes the race.
Yeah, as long as he finishes inside the podium, I'm sure he will be, well, I'm sure he won't be happy, to be honest, after what we saw in race 1, but I'm sure he'll take that going into Valencia. He'll be hoping to finish in front of Morelli, but if only he loses a couple of points to the Argentine rider on bike 97 leading the way, I don't think he'll be too disgruntled with that, considering the gap is 21 points at the moment, and he'll go into Valencia with still quite a healthy advantage. However, if we put the flag out now and he finishes 3rd, it will come down to 12 points, but that's not good to last. Here comes Gonzalez, 3 abreast once again, and Morelli, is he going to be later on the brakes? Oh, sideways, punts out Cano, he goes wide himself, and Gonzalez takes full advantage. No, he doesn't. Morelli, this is what we want to see in European Talent Cup. Every time Cano gets close to Morelli, Morelli's just going to fight back immediately on the Spanish rider.
Yeah, Morelli, absolutely sensational there. It looked like he might have had to fall back a bit, but no, he takes the opportunity, and now he is still leading. He also was the fastest in Sector 3, so he's leading, and he's also setting the pace.
I can't say that he's got nothing to lose, but he kind of does Morelli. He needs to beat Carlos Cano at every opportunity. I must remind you, if Carlos Cano does win this race, it doesn't matter what Morelli does. The championship will be
looking
over.
looking back. Where's Cano?
Yeah, just making sure that Cano is shuffled into the pack, and he's not quite, because he's leading that 2nd pack, whereas Morelli has gapped him by a couple of bike lengths here through the corkscrew section. Here we go, once again, 3 abreast into the braking zone, latest of the late breakers. This time Carlos Cano doesn't quite get his foot close to the rear wheel of Morelli, but the rear wheel almost takes out the front wheel of Cano.
That was so close, Liam, that to what we saw earlier, that I thought it was a replay of the previous action again.
Yeah, exactly. Does look very similar. Morelli is so happy, so brave to hold that around the outside, but Cano, this is what he wants. He's now leading the way, and it's now Morelli that's coming under a bit of attack from Gonzalez. Gonzalez back into second. Morelli, he has been leading most of this race so far. He's been shuffled back into third.
Yeah, he has been, but this is chopping, this is changing. And who knows who's going to emerge on top here between these three riders for the time being. But behind them, they've got hungry young riders as well, in the shape of Tinez, in the shape of Fernandez, Peroni, of course.
And Pugliese in the bike 31, he's just passed Daniel Jr. He's coming to the forefront of this race as well, from 17th on the grid, as Fernandez on the inside of Tinez. So across the line, 8 laps remaining. It's Carlos Cano leading the way from Gonzalez, and Marco Morelli, he's just out of shot, but Gonzalez, he pulls out of the slipstream alongside Cano. Cano's later of the late breakers, and Morelli this time around, crucially, wasn't close enough to make a move on Carlos Cano.
Yeah, we've become accustomed almost to seeing Morelli making a move there. This time he just wasn't close enough maybe, or maybe he's happy enough just hanging a bit back and letting these two battle it out at the front.
Yeah, he potentially is just taking stock, letting his tyres recover for the time being. He knows he's got Carlos Cano just in front of him, so he's not panicking too much just yet, considering the top 6 are well and truly gone with this one. However, on that previous lap, I want to keep an eye out on your race 1 winner, Giulio Pugliese. And the reason I want to keep an eye out on the CF Moto Aspar Junior team rider is because on that lap, he set a low 2-minute 3.1, and he was 0.6 of a second faster than your leader.
He's jumped up 10 places already, Liam. Pugliese is really some rider, and he's showing us that. He showed us it in race 1, and he's shown it again in race 2 here in Aragon.
Yeah, great stuff from the CF Moto Aspar Junior team rider, the Italian of Pugliese, who still has a chance of putting himself into championship contention going into Valencia, but if it finishes the way it does now, well, he'll be out of championship contention, as will Morelli, because Carlos Cano will wrap up the title if it finishes the way it does at the moment. So Carlos Cano leading the way, 7 and a bit laps to go, not 2 and a bit laps to go, not quite done just yet in European Talent Cup. But Carlos Cano, that's been a full lap almost that he's led the way. So the Spanish rider looking to not just pick up his 6th victory of the season, but also the championship, as Gonzalez has a little bit of a look up the inside.
Yeah.
Morelli's back in with it, so is Fernandez and Tinez. Peroni though, where's Peroni gone? Peroni's dropped behind Pugliese, so not sure what happened to Peroni. He was with this leading group of 5, but he's dropped off the boil a little bit in that last lap. So Pugliese, he's now up into 6th. Coming across the line, a 2-minute 2.9 for Tinez. He was the fastest rider on track. I scrapped that, actually was Pugliese. So the Aspar rider, he's almost on the back of this group. Here is the championship. 30 points would be the championship standings. That would give the title to Carlos Cano, your race leader. But Gonzalez, he's happy to make a move. Sit there? No, not quite just yet. Carlos Cano happy at the front. This is where he wants to be. He wants to be out of the action. However, his main championship rival there in 3rd. I don't think Marco Morelli is too worried about sitting there and letting Carlos Cano lead the way for now.
No, I'm sure Morelli isn't too worried about what's going on in front of him, but Gonzalez is actually being very clever. He's making sure that he makes his move at the right time, because if he makes it too early and doesn't make it stick, then Cano is going to punish him, and Morelli might as well. So he needs to bide his time and wait for his opportunity.
You can really feel the tensions rising here with 6.5 laps remaining. Carlos Cano leading the way from Gonzalez. Marco Morelli looking to stop Carlos Cano from taking the championship here today. Fernandez looking for his first podium in Junior GP. So is Tinez on bike 27, who makes a move on Fernandez. He does the fitted work. Mere Racing rider on 27 is up into 4th position now, just behind the top 3. With Pugliese and Peroni just off the back of this group, trying as they might. They're edging ever closer to the top 5 are Pugliese and Peroni, just out of shot.
Yeah, I'd be really concerned if I was a rider ahead of Pugliese. We saw what he's capable of in race 1, and my word, is he going quick through this group.
He really is. Indeed, Pugliese has now gapped Valentin Peroni as Gonzalez makes a move on Cano. No, not this time round. The Bumblebee just remains in 2nd. The double 1, the number 11. He's not had victory in 2024. oh, he would so dearly want to taste victory here today, and it'd be even better if he can take it from his bitter rival Carlos Cano. So, one more lap ticked off. Lap 8 we've just begun, and it's still Carlos Cano leading the way from Gonzalez, Marco Morelli, and Martinez with Fernandez just off the back. On that lap there, Pugliese was a couple of tenths slower than your top 5, so he'd never gained any time on that lap. He actually lost some time, then Pugliese, so maybe he's just taking stock for the time being, and then we'll have another charge towards the end of this race.
Yeah, while Cano still leads, and this is a more unconventional race.
Sorry, Connor. Pugliese was just out wide there. He's now lost 1, maybe 2 positions. So Pugliese, I think that might have just put paid to his chances at the podium. So he was pushing on, was Pugliese. As Carlos Cano looks over his shoulder, so does Morelli, just to see how many are in the group. There's 5 in the group for the time being. But Peroni is just off the back of it. Did you see a bit of smoke coming from Fernandez, or was that just the light glistening off the tarmac and just completely throwing me off course? I think maybe that was just me seeing things there.
There's still a bit of mist hanging around, Liam.
Yeah, there is. I'll just blame it on the mist that is hanging around.
I think that's best.
So over the crest of the hill, down towards turn number 12. Well, we have a move for the lead. Not quite. The rest of the riders are just quite happy at letting Cano lead the way for the time being. He's setting a good pace in the low 2-minute 3s. Martinez was the fastest rider on that previous lap at 2-minute 3.0. So it was a couple of tenths faster than your race leader.
Yeah, with such small margins here, it's just a tenth of a second for each of these top 4, really, for the time being. This could change any time, but it is more of a, as I was saying earlier, Liam, a conventional race from Cano. Ordinarily, we see him at the front when he starts on pole. We didn't see that in race 1, but this time around, unless Gonzalez is finally making his move.
Not quite.
I thought maybe it was coming there.
Morelli, I thought, was about to swoop around the outside of both of them for a second.
Well, he's on the inside. Wow.
So Morelli's starting to now wind the wick up again, now starting to attack Gonzalez just in front of him. However, for the 4th lap in a row, it's Cano that leads the way. Will Gonzalez make a move on Cano? Cano's so good on the brakes into turn at number 1. Doesn't give the 3-4 riders behind him a chance to close up on, or to make a move on the championship leader. Now, it looks like this top 5 are off and running. Peroni on that previous lap was 2-minute 4, so he was 8 tenths of a second slower than your leading group. So this is a really good pace at the front being set by Carlos Cano, and it's only Gonzalez, Morelli, Martinez and Fernandez that are able to go with the championship leader, the champion-elect. Now Morelli is shaping up a move into turn 7, not making it stick just for the time being, as Gonzalez is quite happy to just sit there behind Cano as Fernandez takes a look over his shoulder just to see that it is a 10-wheeler at the front and nobody else looks like they're joining him.
Yeah, all of these riders being much more cautious than we saw in race 1. There's much more at stake as well, obviously, with only 1 race to go after this in the final round of the European Talent Cup in Valencia. So there's so much on the line here, Liam. At the moment, it's Cano.
I have absolutely no idea which way this race is going to go, but maybe Morelli will have something to say about that. No, we have seen how good Morelli can be on the brakes, so I think he is just holding stock for the time being as the Argentinian rider. As Cano's, it looks like he's having some weird end moments coming through.
Yeah, we're shaking a bit there.
Yeah, the rear end was going as we're looking at Emilio Alzamora and the 72 Motorsports Box Squad. They might be crowning another superstar in the hands of Carlos Cano in just 4 and a bit laps time. Cano leading the way, Gonzalez in the slipstream, and Morelli not close enough on this lap. It is a leading group of 5. Peroni is dropped right into the clutches of Pugliese. Pugliese's out of this one as well. He has given himself too much work to try and catch his top 5 as we round the final corner. 4 laps to go. Cano leading the way from Gonzalez, from Morelli, from Martinez. Martinez hasn't done anything so far in terms of the battle for the top 3, but with 4 laps to go, he might do it. But Morelli's going sideways, goes Morelli. He's back into second now. What has Morelli got up his sleeve for Cano just in front?
The first and second in this race, first and second in the battle for the crown in the ETC. Liam, more drama, and I do not know what I can do here.
Here we go, Morelli.
Absolutely incredible. Morelli's going for it. He's just a bit too far away.
So Morelli took stock for 5 or 6 laps, let Cano lead the way, let Gonzalez just sit behind Cano. Now Morelli, he's now starting to come to the fore in this race with 3.5 laps remaining. The title is on the line. Carlos Cano will be taking the championship if he wins this race. Marco Morelli needs to make a move. Is the move coming into this? No, it's not. I thought maybe it was about to come into the corkscrew. He just sits there in second for now, but it looks like he's got a bit more pace at the moment, does Morelli. Cano, he's just holding a steady pace at the front, and the rest of them just seem to be happy to sit there for the time being. What Morelli will want to do is try and ruffle up Cano with the last couple of laps, which will allow Gonzalez, Tinez and Fernandez to take advantage of Cano being shuffled back through the order.
Well, I'm sure he's more than happy to do that. Over the Sector 1, he was marginally quicker, and he was also marginally quicker over Sector 2. Not quick enough to make a big dint in the gap that Cano has, but it looks like Morelli is ready to make his move if Cano makes any kind of slip-up.
These are the top two in the championship. These are the best two in European Talent Cup for the entirety of 2024. Possibly the best Talent Cup riders in the world at the moment. Marco Morelli got such a run down the straight, and he's already alongside Cano as we come down towards the final corner, round the outside, but Gonzalez going for a move on Morelli. If one of them tucks the front, that could be game over. It will be lights out for the championship, but Gonzalez, that was clean and clinical as you like from the number 11. 3 laps to go. Cano still leading the way. Gonzalez, Morelli, Tinez, they're in the battle. Fernandez there as well. Top 5 within a couple of tenths. Morelli from third to first. Backs in, goes wide, goes deep. Cano back in front. Gonzalez is there. So Morelli, he was too deep on the brakes. He's gone deep, he's gone wide. So as it is as you were, with Cano leading the way from Gonzalez and Morelli back into third.
Talk about title fights. This is closer than ever. We're so rarely treated to competition like this. Not just in motorsport, but in any sport. And these two are giving it everything they've got.
This is absolutely incredible stuff from such young riders, some with such inexperience and global level. But Cano and Morelli are showing their prowess. Cano looks over his shoulder again, sees that the same 4 riders that were there a couple of laps ago are still there as Gonzalez. What's he got up his sleeve? He's just happy to sit there. To Morelli, I thought was about to make a move. It's so difficult to make a move through that right and left the corkscrew section of the track. Morelli tried to make it stick. However, we know that he's quite happy to make a move either up the inside, round the outside, or over the top of you potentially if he needs to.
Absolutely, but he is running out of time if he's going to make a move here. 3 laps to go. And is this... Oh, I thought Gonzalez was about to make his move as well. These 3 have been sensational so far.
Looks like a bit of a moment there for Gonzalez coming out of turn 12 on the rear end. That's all Morelli a move up the inside. No, Morelli's just happy to sit there still for the time being. Will it come down to the final corner? Will it come down to the drag to the line? 2.5 laps remaining. It's advantage Cano, not just in terms of the race, but also the championship. If it stays as is with the checkered flag coming out now, it will be the championship to Carlos Cano. Emilio Alzamora there looks quite content and happy with how it's going so far, but with 2 laps to go, we know there's going to be an explosion of excitement coming the way of European Talent Cup. Tinez and Fernandez, they're still there for the time being, but look to be a little bit out of touch from the top 3. Morelli needs to make his move as Cano has gapped them. Across the line we go. 2 laps to go. Cano leading the way from Morelli. You got Morelli up the inside of Gonzalez. He's back into second. That's important for the championship. He needs to make that stick. He needs to make his move on Cano now. So Morelli into second with 2 laps to go, Connor.
He absolutely loves that overtake, doesn't he? Now he's made it stick. He needs to really catch up with Cano and take the fight to him if he's going to be with any chance.
Here we go, Connor. Up the inside.
He's done it.
He's done it. Here comes Gonzalez.
Cano through the middle as well.
There's going to be contact. Who's it going to be? Morelli on the inside. Gonzalez switch back to the inside. Tinez as well. And Cano, latest of the lane breakers. He sets up and Gonzalez comes through. But Morelli leads away from Cano. We knew it was about to have fewer bet. It has. This is European Talent Cup. And Cano up the inside has to set out of it as Morelli takes the lead through the corkscrew.
Yeah, and watch out for Cano now as well, though. Coming out of the corkscrew.
So with 1.5 laps to go for European Talent Cup race number 2, if we put the flag out now, it'll be 16 points between the top 2. But Cano doesn't want to wait for Valencia. He wants to win it today. He's making a move on Morelli up the inside, down the hill towards turn 12. Who's latest of the lane breakers? Here comes Gonzalez. Morelli round the inside, chops the front off the number 11. So Cano again leads the way with 1.5 laps to go.
Yeah, Cano's looking very, very good. He is being overtaken here by Morelli in this fight, but he's always managing to find his way back to the front of the pack. Or is he?
I thought he was going for a move there.
It looked like it, yeah.
It looked like Cano had a bit of a moment there through the right-hander. Now, has this just allowed Cano to get away ever so slightly. It looks like Morelli's lost a bit of slipstream on this lap, but he's now managed to make it back up again. The top 5 all within your shot, 10-wheeler in front, and Morelli chops the front, across the front of Cano.
Yeah.
That was a brilliant move there, just to try and slow down the progress of Carlos Cano into the final lap of the race. We go into the final of what could be a championship winning season for Carlos Cano. Side by side, Cano and Morelli, and Cano has advantage, but Morelli is latest of the late breakers. He's not doing just quite yet. Fernandez, he's out of it looks like, in 5th spot. So the top 4 are the riders that could be battling out for the race victory here. What can Morelli do? What can Gonzalez do?
Yeah, absolutely. Morelli had been making a move at that first corner earlier during the race. He'd made it later in the race as well. This time around, he wasn't able to do it.
Here comes
and
Morelli
that
again.
could be playing into Cano's hands.
Now Morelli, he's not shown a bit of a moment there for Tinez, I believe. Now, this is what Cano wants. With the flag going out now, it would be 26 points. Look at Emilio Alzamora. He's been in this position so many times in the past with the Marquez brothers. He knows what it's like to taste victory from the pit wall. Morelli is climbing all over the back of Carlos Cano. Carlos Cano has it. Here we go. Morelli up the inside into the corkscrew. He's not close enough just yet. Carlos Cano still leading the way. 26 points it would be the way of Carlos Cano. And that means with 25 points on offer back in Valencia, it would be championship to Cano. But here comes Marco Morelli. He got the run out of 10 over the crest of the hill. Latest of the late breakers into 12. Cano is latest of the late breakers. Is Morelli happy to sit there? And will he wait for the last corner? Will he wait for the last corner? Gonzalez is still there. He has a part to play in this as well.
Oh, this is absolutely incredible.
Here comes Morelli. He sets up Cano. He sets up Cano. Morelli's made a stick. Cano's right in the outside. One, then on the switchback. On the switchback. Cano leads the way. Morelli, Gonzalez. He's now into second. No, he's not. Morelli's there. Morelli has he charged too soon. Cano has the advantage. Here we go. Final lap of European Talent Cup. It looks like Cano has it. Cano looks like he's got it. This is it for the championship potentially. The 71, Carlos Cano leads into the final corner. Carlos Cano is about to be crowned your European Talent Cup champion of 2024. Marco Morelli tried his best, but couldn't put out anything to Carlos Cano. Carlos Cano is your champion.
That was absolutely sensational from Cano. From start to finish, from pole to the win, Carlos Cano is the ETC champion in 2024. What a battle with Morelli, right to the penultimate race. But look at that jubilation.
My goodness me, that's how you want a championship to be won. On the final lap, all the way down to the wire, and Carlos Cano, well, he held his nerve. He came out on top, and everything that Marco Morelli could throw at Carlos Cano, he soaked up the pressure and stayed cool, calm and collected. And Carlos Cano, the emotions are now flooding as Cano is now your European Talent Cup champion for 2024.
And really, it's chapeau to Carlos Cano because he has been so good, particularly in the second half of the season. He struggled maybe a bit at the beginning, but then from Estoril onwards, he has been almost unstoppable, an absolute juggernaut of a rider, and very much a deserved laurel for his crown. European Talent Cup champion 2024, Carlos Cano.
Well, the Castillo de los Calatravos looks over this circuit from Alcanese, and Carlos Cano has crowned himself now king of the castle here in Aragon. What a performance from Carlos Cano, and he's about to be given the champion's crash helmet and of course the championship winning t-shirt. The 7's been ripped off that bike, and they're also trying to rip off the number 1 to put on a champion's number 1 on the front of that 72 Motorsport Art Box machine. But what else can you say about Marco Morelli, Connor? He threw everything at Carlos Cano in that race. Took it all the way down to the final lap, took it all the way down to the final corner, but just missed out. So close for Marco Morelli. But
yeah, I'm not sure Marco Morelli could have done much more over the course of this campaign. He was so good at the beginning, and then he had a bit of bad luck, and you have to think he's going to be ruining some rounds. Jerez, for example, he was so good, but things just didn't go his way in qualifying, and that meant that it could be that's cost him this title. Today, he was again absolutely sensational. We can't forget that he started from P10 and got into that battle. He was in P1 on the last lap and he just couldn't make it stick.
Yeah, commiserations to Marco Morelli. As a team photo with also Alvaro Carpi and Guido Pini involved in the celebrations with Carlos Cano. It's a really strong team affair with the 72 Motorsports Artbox squad. Carlos Cano, his 6th victory of the season. Vamos, they say to the camera. Vamos. And felicidades to Carlos Cano, your new European Talent Cup champion. And Emilio Alzamora, he knows how to pick them, doesn't he? He took the Marquez brothers to championship glory in the world stage. 125cc, Moto 3, Moto 2, and of course in the hands of Marc Marquez, MotoGP on 8 occasions. Potentially some more in the future for Marc Marquez. However, he's got another superstar on his hands in the name of Carlos Cano. Will we get a burnout? Yes, we will, as we see Carlos Cano's championship best moments from 2024. Carlos Cano, your 2024 European Talent Cup champion. And he was very distraught after race 1, after finishing 3rd. And that's a mark of a champion, being upset with anything other than P1. And he went out to make amends in race number 2. He knew that if he took victory, it didn't matter what Marco Morelli did, he would be champion. And a champion's wheelie down the straight, down towards the corkscrew. And, well, I'm very much looking forward to what he says to Connor Doherty when he gets back into park for me. Big wave to the camera and big celebrations await Carlos Cano. Only 14 years of age and you can expect big things. Remember that name, Carlos Cano. Now this is what the last lap looked like, the last couple of sectors, and we just missed a moment when Marco Morelli, well, this was a couple of laps before Marco Morelli chopped in front of Carlos Cano, but as it came across the line to start the lap of the race, Carlos Cano held it brilliantly into turn number 1 over his championship leader. Now this is the move that almost carried the championship into Valencia. Morelli got the initiative on Cano, but had a bit of a bobble coming out of turn 15. Cano got onto the power a little bit earlier, got the drive out of the corner, and that meant Cano just had a bit of an advantage down the back straight and was able to hold on through the final corner. Big shame for Morelli and the MLAF team. They've put in such an amazing performance in 2024, just missing out on the championship. You know that Marco Morelli will go on to bigger things as well. Another name to watch out for. Him and Carlos Cano, you can imagine, will be battling it out in future series for many, many decades to come. As the marshals and all of the circuit workers congratulate Carlos Cano, our first champion in 2024. And that number 1, I must admit, looks absolutely glorious on the front of that 72 Motorsports Artbox machine. Just soaking it all in is Carlos Cano, really soaking up the adulation from all of the marshals and the circuit workers who quite rightly, quite brilliantly have come out to congratulate your brand new champion. Watch him coming back into, well, the corner that won him the championship just 5 minutes ago when he was getting chased down by Gonzalez and Marco Morelli. Gonzalez, we have to talk about him as well. Another great fight back for Gonzalez, but once again, the bridesmaid almost taking 2nd place. With so many 2nd places, so many 2nd and 3rd places in 2024, just missing out on victory, and usually to this rider here on screen, Carlos Cano. Carmen Martinez, another fantastic ride. That's 2 4th places. today, and a rider from Venezuela who's really starting to make his mark on the motorcycling world. That first podium is just around the corner, and Fernandez running in the top 5. However, all the celebrations will be talking long into the evening about Carlos Cano and how he was magnificent, the maestro of European Talent Cup in 2024. We saw him after race 1, just standing in that garage after being weighed. Not quite happy with how it went in race 1, however. That'll be all forgotten about now, as he will be about to lift the biggest crown in European Talent Cup. Champions crown, and of course the race winners trophy. The championship t-shirts, the team have already got them all on. Just like a rock star, he's been thrown high into the air, crowd surfing with his team. Brian Uriarte down there as well, congratulating his teammate, Brian Uriarte and Guido Pini. Pini, we just saw out on the circuit with Alvaro Carpi, celebrating the championship with Carlos Cano. Gonzalez once again, can't be too disappointed. Full gas, vamos for the next one in Valencia in about 5 weeks' time. We just saw Marco Morelli getting consoled by the team. Such a valiant effort, thumbs up. And Marco Morelli and the MLAF team, they put it all in through everything, including the kitchen sink, and showing good grace by celebrating and congratulating the new champion, Carlos Cano. Marco Morelli can be very happy and hold his head high with the performance so far this season. Many podiums along the way, including 2 race wins in Misano and of course Catalonia, and of course winning in another series in the British Talent Cup over in Thruxton as well, did Marco Morelli, so he's shown what talent the Argentinian has. No plan B, but I think plan A has gone as well as it possibly could for the Argentine rider, and we look forward to seeing what he can do in the future, and of course in Valencia, where he has another chance of taking at least a victory and a third victory in the class. So Carlos Cano, we see him just heading over to the interview area. Our 2024 European Talent Cup champion takes victory here today, his 6th victory in 2024, the perfect way to seal the title. We get to hear from your new champion now. He's down in Parc Ferme with Conor Doherty.
Carlos, that was an absolutely incredible race, and now you are the ETC 2024 champion. Tell us how you feel.
Yeah, I don't was. The race was incredible. I am very happy the champion, the win the champion, and every year I work very hard with my team, all my trainers, and I am very happy. I don't have words. I thank people who support me, all my team, all my family, all my trainers, and my grandma and my granddad. This is incredible.
Thank you so much. If you can explain that to us in Spanish as well.
La verdad que ha sido increíble. No tengo palabras para describir este campeonato como ha sido. Y todo esto se lo quiero decir a mi equipo, a los que me han apoyado. He trabajado muy duro para conseguir esto todo el año, con todo mi equipo y todos mis entrenadores. Y se lo quiero decir a mi abuelo y a mi familia y a mi abuela. Y esto va por ellos. Gracias. ¡Vamos!
A massive congratulations, Carlos. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, might be out of breath, but it was a breathtaking performance from Carlos Cano to snatch victory here in race 2, and along with that, the European Talent Cup Championship. And this is how he did it. It was Christian Daniel Jr. that did get the whole shot from second on the grid, with Carlos Cano sitting a little subdued in the early stages of the race as Marco Morelli put a very audacious move on Carlos Cano, almost coming to contact, running over your new champion's foot into turn number 1. Morelli held the lead for a few laps, looked brilliant at the front before he came under some attack from Gonzalez and Cano. But once again, Marco Morelli, latest of the late breakers, ran a little bit deep into turn 1, but held the lead for the time being. Valentin Peroni was part of the battle as well, however he would slip back later on in the race. The 71 of Cano and the 11 of Gonzalez put a move on Marco Morelli. However, Morelli held on for a second at that moment. There was a 10-wheeler at the front as the race came into its closing stages, with Marco Morelli putting that move on Gonzalez, which would have to do again a lap later after Gonzalez got back up the inside. But it wasn't just two. It wasn't just one. He got two, but ran a little bit deep at the first corner. Morelli was back in the lead of the race a couple of laps later, with the top five battling it out, with Fernandez and Tinez not really quite laying a glove on the top three. As we started the penultimate lap, Morelli charged through to the lead of the race, but Cano got the run out of the final corner to lead across the lane at the start of the final lap. Now this move here, we thought Morelli may have just ran a little bit deep and pushed Cano out wide. However, Cano got the switchback and the drive coming out of turn 15, powering down the back straight. He had enough of an advantage without Gonzalez or Morelli being able to attack him into the final corner. And as he came across the line, we crowned Carlos Cano as the 2024 European Talent Cup champion, with victory number 6 of the season. As the team celebrated, it was a massive moment as the adrenaline was rushing, the emotions poured for Carlos Cano, and the burnout proceeded. Guido Pini getting involved as well. Came into the pit to celebrate with his team. As you can now see, Carlos Cano is the champion for 2024 and European Talent Cup. Well, what a way for the championship to be wrapped up. The top three put in such a valiant effort, but Cano came out on top. And Connor, you were in a privileged position to get the initial thoughts of Carlos Cano.
Yeah,
how was it?
It was fantastic. He looked absolutely exhausted after his efforts, and it was that man, Marco Morelli, that took it right to the line as well. Danny Gonzalez, another fantastic rider. But this year, in 2024, no one can take anything away from that rider, the ETC 2024 champion, Carlos Cano.
Yeah, what a magnificent moment for Carlos Cano. You can imagine it will be the first trophy of many, as Mr. Pedro Ribeiro, Chief Steward, hands over the team's prize to the winning team. And big cheers there for the 72 Motorsport Artbox squad. Another race winners trophy for them to add to the collection in 2022. Marco Morelli, what a valiant effort in 2024. Tried everything, threw everything at it, but unfortunately just missed out. He'll take stock of that and he'll come back even stronger in the future. Well, Marco Morelli. David Gonzalez, another second place trophy for Gonzalez. That first win, you can feel, is just around the corner. Can't be too far away for the young Spaniard. But victory number 6 of the season for Carlos Cano, and of course the championship goes the way of the 14-year-old Spanish rider. And of course he gets to celebrate with the Spanish national anthem.
Pues ahí está ese fuerte aplauso, por favor.
A round of applause as the team watch on after crowning Carlos Cano the 2024 ETC champion. There they are with the Rosewater celebrating together, and what a race these three delivered. A wonderful podium. Carlos Cano, David Gonzalez and Marco Morelli. I was down in Parc Fermé when the race came to a conclusion. Morelli was the first one there, and he went over and congratulated the 72 Motorsport Artbox team, and that was a really lovely gesture from the Argentine rider as they posed for a photo on the podium in this, the penultimate junior ETC race in the FIM JuniorGP World Championship. Here we have the final results then. Carlos Cano with the win, Gonzalez second, Morelli third, Tinez fourth, Beñat Fernandez in fifth, Julio Pugliese in sixth, Valentin Peroni in seventh, Christian Daniel Jr. in eighth, and Enzo Bayon in ninth. Rounding off the top 10, Jesus Torres in 11th, Marianos Nicolas in 12th, Gabriel Tessini, P13 belongs to Yaroslav Karpushin, 14th, Edu Gutierrez, 15th, Mickey Lou, 16th, Ignacio Galan, and in P17, Nikola Miroslavov. Behind them in 18th, Matteo Gabarini, 19th, Finn Cratchuel, 20th, Luca Agostinelli, 21st, Yvonne Serpa, 22nd, Matthias Rostagni, 23rd, Alfonso Almeida, 24th, Benjamin Cayet, 25th, Evan Boxberger. After them, Remy San Juan in 26th, 27th, Alejandro Fernandez, 28th, Fernando Bujosa, and not finishing were Truchot and Alzina. And here we have then the championship standings. Carlos Cano, now an unassailable lead. He's first with 186 points. Morelli is second, Pugliese third, Gonzalez fourth, Valentin Peroni fifth, Jesus Torres sixth, Beñat Fernandez seventh, Zani eighth, and Kerr Martinez in ninth. Following them, Alex Longarella in 10th, in 11th, Palazina, 12th, Enzo Bayon, 13th, Gabriel Tessini, 14th, Sergio Ikegami, 15th, Luca Agostinelli, 16th, Gonzalo Perez, 17th, Fernando Bujosa. After them in 18th, Marianos Nicolas, 19th, Christian Daniel Jr., 20th, Pablo Olivares, 21st, Yaroslav Karpushin, 22nd, Benjamin Cayet, 23rd, Mickey Lou, 24th, Vasileios Panteleikis, 25th, David Da Costa. 26th, Matias Tamburini, 27th, Edu Gutierrez, 28th, Matteo Gabarini, 29th, Rocco Sesler, 30th, Nikola Miroslavov, 31st, Remy San Juan, 32nd, Finn Kratokville.
Well, we watched the championship celebrations on top of the podium. Carlos Cano celebrates as your brand new champion in 2024. And well, that is one well and truly happy team and a big name for the future as we see Guido Pini, Alvaro Carpe and the rest of the team joining in on the celebrations. They're part of the Junior GP class. There he is, Carlos Cano getting celebrated like a rock star, crowd surfing on top of the podium. Well, the championship might be done and dusted and gone in the way of Carlos Cano. However, we still have the season finale to come in Valencia, where Carlos Cano will be looking to add to that championship silverware with victory number 7 in the class. We still have one more race coming up in Stock European Championship here in MotorLand Aragón, so do not go anywhere. But we celebrate in 2024 the 2024 European Talent Cup champion, Carlos Cano. Match point maker Mario Mayor comes into round 6 at MotorLand Aragón with a 9-point lead over closest rival Lorenzo Dalla Porta. The Spaniard is looking to build upon his maiden victory in the class last time out in Jerez with title glory in Stock European Championship. With the championship leader mired back in the 5th row of the grid ahead of today's 15-lap encounter, it will be a tough ask for the number 82 as Dalla Porta looks to capitalise on his challenger's misfortune. So, for the penultimate time in 2024, it's time for lights out in Stock European Championship. Five races down here in MotorLand Aragón, 1 to go, and potentially a champion to be crowned as we look at the monument for Marquez Corner, the corkscrew section of the track, which has seen so much action throughout the entirety of the day and of course over the years. And this is what happened last time out in Stock. So it would be Mario Mayor from pole position, his first in the class, taking the advantage from the off. However, it would be Rodriguez on bike 44 that would lead the way early doors. However, there would be a crash that would bring out a red flag. Thankfully, the rider was okay. And as we go back underway, it was Mario Mayor once again from pole position, but this time it would be Dino Iozzo and Rodriguez battling for the honours in the opening stages of the race. Mario Mayor got involved as well, just setting up Dino Iozzo as Mario Mayor charged through to the front. Rodriguez dropped back ever so slightly, but this move from Iozzo into turn 5 put him into the initiative in the race. On the final lap, Rodriguez crashed out of third spot, handing 16 important points to Dalla Porta as Mayor charged up the inside at the final corner to record his first victory in the class, denying Dino Iozzo his. So this time Mario Mayor comes into the penultimate round in Aragon as your championship leader. Well, 9 points separate Mario Mayor and Lorenzo Dalla Porta at the summit of the Stock European Championship. We've had a lot of heated battles out there on track today, and we've got the hot temperatures out there, 26 degrees Celsius air, 38 degrees track temperature, and Connor, we could potentially have another close encounter of the Stock European Championship about to come underway.
Liam, I'm sure we will. The Stock European Championship has been nothing but drama all year long. We've seen it from start to finish, beginning of course in Misano and throughout the course of the FIM JuniorGP World Championship. It's been absolutely sensational. We've had first-time winners and we've had new winners as well.
Ha sido la primera pole, hemos trabajado bien. El circuito no estaba muy bien porque habían parches de agua, la verdad, pero hemos trabajado bien y con cuidado para no caernos en el agua. Y pues nada, espero que vengan muchas más, la verdad. La verdad es que si llueve, ir con cuidado y acabar la carrera, pero si está en seco, tirar a full y a ver cómo vamos mañana. Estaba húmedo y mojado bastante las curvas de abajo del sacacorchos, pero yendo con cuidado y con cabeza y ha salido la pole. Estamos muy unidos y estamos trabajando todos ellos conjunto a mí, la verdad es que estamos trabajando bien y espero que vengan muchas.
Qualifying time of a 2-minute 5.449 for Ruben Romero, a debutant pole sitter in the Stock European Championship, and another rider that took full advantage of the tricky conditions in yesterday's qualifying session.
Yeah, absolutely. He was thrilled to be on pole. And he also said that if it was wet, well, that he would be calm, he would be collected, and he would just try and finish the race. He said if it was dry, he would go for it.
Well, that's what we love to hear. Numero uno, full gas for Ruben Romero. His first pole in Stock European Championship as a rookie, and he's looking for his best result. Catalunya was his top result in Stock European Championship. An 8th place there, good result for Ruben Romero. However, from pole position on the grid, we'll be hoping for a podium at the very least here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and he looks like he might be capable of it, but we can't forget that the conditions yesterday were so very different. This might be the warmest that we've had so far today. I think it's 26 degrees out there right now, and that's much warmer than it was this morning. And that's what these riders are going to have to contend with in the final race of today's incredible Junior GP action.
Well, indeed. Iker Garcia, we just saw in the middle of the first row of the grid, a former race winner in the European Talent Cup, and also a podium finisher here in 2024, also in the wet conditions. So we know that Iker Garcia does very well in the wet conditions, and he put that number 11 Yamaha on the middle of the second row in second place. As we look at Carlos Valle, another rider, 19 years of age, and he's really started to come on strong, has Carlos Valle in the last couple of rounds. 5th place last time out in Jerez. He was featuring in the battle in Portugal before a DNF. So Carlos Valle, another rider to watch out for on row number 1. Now the leading riders are usually at the top. They'll be coming up shortly before we look at Borja Jimenez on bike number 91. And another rider that's picked up best result of 4th back in Catalunya. That really strange race in Catalunya where it looked like anyone out of the top 15 at one point could have won the race, but Borja Jimenez going from the front of row number 2, looking to potentially pick up his first podium in Stock.
Yeah, we'll have Francisco Ruiz coming up as well after him. Now, he does know what it means to be on the podium. He managed to do that in Estoril. And he'll be looking to do so again from the second row.
Yeah, big charge potentially from him. However, we're going back to the outside of row number 9. Lorenzo Dalla Porta, 9 points behind Mario Mayor, but the thing for Lorenzo is that Mario Mayor, his closest championship rival, is behind him even further on the grid. We did speak to Lorenzo Dalla Porta yesterday, and he was asking us, which is quite funny, a world champion and also a motorcycle racer, asking us about the conditions out there, and we just said, yeah, well, the GP guys here there a month ago said that in the wet there was good grip, and he was like, that's good, I'm glad to hear that. And we're just asking him how he's feeling this weekend, and he just jokingly laughed as he poured himself an espresso that he's feeling much better than he does in Jerez. So with the conditions dry today, expect Lorenzo Dalla Porta on bike 48, the 2019 Moto3 World Champion, to charge through the field, because Mario Mayor is mired all the way back in P14 on the grid. Had a crash here on Thursday in the tricky conditions. I think it was his first lap out of the pits, and has done himself a little bit of damage to his right arm. So he has been really struggling so far this weekend with a small injury, and hopefully he can just get himself to the finish and pick up some good points, so we have this rolling into a grand finale in Valencia.
Absolutely, that's what we as spectators want to see. We don't want the Stock European Championship to come to an end, because it's been so exciting, and we're about to get ready here in MotorLand Aragón to see such an incredible race. With that, then, we can see the starting grid. Romero, as we said, our pole sitter, followed by Garcia and Valle. On row 2, Jimenez, Ruiz and Iozzo. On row 3, Mihaila, Molina and Dalla Porta. Behind them, on row 4, Rodriguez, McDonald and Verdoya. Row 5, Trias, Mayor and Valente. Row 6, Amario, Santos and Uriostegui. On row 7, Nestola, Kexquez. And back on row 8, Capote, Copa, Lee. Row 9 will be Betin, Del Olmo and Garcia. Row 10, Rehacek, Quintal and Fabri. And on row 11, Belladonna and Bevilacqua.
Well, we're looking at Mario Mayor, who goes away from 14th on the grid. I can't imagine that he'll be putting himself in victory contention today. However, crazier things have happened in Stock European Championship. It's good to see Archie McDonald back with us here this weekend. He missed Jerez due to having some visa issues getting from Australia. However, the one-time European or Stock European Championship race winner back in Portimao, after denying Mario Mayor his first victory, is back with us and looking to go from 11th on the grid and put in a fine performance. However, it's the championship battle we will be well and truly looking out for. A 9-point advantage in the hands of Mario Mayor over Lorenzo Dalla Porta, both mired deep in the pack, with Lorenzo Dalla Porta in 9th position and Mario Mayor back on row number 5 in 14th. So both have got a big task on their hands to come through the pack, as track temperature has reached 38 degrees Celsius, air temperature 26. It's the hottest it has been all day ahead of the final race of the day here in MotorLand Aragón.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people watching, that doesn't seem, or it does seem like a very hot temperature, to be honest, but
for us,
it's not what we were expecting. Yeah, 26 degrees here in October. It could have been much higher.
Yeah, it's quite a warm day, to be fair, for the middle of October. For me, anyway, it does feel
You
like.
are Scottish, Liam. I think that changes things. It's a
yeah.
matter of perspective out there.
Yeah, I've been too used to the cold weather. However, we're looking at the championship battle that's heating up between Mayor and Dalla Porta. Mihaila, he's still part of this as well, 31 points back. However, he needs a big result, does Mihaila, to put himself back in championship contention, going from 7th place on the grid. Estimes Mihaila on the MDR competition machine. So, as we come towards the end of the warm-up lap, As I said at the start of proceedings, at the top of the show earlier on today, can we just have wet qualifying for the rest of the season, because it does jumble up the grid and it gives us such a good chance of seeing brilliant racing in Stock European Championship, which it has done for the majority of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Those on the front row really do have an opportunity to show us what they're capable of. But we've seen the riders like Della Porta showing their ability to get through the pack as well, and he could well be capable of doing it here today as well.
Roberto Romero comes up to Ruben Romero, I should say, comes up to, there's been so many Robertos today, we've been talking about. Ruben Romero comes up to pole position on bike 71 with the Face Racing squad. He's going all out for victory here today, he said, so we're looking forward to these 15 laps getting underway here under the MotorLand Aragón sunshine. Complete difference to what it has been for all of Saturday's proceedings, as we're just waiting for, seems like they're holding the red flag for a while and the yellow flags come out, so there's always something in Stock European Championship.
It does seem to be the case.
Here's the rider that's stopping it. Is it 58? No, we're just having one of the officials come onto the grid. Cut off the engines. It looks like we'll be getting a halt to proceedings here, so I'm not quite sure who that was for.
We'll have to, well, as soon as we find out, we'll make sure that we let everyone know, but for the time being, the start is delayed of this penultimate Stock European Championship race.
Such a shame, because we had such a day of without any hiccups going on, and as soon as we get to the last race of the day, we eventually get a hiccup.
Oh, I think we've had a few hiccups, Liam.
Yeah, so the team mechanics rush back onto the grid, and we'll get a quick start procedure underway when we find out what happened on the grid. So I wonder if maybe just a rider stalled, but I never saw any rider in the pack put a hand up, so not quite sure what happened there.
Well, no one even moved. Like,
no one even moved, yeah, no jump starts, no nothing. So maybe there was just an issue with the lights or something, because the official with the red flag was standing on the grid for such a long period of time that we thought it would get underway, but it didn't eventually.
Well, there's no need for conjecture for the time being. As soon as we find out what has happened there, we will be sure to let you know, and I'm sure that soon enough we will be racing in stock. This just augments the drama as we go into what's sure to be a sensational race, a title on the line. We could see Della Porta claim it, we could see Mayor claim it. These are the races that we love to watch, and stock has been so exciting, Liam, all year.
It's been incredible this year. I mean, the grid has really expanded in 2024, all the way up to 32 riders. The fans have stuck it in this searing heat in Aragon, or searing heat to some, not so searing heat to others.
No, I think we can still say that 26 degrees is searing heat, especially for some of these riders that maybe not be from the Mediterranean.
Yeah, some of the riders are a bit more used to some colder weather, especially in October.
Yeah, absolutely. There we can see a little bandana bearing the flag of Navarra, so I think we know who is being supported there.
Yeah, we do indeed. Navarra, we saw plenty of that back in Jerez as well. Now, this is what happened. We'll just see the official. Is it the 58 potentially?
Maybe.
So the 58's waving a finger saying let's not start. So that was our Mario in the Super Hugo 44 team. So the official running on saying cut off the engines, let's take stock and we'll get back underway shortly. So when we do get back underway, it'll be for a quick restart. So I think it'll just be straight into the warm-up lap, considering we do not have to come out of the pit lane.
Yep.
So, but we'll get confirmation whether we will have a lap chopped off this race. Instead of 15 laps, we might just get 14 laps, but we shall see very shortly.
Yep. Meanwhile, Liam, I can tell you that I spend a lot of time in Aragon. It's a place very close to my heart, and maybe just less than 100 kilometers north of MotorLand Aragón, I spend my summers in a little village called Manchones.
It sounds lovely. I mean, tell us more about the village. I've never been up there. Oh, here we go, actually. I'd love to hear about that in a second.
New race, 14 laps. We can move on to something serious.
Yeah, so we did get confirmation. What we thought is 14 laps long. So 14 laps will be done and dusted, and in Connor, you can get back up to your little holiday village 100 kilometers north here of MotorLand Aragón.
Yep, that's the plan.
For a nice wee beach session. I'm guessing there's a couple of beaches out there.
Liam, there's no coast in Aragon.
I didn't know that. I mean, the only time I ever come to Aragon is when I come straight to the circuit. There's a little lake down by the side. So
It's a very good lake as well. I believe you've worked with the Marquez brothers down there, haven't you?
Not me. It was before my time in Dorna. So yeah, I just edited a really badly made TikTok video in 2020 when I first started out. My journey in Dorna, but hey, we rise to something else. Never get to sit here and
Speaking of
TikTok,
TikTok, I think it's high time that we implored all the viewers to follow our social media accounts.
Indeed. Junior GP social media. Shout out once again to Ricardo Torrent, who is in charge of that this weekend, and I'm sure he'll be sitting patiently waiting for this one to get underway, as we are, with the riders getting taken off the grid along with their machines. So not sure what's happened here. Maybe some water in the works.
Yeah, very peculiar.
So if we do get some confirmation of what happened, we will let you know immediately, but doesn't seem to be. We'll be getting underway in the next few moments.
Yeah, it does look like this is going to be more delayed than we initially thought, and I wonder if that 14 lap race gets reduced further as well.
So, so was there some liquid down on the starting grid for, I'm not sure which position that might be, so they're just putting some cement dust down now.
I think we have to applaud that they've acted so quickly, just in the interest of rider safety, just getting out there right away. We didn't see anything maligned with what was going on the grid, and they've come out and they've done their job and made sure that everyone is as safe as it's possible to be.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking a look at a couple of the grid slots. I wonder if a bike has just dropped some oil on the way to the grid. Yeah, here we go again. Looks like just give it a bit of that technical taste with your finger, whether you can taste any oil or any liquids, any fluid on there in the circuit. I don't know if that'd be my measurement of trying to figure out whether oil has been dropped or something. So, if you're just joining us for the final race of the day, the Stock European Championship, we were about to get underway. The riders were on the grid for the start of their 15-lap encounter, and it has been delayed. And on our timing screen, we were given confirmation that it would be 14 laps. However, we've just been told on our timing screen that we will have 10 laps. So the pit lane did flash up on the screen just a second ago. When it comes back up, so quick start procedure, pit lane will open.
10 minutes, I believe it says.
10 minutes, yes. Well, it only flashes up for 1 second and disappears again for 10 seconds.
That's
so
less than a second.
You've got to catch it when you can. So yeah, the pit lane will be open for 60 seconds. So all riders have to make sure they're out there within the 60 seconds. If not, they'll be starting back of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. And 10 laps. It's still 10 laps of stock, and I am so excited for them.
Startling stock action awaits us here in MotorLand Aragón, and you can see that the fans that have stuck around are waiting.
Was that a little dance as well?
But with the marshals, I'm not sure, to be honest. Oh, here we go. So this is the bike in question. So that was the 34, I believe.
Still not entirely clear exactly what happened there.
That was a 34. Then it was Belladonna, the American rider, that's had their bike taken off track. I'm not sure if that was the case or we're just seeing some replays of the bikes getting taken off the track.
Yeah, let's not blame anyone just yet.
You can hear the leaf blowers out there as well, making sure that that cement dust is getting well and truly soaked into the tarmac there. There we are.
Yeah.
Now, I know my dad and my brother will be watching on from home. Grant Hodgins and Keith Hodgins back there. They're a couple of gardeners, so they well and truly versed of knowing how to manhandle a leaf blower. So they'll be watching on with trepidation of whether this Marshall is doing a good enough job or not. I'll give him a 10 out of 10. I think he's done a very well job.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give him 10 as well. But why not get the Hodgins over for the next time, for the next one?
No, maybe not. Maybe not.
Just in case. Do they have leaf blowers?
They certainly have many leaf blowers. We'll just bring them over for the next one. In Valencia, they can come. So, well, back into some serious matters and the Stock European Championship, where we will be getting underway in just under 10 minutes' time, with Ruben Romero going from pole position ahead of Iker Garcia and Valle. So here we go. Confirmation on your screen now. Quick restart procedure. Pit lane will be open again at 16:17 local time, which is just under 7 minutes for 60 seconds, and we'll have 10 laps, a sprint almost, here in Stock European Championship. So that means that tyre consumption can probably go out of the window now with all of the riders. Don't have to conserve too much. However, the thing that does bode a question for is Mario Mayor, who is starting from 14th on the grid. Where will he be able to get up to, as well as I feel the mechanics have just spotted they're on TV, so getting themselves part of the coverage, as they should. So here is Mario Mayor. So from 14th on the grid, only 10 laps to make up as much ground as he possibly can.
Yeah, that could be a real concern for Mario Mayor, because we've seen riders doing it, but often they're just missing maybe a few more laps to get really involved in the battle for the podium, the battle for the win. And it's also going to be a problem for Lorenzo Dalla Porta, because he's starting from P9 and he's got to make up all of that as well. So both of our title contenders are really going to have to try and get as good a start as possible to make it as easy as possible for them as we complete these 10 laps in MotorLand Aragón in the Stock European Championship.
Yeah, they will indeed. It's going to be one to well stick around for and watch, because it's going to be absolutely brilliant when we get underway for the 10-lap proceedings in Stock European Championship. Feeling no pressure.
No, that is love. Nicolas Bevilacqua just receiving a kiss there. He's very happy to be on TV. Well, I'm not sure it is. He looks a bit nervous.
Yeah, Bevilacqua taking, unfortunately for him, taking the start all the way down in last position with the GV Macro Bonsai Racing Squad. So, however, he is part of one of the best teams in Stock European Championship, and I'm sure he won't be too worried about starting all the way back there, and he'll be fighting further up the field in no time whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely, Liam. I mean, all of these riders out there on track today in that starting grid are more than capable of fighting through the pack on their day and getting involved in that battle. If not for the podium, then for a top 10 finish.
So wait for proceedings to get underway in just under 5 minutes time. I'm a little bit gutted, I must admit, that we don't have any tunes playing out over the PA system like we usually do when we're waiting for the action to get underway. There's usually a good playlist on the go.
Yeah, especially now as well, because Aragon is in prime party mode. I don't know if Iker Garcia knows this, but it is over the course of the weekend. The 12th of October was the Festival del Pilar in Zaragoza, which is of course the capital of the community of Aragon, and it's been a non-stop party.
Yes, it's been a little bit difficult to get to sleep in a hotel room with the party going on just outside, and party is something I'm sure Lorenzo Dalla Porta will be hoping to get to after today's race, and hopefully taking some of that bubbly and silverware to the party. But from 9th on the grid, it's a tall order.
It does play into his hands a bit, though, because obviously he is starting, what is it, 5 positions ahead of his title rival Mario Mayor. So there's less time for Mario to try and get his way through the field. And Lorenzo, well, we've seen him do it before as well.
Yeah, he has indeed. He's someone that's really well averse to coming through the field and the races. When he turned up this season, we expected him to be off like a scalded cat and just take this championship by storm, as we now get the klaxon to tell the riders to get themselves ready as Blai Trias has a wave to the camera. And it looks like he's ran out of some of those important leathers. Some scuffs on the leathers on the inside there. And maybe that's the last of the season, so he's been told to take it nice and easy for the rest of the weekend. So Blai Trias going from P13 on the grid, just ahead of Mario Mayor.
Just to pick up on what you said about Lorenzo Dalla Porta there, thinking that he would maybe take the Stock Championship by storm. Well, that really reflects on the quality of the riders that he has around him on the grid. He might be a world champion, but some of these riders are so talented as well.
Yeah, they are indeed. I thought it was Adam Sandler for a second. Not going to lie there. I was just taken aback by that. The man with the beard, he's getting a job as Adam Sandler stand-in. But I'm sure he'll be hoping to get or to watch this race of excitement.
It might have been him.
It could have been him, you never know. Could have been the real Adam Sandler himself. So,
Liam, we've had Keanu Reeves, Saxon Ring.
we have had Keanu Reeves at the Saxon Ring. We've had also Jason Statham in Silverstone. So
We have. So why would Adam Sandler not be a MotorLand Aragón?
if there's any a camera operator just bumped into the bike there. Seems like camera operator and bike are okay.
So we had Joan Santos. He wasn't too bothered by it.
No, not at all. Just don't break my bike, please. So Joan Santos, another rider part of the Yamaha squad.
He starts from
17th.
P17th. Yeah, that's right, Liam.
Yeah, just trying to get in that in before you. As we see some replays of not Adam Sandler, must say.
Just some happy fans looking to get things underway here.
Yep, some fans pointing to something that is unreadable to us up here in the commentary box.
The cameramans or camera operators done well to get it.
Yeah, they have indeed. They really have. Some of your fans cheering on. There he is, Adam Sandler once again. There we go. So yeah, it could be. I mean, Adam Sandler is someone that likes to stay out of the spotlight, so might not come down to a Junior GP event.
Yeah, we're not too far away as well from Mario Mayor in his home region of Navarra. It's just next to Aragon, so again, we saw in Jerez that he brought a lot of fans. Now, that was much further away down in Andalusia. That would have required I don't know, maybe a 12, 13-hour drive. He's just 2 hours away here. So that might explain why he's brought so many fans as well for this stock race.
I mean, Alcaniz is a little bit closer to get to than Andalusia, so if they can get all the way down south to Andalusia, I'm sure Alcaniz will be no issue whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's so good to see these bikes getting back on track now, Liam.
Indeed.
And we can stop talking about my holiday plans.
Yeah, and celebrity lookalikes. Now, just to bring you up to speed, a bit of a check-in with the IUM squad. They usually run two riders. There's Dino Iotto, their star rider, just jumping back on his number 13. We usually have Declan Van Rosmalen, part of that squad. However, he had a crash here on Thursday and put what is quite a gnarly looking hole on his right forearm. But thankfully for him, he's had it sewn back up again, and we expect to see him back in Valencia in just over a month's time.
Yeah, he was still all smiles despite that as well.
I think he was just happy that the scar didn't affect his tattoo that he had on his arm as well. Missed it by millimeters. So, the riders make the way round on the sighting lap before we get back underway in Stock European Championship. Race number 6 of the day. The 10 laps await us here in MotorLand Aragón. It was supposed to be a 15-lapper, but with the delay to proceedings, not quite sure what it was, but it seems like there was some fluid dropped down on the starting grid. So thankfully the organisers got on the scene extremely quickly and stopped the race from starting immediately. So big shout out to all of the organisers, all the people that put a show on here in Junior GP and did such an amazing job of getting all of us racing here in Junior GP.
Yeah, absolutely. Hats off to them. They do such a good job behind the scenes, and they so rarely get thanked for it as well. Obviously, by everyone involved in the paddock, they do get thanked for it, but in general, in the wider world of motorsport.
Yeah, they are the cog that keeps on turning and keeping this motoring along the Junior GP. It's such a breakneck, brilliant speed. As the Stock European Championship riders power down the back straight. And they'll come towards the grid. They'll be greeted by a member of the team. And once everyone is on the grid, the members of the team will exit stage right and the riders will set off on their warm-up lap, where we hope to get underway for 10 incredible laps of Stock European Championship.
We so rarely get to see a full stock race, do we, Liam?
It's so very rare, yes. As we were just saying at the top of the show, it seems to be stock that does... there seems to be something. I don't know whether it's just the universe saying, you know what, we've had 5 races today, let's just take a little bit of a break.
No, absolutely not, Liam. For me, stock is one of the most dramatic series that we've got here in Junior GP. I absolutely love it.
It's incredible racing in Stock European Championship. Not trying to diminish it at all, as we just seem to be getting a little bit of a break with Stock European Championship over the last couple of rounds for some reason. As the 71 of Ruben Romero comes back to his pole position slot.
Gets to take it twice.
Twice, 3 times basically, yeah. as many times as he would like. You would hope to cross the line in P1, so running over that grid slot. So I was wondering, there's confirmation of that grid slot there. It looks like it might be right at the back of the grid, potentially. But that grid slot is not getting used by any rider, so with that cement dust being down, it'll have slightly less grip than the rest of the grid slot as well. So as what a big wheelie there from Archie McDonald. Oh, it looked like it was almost contact between another couple of riders further back. Before we get underway, before the race even begins, we're also getting some elbows out on the start of the warm-up lap, it looked like.
Yeah, absolutely, and there goes.
So the riders make their way around the warm-up lap. All 32 of them are about to take the start of this 10-lap race. Race number 6 of the day, the penultimate round of Stock European Championship in 2024. Mario Mayor, your championship leader, starting from 14th place on the grid. He can become champion today, but he has to score a top 3 finish with Lorenzo Dalla Porta non-scoring here today. So match point for Mario Mayor, but it's advantage Lorenzo Dalla Porta as he starts from 9th on the grid. And we've seen so many times this season that when Lorenzo Dalla Porta starts down the field, he is able to come through the field into podium contention. 26 degrees air temperature, 38 degrees track temperature await the 32 Stock European Championship riders as we watch Dino Iozzo, who has come oh so close to so many victories in 2024, but for whatever reason it's just not quite fell the way of the South African riders. He's falling around your pole sitter on this warm-up lap.
Yeah, absolutely. It was agonizing watching that last lap in Jerez for Dino Iozzo as well, Liam.
Yeah, it was indeed. You know how much he wants it, and Mario Mayor just snatched it from the jaws of defeat on the final corner. And he also saying that he just had a bit of a mistake going into the penultimate corner, which allowed Mayor to get close enough to make that move, and Mayor took full advantage of that. However, from 6th on the grid, Dino Iozzo will be hoping to finally open his win account here in MotorLand Aragón.
Well, the last time he was on the podium, he finished 3rd. And then in Jerez, no, the first time he was on the podium this year, he finished 3rd. That was in Misano. Then in Jerez, he finished 2nd. He could be on course for a P1 finish. It
could be. I mean, just increasing in value as Dino Iozzo's finished. There is our championship leader, Mario Mayor, on bike 82. Pulls up to his P14 grid position, and it looks like one of the riders did take his grid position. So hopefully we don't have another delayed start here. Mario Mayor, he did pull up to his correct grid position. That was the 80 of Quesquez. So the MDR competition machine, he just went a few rows too far ahead. But it seems like we're going to get underway here in MotorLand Aragón for the Stock European Championship. 10 laps await us, and it's going to be Ruben Romero from his first pole position in the championship. The revs are rising, and it seems like a few riders are throwing hands up in the air. What is going on? So once again, it looks like we've got another delayed start to Stock European Championship, and nobody knows why.
Yeah, sure. Sheer frustration here, isn't there?
I think there's a problem with the lights, and the riders are just saying, just wave a flag down or something. Let's go. So it seems, not sure what the problem is.
But they're all demonstrating.
Yeah, they're all demonstrating. They're all frustrated with this one. 25 of Verdoya in the background, hands up in the air. Once again, we've got the officials coming on. The 43 of Molina, he was the one that seemed to be the most aggravated by it.
Yeah, as the officials come out again to...
You can hear the crowd as well during as well. So
start delayed. There we have the confirmation.
So another start delayed for the Stock European Championship. Seems like nobody wants to go home.
Oh, no one wants to win the championship.
Nobody wants to win the championship at all. So the officials seem just as perplexed as we all do here. We're not sure what's going on. Maybe it is a problem with the starting with the lights. So hopefully we don't have to have the bikes taken off track again. Maybe we'll send them on another warm-up lap, which means we'll probably have another lap chopped off the race here. So
yeah, it's frustrating for the riders. They look to get this race underway. They're all desperate to be out there competing. That's why they're here. They're here to race. They're here to decide the Stock European Championship title, something that could happen despite this delayed start here today in Aragon, and they'll be so frustrated not to be able to get underway. The riders, as much as the fans in the stands and those watching at home.
Well, yeah, you would say that we could have a championship wrapped up today, but we have to have a race, first of all, for that to happen.
We do. We could have had it wrapped up by now as well if everything had kicked off at the time that we'd scheduled it for.
Exactly. We're 25 minutes later from the start of the race. There's the riders throwing hands up in the air. Just as perplexed as we are. There's Andy Verdoya.
He looked frustrated at best.
Melina, he's the most perplexed.
Melina telling them what to do. No, just wave a flag.
Wave a flag. Let's go back to the old days.
Let me go.
Let's go back to the old days. Let's just drop a green flag and let's be off with it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Melina there, that was good watching. So hopefully we'll have that clipped and posted on the social channels, because that was quite something to behold from Melina. Bike 43 going from 8th on the grid, the 15 Motorsport rider. So
Ubaye as well now coming off his bike. He looked particularly frustrated just then. Would have been starting from P3. Well, he will be starting from P3 if we get started. But yeah, he's really desperate to get going.
Yeah, the fans there also waiting for this race to be underway, and just as waiting as we are. Looks like some of the riders are coming off just for a quick drinks break and to cool off a little bit in the shade. Well, when we do get this race underway, I'm still not sure which way this race might go. Lorenzo Dalla Porta starting from 9th, Mario Mayor from 14th. Both have got a big upward climb.
They do, and maybe it's not Dalla Porta's favourite circuit, but back in 2016 he was on the podium. He's a rider that's got so much experience in this circuit, in all circuits in the World Championship as well. And if anyone is able to make up the ground from P9 on this grid, for me it's Lorenzo Dalla Porta.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct there, and I think he's well and truly going to be hoping that you're absolutely correct in that sense, Connor, and he'll be...
He asked me to say that earlier when we saw him.
Underhand pages. So when I wasn't looking, when I was pouring my coffee, he just gave
Make sure you mention I'm the Moto3 World Champion from 2019. Make sure you mention it.
Just make sure you mention. Yeah. Just need to remind everybody that I was the best in the world at one point.
Well, he was.
He was. And he's going to be the best in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's a fantastically skilled rider.
Yes, he's a very nice lad as well.
And here we do see, I think things... Oh, there we are. Nothing but love.
Nothing but love. Feeling the love. And
well, I don't know if I saw on that T-shirt that it said Ruben as well.
It looked like it did say Ruben. I'm not quite sure, as this is
it could well be a Ruben Romero fan.
This is the site. We really do not want to see the riders coming off the grid again. So for the second time today, the Stock European Championship riders are being taken off the grid. The start delayed. Maybe they're just waiting for the start of the British Superbike final in Brands Hatch with Tommy Bridewell and Kyle Ryde, of course, going for that British crown. So maybe they're just saying, right, you know what, we're not going to have this race over done with before that race begins. So we're going to just watch that first of all. Dino Iozzo always got a smile on his face. He doesn't seem too unhappy with that. Shout out for Torino there. Rider looks a bit like Pecco Bagnaia. He
does look a bit like Pecco Bagnaia.
So I saw him yesterday and I thought for a second it was Pecco Bagnaia. So yeah, big shout out for Torino, where Pecco Bagnaia is also from.
I'm not sure if he said Torino.
I'm not sure either. I just thought I heard Torino there.
I think I heard chorizo.
Yeah, a couple of chorizos just to build up the iron again in the system.
Well, the fans are watching on as evening approaches here at MotorLand Aragón. They're desperate for things to get underway, as is everyone here. Look at the way they're trying to get things going here. Everyone is running. The riders are as frustrated, as we've said, as everyone else.
A few of the fans are asking the riders what's happened in there, just throwing their hands up in the air going, I have no idea.
Yeah, I suppose for the time being, of course, for the second start that has been delayed, we have no idea either.
No, we don't, but if we do have an idea, we will be relaying that information on to you. However, we just get to watch the 100-meter sprint, I guess, now. So a few of the...
For the time being, we are still scheduled to have 10 laps. I do imagine that that's going to come down. We saw pit lane opening for that start at 16:17 local time. That's UTC +2. Now, it's going on to 4:30 local time, 16:30 exactly as I speak. And that probably means that we're going to have fewer laps for the race once we get going.
I think you're absolutely spot on the money there, Connor. It seems like we will probably get fewer laps. I will be surprised if we do keep the 10-lap race running, but we will wait and see to see what happens with that. So, MotorLand Aragón, it always throws up something, doesn't it? It's always a bit of drama around about here. And today, especially for Mario Mayor and Lorenzo Dalla Porta, whose nerves must have been going through the roof before the start of this one with the championship on the line.
Yeah, we see Ruben Romero's frustration there. He is our pole sitter. It's his first opportunity to start a race from pole, and he's not able to do so for the time being. He's going to be so frustrated, more so perhaps than anyone else, barring those battling for the championship, because that was an opportunity for him to start from pole in MotorLand Aragón. And as you were just saying, Liam, it's a circuit that offers up so much drama, and I think for these riders, when they were coming through with the big welcome to MotorLand Aragón sign that you see painted so beautifully at the entrance to what is a historic circuit, this is the moment they were waiting for. This is what they want to be doing. They want to be taking their positions right now. And of course, they're unable to for safety reasons, and we understand that, but you can also appreciate rider frustration when things don't go as planned, because as you mentioned earlier, Liam, there's so much adrenaline running through their bodies, coursing through their veins as they prepare for racing, which is the reason we are here.
Yeah, and for the riders, when they build themselves up, not once, but twice, all that adrenaline, getting themselves in that zone once again, to be told that you cannot start the race, and you've got to do it for a third time. So they're just going through the motions, and the first start is hard enough, but to have to do it a second time, to have to do it a third time to get yourself back into that zone, into that mindset once again.
Yeah,
and that adrenaline, it's very tough for these riders. You do feel for them.
Yeah, having to come in and out of that zone, that racing zone that we see so frequently on the grid in different ways, shapes and forms. But once a rider gets into that zone, there's no one really that can take them out of it, unless we have events occurring like we are seeing here, at which point they have to come off. And it's frustrating for them, you can appreciate that.
Exactly, and there's still no official confirmation as to what the issue was, but it looks like it was something to do with the lights procedure.
We did see all the riders gesticulating quite massively as if, wave a flag.
Yeah.
Just get it done the old way.
Yeah, go
and
back
some of these stock racers do know the old way as well. They're not exactly junior here in the FIM JuniorGP World Championship. These are the veterans.
Some of them are very much veterans of racing, and a few of them...
Maybe not that old, of course, but
yeah,
you know.
probably a lot of them are still younger than me and you, so and we're not that long in the tooth just yet.
Well,
so.
I can tell you that Dalla Porta is 27.
Still younger than us.
With the viewers don't need to know our age. I could be 26 for all they know.
We're 32, really.
Right, fantastic. Thank you, Liam.
So okay, it's okay. I'm the same age. We're only a week apart, so yeah, you've got a couple of old fogies, you could say, up here in the commentary box. But
we've got Davide Fabri, who's 26, also in the Stock European Championship. I'm just looking for the...
So they're basically all still younger than all of us.
Oh, no,
it's good to know.
Most riders are 18, 17, or whatever, and we all know why they're in this class as well. Mario Mio, for example, is 18, and he has been sensational, despite the fact that he maybe doesn't have the experience of some of the riders like Lorenzo Dalla Porta. But imagine what it means for him as well to be not only battling with Lorenzo Dalla Porta for the Stock European Championship title, but to be leading him by 9 points as it stands as well, Liam.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And as you quite rightly pointed out, Mario Mayor doesn't quite have the experience of being in a championship battle that Lorenzo Dalla Porta does, and especially with Dalla Porta being in the battle for a world championship over the course of what was a 19-20 round season, globe-trotting all around the world. He knows what it's like to be at the upper echelon of being at the forefront of everyone's attention to take that championship. Mario Mayor, this is completely new for him. So Mario Mayor, it's new territory, but it seems like he's been handling it very well, considering he is injured at the moment.
Yeah, I think he is handling it very well. But I don't know whether Lorenzo Della Porta's incredible history in this sport is so much of an advantage. Obviously, he's got the skill, he's got the talent, and he shows that race in, race out. But Mayor doesn't have the kind of pressure that maybe would have been applied to Lorenzo Della Porta once upon a time, which he might not be dealing with now in stock, but has dealt with over the course of what has been a successful career.
And also, coming back to Lorenzo Della Porta, his best ever result in Aragon was a P3, but it wasn't in his Moto3 days. It was all the way back in the CEV Moto3 class 8 years ago when he finished third.
And he's 2016?
In 2016. That was the last time, the only time that Lorenzo Della Porta has ever finished inside the top 3 in Aragon. So he likes it better than Jerez, however. It's not a circuit that you would probably consider his favourite.
Well, I'm sure he would wish that all of the races took place in Misano, where we got underway in this Stock European Championship season. Of course, he won that race, and he did so in style. Since then, he has won in Catalonia as well, and he did finish third in Jerez. So we can, again, Liam, I think if you want to just clarify the quick start procedure there.
Yeah, so we're getting underway again in just under 9 minutes time for another 10-lap race. So thankfully we are keeping 10 laps for a 60 seconds. The pit lane will be open once 4:45 hits, and that means the riders will go back out onto the track for a sighting lap. They'll come back round to the grid. We're just getting confirmation now of it on the bottom of the screen. The riders will come back round to the grid, meet one of their mechanics, and once everyone has lined up, the mechanics will exit stage right, and the riders will be sent on their warm-up lap, come back round to the grid, where we hope, third time lucky, we'll get underway.
That is the way it works, third time lucky. This is the news, of course, that the riders will be wanting to receive as well. And no reduction in the race time means, or the laps, in the amount of laps, means that we're going to see as much racing as possible, and that's wonderful for everyone.
It is indeed, and it'll be a big shame for some of the mechanics and personnel down in the pit garages who were enjoying their 15 minutes of fame down there, and doing all of a sudden a few little dances and gestures to the camera. Nothing bad. It was all good and all in good humour. So, well, we're glad that after what has been quite a delay now, we're getting racing potentially 45 to 50 minutes later than
It'll be 50 minutes come the end of the process.
Come the end of the warm-up lap. Underway here in MotorLand Aragón for the penultimate round of the Stock European Championship. So we've still got another, well, 7 minutes to wait before we do get underway.
Bizarrely, Liam, just yesterday evening, our colleague, or maybe even boss Miriam Lopez, asked me what we talk about when there's a red light kind of procedure. How can you just start speaking about anything? She was asking me. And I said, between you and I, we could talk about anything.
We absolutely could. I mean, I could talk about, well, what your next pair of shoes are going to be. I don't know why I just said that, but I must admit, viewers, if you're watching this and you're not too sure what we're talking about, I must admit, Connor has a very nice pair of, I don't know if it's like Louis Vuitton type shoes.
Louis Vuitton, the Clarks, Liam.
I don't They look good.
No.
Go down to your local Clarks where you can pick up a pair of Connor Doherty inspired shoes.
I would love Clarks to send me another pair of these. These are actually really nice shoes, really comfortable. And they're still smart at the same time, which is why I try to wear them when we come to these events when possible.
That's good, because the current shoes I'm wearing, I've been walking around all weekend. I'm already feeling the pain from my shoes.
Yeah, but I think that might be because they're kind of flat-bottom Vans. Like, they're very cool shoes, Liam, but
I was hoping you wouldn't give away which brand they were. I've just slated them. That means I won't be getting any sponsorship deal from Vans now.
Yeah.
Well, we are still waiting for the procedure to come, well, to be underway. The sun in the sky is descending quite rapidly.
Yeah, it is.
The shadows are getting ever longer.
Entering autumn here, and the days aren't as long as they were in the summer. And you can see as the shadows grow, yeah.
Seems very calm down there in pit lane. No one's running about. It doesn't seem like we're getting underway in just over 5 minutes' time.
Well, when we hear the klaxon, I think that'll be when we start seeing everyone running and hurrying around.
Yeah, fingers crossed we should hear the klaxon in a couple of minutes' time for the riders to get ready for the 10-lap assault on MotorLand Aragón here under the Alcanis sunshine.
And it has been a wonderful event over the course of this weekend. We've had turbulent conditions at the beginning of the round, and that's just become wonderful sunshine today in the afternoon. Prior to that, of course, this morning, we were surrounded by fog, and the pit lane walk actually had to be cancelled as a consequence of that fog. We came in it and we said, well, if it's like this, we're not going to see any racing for a while. We did see racing, and at the end, this is where we found the issue right here in stock, right at the end of the day. It's not where I would have expected to have a delay.
Yeah, indeed. Stock European Championship. It's a shame for the teams and the riders who, like many people in the paddock, will just be wanting to get packed up and head off to the next rounds. Many of these riders and team mechanics will also have another job that they'll have to get back to on Monday. So it's a great shame, but as you said, we were quite lucky this morning not to have a start to the procedure and on-air procedures with the fog. We did have a delayed start to the European Tank Cup last chance race. We eventually got that underway.
There it is.
There we go. The klaxon is sounding. So Stock European Championship is ready to get underway, and I thought as soon as I heard that klaxon, more people will be getting into gear, but everyone's
They've
just
still got the second
standing. Yeah, so they're still happily just standing around. As we see a few of the Junior GP, European Talent Cup and Moto2 teams dismantling their pit walls, taking them off to Valencia. And I can't overstate how different it looks to this afternoon compared to what it was this morning. This circuit was completely cast in fog and mist, and it was such a good opportunity. I managed to get a photo of one of our camera operators at the exit of the final corner, just sitting there looking all cold and not really enjoying life, looking like he's cast a shadow into the mist. And it was a very good opportunity to get some good and well-rounded photographs. So here we go. The second klaxon is now sounded, and we will be getting underway in just a few minutes' time. Just over 2 minutes, we will be getting the bikes back out on track for their sighting lap. The quick start procedure, they will have 60 seconds. I have to remind you to get back out onto the track. If they miss that 60-second window, then they will have to start the warm-up lap from pit lane, which means they'll have to join the grid at the back of the grid for this 10-lap Stock European Championship.
Yeah, that would be really unfortunate for any rider that finds himself outside of that limit.
Yeah, you will indeed. And
it would really be the cherry on the cake after these two delayed starts.
Cherry on top, maybe even some sauce on top as well. Who knows? Who knows? Well, the only thing we do know is we're about to get back underway. And after what's felt like a long, long time, and seeing
3/4 of an hour late.
3/4 of an hour, we should have had this done and dusted now, but so it has to be sometimes. It's just the luck of the draw, isn't it? And unfortunately, it seems to be the Stock European Championship riders pull the short end of the stick when it comes to what's happening in the race weekend, and when it seems to be ready for them to go racing, that's when it tends to be something goes wrong. However, the riders are waiting, and we're waiting to get ready in just over 1 minute.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get things underway as smoothly as possible this time around, and we can finally get this 10-lap race in the Stock European Championship underway. A title on the line, Liam. It's going to be so exciting despite the delay. And there is another klaxon.
1 minute to go. Here we go. So,
and there we can hear the revs as people prepare to take their places. Here we go. Here we go. Finally, what we were waiting to see.
Romero, your pole setter, the first one to leave, so he's eager to get on with this one.
Eager. Eager is the word.
As you can imagine, considering he is a pole setter, and he's just stopped over at... So he's just left his garage, and there's a couple of mechanics at the end of pit lane. They're just checking something to do with his bike. Not quite sure what that is. I'm sure there'll be well-informed fans probably tweeting at us at some point just to tell us what it is. So
I wouldn't have it any other way, Liam.
Well, if you want to get in touch with us, I guess you can say Adeline48 Hodgins on Twitter, and yourself, Connor.
At OCW Doherty, D-O-H-E-L-T-Y.
Yes. If you want to tell us what we have just missed with Ruben Romero, and when the mechanics were there just checking over the bike, then we'll be happy to hear what that was. And obviously be a little bit educated ahead of the Stock European Championship, which we hope will get underway this time round. Third time is the charm, as they say, as all the riders now peel out into or onto the track with 30 seconds to go before pit lane closes. It looks like all of our main championship protagonists are out on track, with Mario Mayor, bike number 82, going from 14th place on the grid, your championship leader, and he'll be hoping to make some inroads in this race to stop Lorenzo Dalla Porta from closing in even further or taking advantage going into the final round in Valencia in just over 1 month's time.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be in the penultimate race a title decider, but it could also go down to the wire in Valencia. What's for sure is that we're going to see some fantastic racing here today in Aragon when we eventually get underway.
Yeah, we will indeed, as we make our way around what seems to be, well, it seems like we've had more sighting laps than we've had racing laps.
Third sighting lap?
Third sighting lap it is. So, yeah, we've had many sighting laps so far here today, and hopefully it's the last one we have.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed. So it's just coming up to, or just after 4:45 local time, and the 86, he's enjoying that one, not taking it seriously whatsoever. Kilian Nestola.
We also saw Jimenez pulling a wheelie as well.
Maybe they're just happy to be back out on track. It doesn't matter.
Understandably.
Doesn't matter whether it goes ahead or not. They just want to pop a little wheelie for the sponsors, for the photographers, and
for themselves.
For themselves.
Ride for joy.
Yeah, ride for joy. Wheelie for joy. Right, so the riders make the way round the sighting laps. They'll be greeted on the grid by one of their mechanics, and once all of the riders are on track or are on the grid, the mechanics will pull off to pit lane and the riders will set off for their warm-up lap. The third and final warm-up lap, we do hope. So Ruben Romero goes from pole position for the first time in his Stock European Championship career, ahead of Iker Garcia and Carlos Valle on the outside of the first row of the grid. Borja Jimenez starts row number 2 ahead of Ruiz and Dino Iozzo, who will be looking to take his first victory in the class from 6th on the grid. Just behind them is Dimas Mihela, Molina, who we saw apoplectic when we had the second delayed start, just ahead of Lorenzo Dalla Porta, with Mario Mayor back on row number 5 in P14. So here we go. Third time we have the riders underway for the warm-up lap, and it looked like we might have just had one of the riders slowly away from the line. Thankfully, everyone seems to be off and running. No such issues this time round.
Dino Iozzo leading the field as well for the time being.
Yeah, so Dino Iozzo is just trying to get in some practice about how it feels to be leading from the front of the field.
Well, he's starting from the second row. We saw what he's capable of in Jerez. This time he'll be looking to hold on to that lead at the front of the race. He's got 10 laps if he wants to do it.
Yeah, the riders who usually comes under some threat for the race when are starting much further back than what he is used to. Dalla Porta is the one that's closest. He's only 1 row back in 9th, with Archie McDonald, who's also been a serial winner this year in, well, serial threat to the win in Stock European Championship, taking his first victory back in Portimao. He is back in 11th with Mario Mayor in 14th, but the rider that's really lost out is Kilian Nestola, who we've seen so many times feature at the front and many of these battles. Also, Andy Verdoya, he's another rider that's a little bit further back than what we are used to. So Verdoya on the 25, he's back in 12th spot, but Mario Mayor, the one coming from the middle of the 5th row of the grid, so he has it all to do in the 10-lap encounter of Stock European Championship if he wants to continue his championship advantage going into the season finale in Valencia. Just to remind you, he can win the championship here today. However, he will have to finish inside the top 3, and Lorenzo Dalla Porta a non-score for him to wrap up the title here today, which seems like a tall order.
It does seem like a tall order when you're coming up against, well, when you need all of those things to fall into place so precisely. You just mentioned Andy de Verdoya there, Liam. He's finished in P6 in the last 3 races in a row, so he's one that is usually there fighting at the top. And we also saw Adrian Rodriguez there, who did win, of course, back in Estoril, and he starts from P10.
Yeah, so many winners in the class from this year, starting mired on the grid, but no such problems for Ruben Romero, who's looking to take victory for the first time in Stock European Championship after his first pole position in the class. Hopefully we do get underway. Have we been able to rectify the issue? Did they turn it off and back on again? Will we see the red lights come on? Will we get underway? The revs are rising. We are about to get underway. Yes, the red lights are on. Here we go for Stock European Championship. 10 laps await us here in MotorLand Aragón, and a motoring start from the number 91, Jimenez. He's through to second, but it looks like we have, I think that's Garcia. Yes, it's not Garcia.
It's Valle.
It's Valle from the outside of row number 1. He slots through to first with Dino Iotto from 6th on the grid. He's already up to 3rd spot. The Pink Panther has made a rocket start, and it looked like Romero tried to go around the outside of Calle. Your pole setter already attacking the rider that started 3rd.
What an incredible start that was from Valle to get ahead. He's not going to have an easy 10 laps here if he's looking to maintain his place at the front with all these riders vying for a place behind him. But what a start from him, and what a start, as you said, Liam, from Iotto.
Terrible start for Lorenzo Dalla Porta. He finds himself behind his championship rival. Mario Mayor is up 4 places into 10th. Dalla Porta down 2. So Dalla Porta, this is big trouble in terms of his championship if Mario Mayor is in front of him. So Dalla Porta in the line with Mario Mayor in first as both the top 2. I think it was maybe just Calle runs off the edge of the curb as Romero making him play for the lead. Late on the brakes. He's later than late. No, and he has just stopped it in time before T-boning potentially Calle.
Yeah, as you said there, with the 2 that are...
Oh, here we go. Oh, what a move there. Got the drive coming through 13 into 14. And Calle has been shuffled back into 2nd. So your pole setter, he's back into lead of this race.
Yeah, this is a real battle that we're seeing begin between these 2. Neither, of course, are used to vying at the front of the race, but God, they're taking it by the scruff of the neck.
They really are. They both had a couple of top 5s, especially Calle. He's had a top 5 back in Jerez. Iotto is the only rider inside the top 5 or 6 that we're used to seeing at the front of this field. He doesn't know what these riders are like to race against in Stock European Championship. So we take off lap number 1. It's Carlos Calle from Romero, your pole setter, and Dino Iotto making a move for 2nd. He's not good for 2nd. He's going for first. Late on the brakes, sideways. Wow, Dino Iotto, but he's gone a lot bit too deep, and Calle takes advantage once again.
Yeah, Valle doing so well there.
And here
Iotto was...
Oh, Iotto, there it goes again.
There he goes through again.
If there's any time that this is the best time to take a race victory, it's when your chief rivals are further back. But Romero, he's late on the brakes. Iotto, he manages to hold it. So Iotto, he's gone from 6th on the grid. He's already leading the way at the start of lap number 2. But there's Rodriguez, who comes from 10th. He's going from 4th. Rodriguez up the inside of Jimenez.
Yeah, Iotto really needs to make his experience at the front of races count. We've seen him in this position before over the course of this campaign, and we've seen him make unfortunate mistakes that have been costly. This time around, maybe the riders around him aren't going to be in a position to take advantage of those. If he does make them, obviously he'll be hoping that he doesn't.
Another great second lap from Mario Mayor. He's up into 6th. He's still in front of Lorenzo Dalla Porta. So the top 2 in the championship are now starting to catch the leading group. And once again, Rodriguez looking for a move up the inside. But here comes Mayor on Jimenez from 14th on the grid. Does that matter for Mayor? No, it does not, as Lorenzo Dalla Porta is following through his chief championship rival. As it stands, it will be 1 point that Mayor will gain on Lorenzo Dalla Porta. It will go up to 10 points with only 1 round remaining.
Yeah, I've just seen someone's gone down there as well. Is it Molina? No.
Not quite sure it was. I have it flashing up a long lap penalty for the number 33. That's Rahicek, so Rahicek's a bit further back, but pulling through to the front of the field again is Romero. So Dino Iotto, I thought he may have been able to pull away from this pack. There we are there. So yeah,
someone has gone down.
That looks like it is on the entrance to turn 12 as Iotto once again retaliates. So Iotto, he was telling us yesterday that...
Quintal that's gone down there, I think.
Ah, yeah, very well spotted there, Connor. So Iotto back at the summit of this race. He was telling us yesterday that he was having a lot of the riders follow him in practice on Friday because he was setting a searing pace. He was half a second faster usually than the rest of the riders. However, Romero, he's back up the inside into first, and Lorenzo Dalla Porta, the fastest lap of the race. He's now in front of Mario Mayor. Now, Lorenzo Dalla Porta, he's now starting to show why he is a Moto3 World Champion. As Dino Iotto late on the brakes, I thought I was about to go for a move at turn 7 on Romero.
Yeah, Dalla Porta and Mayor, they've really climbed through the ranks here, through the field, and now are in 5th and 6th respectively. It was almost as if they were working together to try and plough their way through the field. They've done that now, and now they're really in with a chance of getting into that podium battle.
I can't imagine they will be working together whatsoever.
No,
that would be the last thing
almost as if conditionally.
Indeed. So, back at the front, Romero leading the way, but not for long. Here comes Iotto late on the brakes, kicking that rear end out. Has he made a stack? Yes, he has. That is brilliant there. That pink path, but Romero brilliantly around the outside. He tried to do what Pecco Bagnaia tried, and they came together with Alex Marquez, but he's managed to do what a double MotoGP champion could not do and make it stick around the outside of Dino Iotto. Nothing against what happened between Alex Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia, but that was brilliant there from Ruben Romero. Retaliating comes Dino Iotto.
Oh, this is such a good battle.
This is brilliant. How many times has it changed first position on this lap? I can count them maybe 4 or 5 times already, as Rodriguez is trying to make amends on Jerez. He's already back into 3rd spot.
Yeah, and it's also great that Romero is delivering on his word. He said if it was dry, he was going to give it everything, and that is exactly what he is doing on that throttle. He's giving it absolutely everything. He's been so brave on the brakes as he's chasing down Iotto now, and as you said, this has been chopping, this has been changing, and he's just looking for his opportunity now to try and get into P1 once again.
Mahela, he's now just set the fastest lap of the race. It looked like he'd put a move on. I think Mario Mayor has been shuffled back, potentially. No! Mayor Dalla Porta, there's almost contact between your championship rivals. That was oh so close to disaster for both of them, but Mayor's through on Dalla Porta. Dalla Porta's retaliating. They're both part of the same team, but they're out for themselves. Oh, it's going to be contact. Mayor holds it around the outside of Dalla Porta. And Caillé, don't look over your shoulder. You don't want to see this one as Dalla Porta comes back once again. Latest of the late breakers down towards, and they're pushing each other out. One goes like, oh my goodness, I thought Mayor was down. He lost the rear end, he lost the front, but Dalla Porta takes advantage again, and here comes Mahela. Mahela's up the inside of Mayor. Mayor's leading on him. My goodness me, you have a championship to fight for, Mayor. Just watch out. And what a race that was between Dalla Porta and Mayor.
Incredible. Liam, it's moments like that that make me so grateful for their skill of the cameramen that we have. They managed to capture that entire race as Dalla Porta now leads Mayor.
Not just the cameraman, but also the TV direction. Here we go again, Mahela up the inside of Dalla Porta, and Mayor taking advantage once more, and Dalla Porta's been shuffled back to 7th. This is stock European Championship at its best, and Dalla Porta, he's now seen his championship rival just slither back in front of him again, but it's not going to last too long. The diminutive Dalla Porta's got to run down the straight. After all of this, we've completely forgot what's happened at the front. It's Dalla Porta and Mayor swap 5th or 6th and 7th positions again. This is your battle for the championship.
Yeah, 6th and 7th position, but Mahela above them, who we did see earlier that had recorded the fastest lap. Well, he's going to be absolutely thrilled with what's happening between these two.
Here comes a move on Caillé. Caillé's losing 4th to Demez, and Mayor's about to gain a place on Dalla Porta. They're side by side again. I think Dalla Porta had to give that one up as the top 3 are off and running, and Rodriguez now, he's into 2nd.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible, both at the front and in the battle for the top 5 between Mayor and Dalla Porta. This is absolutely sensational. Rodriguez, who we did mention before the race, now setting the fastest lap, 156.084.
Well, the top 3 are off and running. They're 2 seconds ahead of Mahela in 4th. And Mihaela, what can he do? Oh, it seems like someone went a little bit deep into there. Was that Mayor? Was that Mayor that ran deep? I'm not quite sure who that was, but it looked like a flash of red rather than a flash of yellow. So we have to look back. Who was it that ran a little bit deep at turn number 7? Was it one of your title protagonists through sector number 2? They'll come any moment now. We will keep an eye out on the timing monitor to see if there's a change of position. Here we go. So this is a change for second between Rodriguez and Romero. And poetry in motion in their corner.
You do love that phrase.
Very, very nicely indeed. I do enjoy that phrase indeed. So, as we get back to the battle for the championship, it wasn't Mayor, it was Dalla Porta. Dalla Porta has been shuffled back to 9th. Mayor, he's currently in 5th, so it was Dalla Porta we saw running deep. This is playing brilliantly into the hands of Mario Mayor, who's maybe a second and a half in front of his main championship rival.
Yeah, he'll be very pleased to have seen his teammate go wide there, and he's going to hope to take full advantage. I'd just like to mention for a second, Rodriguez has done so well. He's gone from the 4th row from P10, and now he's the rider chasing Yotso at the front of the pack.
Yeah, it looks like a potentially could be a move coming from Rodriguez on Yotso very soon. Mihaela on that lap. What lap times he just said? A 56.6. That was 0.2 of a second slower than your race leaders, Iozzo and Rodriguez. Romero was a couple of tenths slower on that previous lap, but he's still there with the top 2. On that lap there, Dalla Porta set a 1:59.1, so he lost a lot of time there. 3 seconds almost slower than your race leader, so he lost a ton of time, did Lorenzo Dalla Porta. Not sure if he came into contact with somebody, or maybe he's just having a couple of issues out there on track. So with 4.5 laps remaining, what can Dalla Porta do? Can he recover some ground? This is playing beautifully into the hands of Mario Mayor, who cannot win the championship today unless he finishes inside the top 3, and Lorenzo Dalla Porta is a big non-score at the time being. He is in 5th spot, and Mihaela is well and truly off and running in front of him.
Yeah, Mihaela's doing really well. He set the fastest lap time, fastest sector time through sector 1 there, 32.954. Absolutely sensational. So he's the fastest on track during that opening sector in MotorLand Aragón for the time being.
He is indeed. So we're looking at Lorenzo Dalla Porta, who had a difficult lap number 6, but he's trying to make some inroads on Calle, who's dropping like a stone from his first ever front row starting position, the number 67. As we're back at the front, and Romero looks like he's gathered some pace up again. He's now coming back at Rodriguez as Iozzo's just starting to drop the hammer ever so slightly, and he's just opening up that gap ever so slightly.
See it in action.
So the Pink Panthers looking on course, hoping to take his first victory in Stock European Championship. He's come so close on so many occasions, as now Mayor's coming under some threat from Garcia and Jimenez. Mayor sweeps across the front of both of them, runs a little bit wide. No, he manages to hold it to the apex, but Lorenzo Dalla Porta, he's now through on Calle. So Lorenzo Dalla Porta is now got only 4 laps to go to try and catch his championship rival, as Jimenez up the inside. That's Garcia, my apologies, up the inside of Dalla Porta, of Mayor. I just saw Dalla Porta flash past it on the yellow and blue, so I thought it was Dalla Porta.
We do have a lot of the GV Micro Bonsai Racing racers out there today in stock.
There is a lot of them indeed, as we have a move potentially coming from Jimenez. No, not quite. So Mayor, he's been shuffled back to 6th. Dalla Porta, what did he set on the previous lap? He was a 1:57.4, so he was a couple of tenths faster than Mayor in front of him. So this is music to the eyes. Music to the eyes, I guess, of...
Music to the ears, sure.
Music to the ears, yeah, but there's no sound going on, so no. I guess we're going to have to just say music to the eyes or whatever. His eyes are lighting up in Stock European Championship. It's been a long day, so of course we're getting a little bit twisted and turned over here in the commentary box. He also gets such a great run off the left-hander turn number 10, over the crest of the hill into 11, down the hill into 12, and he's opened up another few bike lengths of advantage over Rodriguez, who's now starting to come under a bit of threat from Ruben Romero. And Romero's not just giving a bit of threat, he's giving something to really think about, as Romero's back up the inside of Rodriguez. So Romero, your pole setter, he seems to have just taken stock. Bit of a bobble there from Dino Iozzo as he exited turn number 15, powering down the back straight for the 4th to last time.
Yeah, Rodriguez just looking back there to see who's with them, and he's able to Mihaela, but everyone else is much further back for the time being.
Mihaela is on for a cracking lap. This time around as Rodriguez swaps back into second place. Mihaela could potentially be on course for the fastest lap of the races. Dino Iozzo is using all of the track and a little bit more on the exit of the final corner. Across the line, yes, a 55.7 from Mihaela, the fastest rider on track by a long, long way. He was 9/10 of a second quicker than your race leader, Dino Iozzo.
Yeah, we've got Jimenez leading this pack behind Mihaela as well.
So back at the front, the top three leading the way, but Mihaela is closing into shot, looming into shot now as the 89. So on that lap at this pace, he will be on the back of them in a few corners time. What can he do when he gets there though? He's got Rodriguez immediately in front of him with Romero and Iozzo. He runs a little bit deep. Iozzo's just having a few moments now on the rear end of that IUM number 13.
Yeah, he really does seem to be losing a bit of time to Romero here, because Romero's really catching up. There's Mihaela again with a fastest lap, a 155.773. He's getting involved in this battle for the podium, and he's going to have a lot of belief with the times he's setting. There he was again in sector 1 as well, 32.670. So he's the fastest again through that sector.
Yeah, Mihaela, I'm not sure what he's had for breakfast this morning, or maybe it was all that waiting about. He just wants to be getting done. Get this over and done with, and he can dart down the road and head back home. But Mihaela on the back of this group now. Dino Iozzo, as he has done since lap 2, leads the way from your pole setter Romero. Rodriguez from 10th on the grid, sitting in 3rd spot. However, it looks like his pace is potentially struggling to hold the same pace as Iozzo. Looks over his shoulder, sees it's not just one, not just two, but it's now 3 riders part of this leading group. The battle for the championship is currently in favour of Mario Mayor's. Mihaela's up the inside of Rodriguez into the final corner. So that is one dealt with. That was coming. So he's now got 2 laps to try and take the lead of this race. He's got an epic run off the final corner up the inside of Romero. He goes second. Here comes Rodriguez up the inside of Romero. No, because he's no chopped off by Ruben Romero. So with 2 laps to go, Iozzo is in control of this race, but it doesn't seem to be in control as Mihaela has all the speed, and here he goes for a move up the inside in turn 3. Where's the speed? He's got so much tyre left in comparison to the rest of them, and Romero's taking advantage, so Iozzo has gone from 1st to 3rd.
Yeah, but really, I mean, the headlines are going to be Mihaela from 4th to 1st in the space of what? Half a lap? Absolutely incredible from Mihaela.
Yeah, Mihaela is not even tasted top step glory yet, so
none of on the podium in Catalonia. I think he finished 3rd there.
Yeah, none of these riders, apart from Rodriguez, has ever tasted victory in stock European Championship, and Mihaela has got to the front of the field within the space of 1 lap and is already off and running.
Yeah, absolutely sensational. I actually am stunned still by that move he's just pulled off, and Dino Iozzo will be ruing and lamenting the fact that he finds himself in 3rd now. Now he's got to really give it a go and try and get ahead of Romero, our pole sitter for this race, and then and only then will he have a crack at Mihaela again.
It doesn't look like Iozzo has the pace to try and put a move on Romero. What can Romero do about Mihaela? Now he took a title line into turn 15. That's just puts him a little bit further back. That's broken his speed onto the back straight for Ruben Romero as Mihaela. What a ride this is. From 7th on the grid, dropped back early stages, and he's now back into the lead of the race. In the battle for the championship, Mayor, he's dropped back into 6th. Dalla Porta, he's still in 8th place. There's only a couple of tenths of a second between them as we begin the final lap of what's been quite an incredible stock European Championship race here in MotorLand Aragón. Mihaela is leading the way, half a second clear of Ruben Romero. Dino Iozzo looking for his 3rd podium of the season, and Rodriguez looking to get back on the podium as Dalla Porta up the inside of Iker Garcia. That's for 7th. If it remains as is, if we put the checkered flag out now, there will be 11 points separating, or 10 points separating Mario Mayor and Lorenzo Dalla Porta heading into the final race in Valencia in just over 1 month's time.
They've done so well as well to get into the position that they're in. They've come from much further back in the grid, P9 and P14 respectively. They've battled forward, but they haven't been able to keep the pace with these riders at the front. Mihaela has been absolutely sensational since he took the lead, and now he's stretching that gap, and Iozzo now finds himself off the podium in 4th.
He does indeed. It's such a shame for Iozzo, who looked so brilliant in the early stages of this race. And maybe he's tired, just cried enough. We did see him have a couple of moments, a couple of laps ago. So Dino Iozzo runs off the edge of the curb there. And such a shame for Iozzo, who looked to be on course for potentially his first victory. However, it looks like first victory honours will be going the way of Demis Mihaela on the number 89, the MDR Competition squad, as Rodriguez is having a look up the inside, a dig at Romero. Couldn't get quite close enough, couldn't make it stick. So, for the time being, powering down the straight, the back straight for one last time. Mihaela has this, but who will finish second? Rodriguez and the slipstream of Romero. Your pollster, he said he was going to go all out. No matter what happens, he'll take his best ever result in Stock European Championship. Here we go. Iozzo from second to fourth. Late on the brakes, he goes out wide. Dino Iozzo just misses out on the podium. That was such a shame, but daredevil manoeuvre and a great chance for Iozzo. But over the line, Mihaela takes his first victory in Stock European Championship from Romero and Rodriguez, who just holds off. So the podium, what a result there for the podium as it come across the line. Mayor sixth ahead of Dalla Porta. That is a change of 1 point in the championship, and that means Mario Mayor takes a 10-point advantage going into the final round in Valencia in just a few weeks' time. But look what it means to Demis Mihaela. Look at that utter jubilation for the Italian, who takes his first ever victory in Stock European Championship ahead of Ruben Romero, who said before the start of the race he's going to go all out, and he did.
He did absolutely that. He thought that he'd have a chance for the podium if he did so, and he did in the dry after such a wet qualifying session. But you see there the difference that a good qualifying session, regardless of the conditions, can mean. We saw across all classes in the FIM JuniorGP World Championship that we maybe some different faces. Well, we saw a different face here today, and that pole position start meant that Romero was able to finish in P2.
Unbelievable stuff in Stock European Championship. We had to wait almost 45 minutes for it to get underway, but when we did, were we not treated to an absolute classic here in MotorLand Aragón, as Rodriguez is given the Super Hugo 44 as he's trying to tell one of the mechanics to just hold the bike back. I'm going to exert 160 brake horsepower plus into this rear wheel. I'm just going to hope that you don't get run over by this bike. So yeah, couldn't quite get the burnout underway, but the 44 carrying the Hugo Mayan 44 as tribute to Hugo Mayan, who we unfortunately lost here in Aragon just a few years ago. Well, sometimes you have to wait, and sometimes when you do wait for a long time, that's when the best things happen. And we were treated to a dynamite Stock European Championship race with Demis Mihaela, who we never saw coming into contention until the last three laps of the race. Just unleashed some speed that no one else could get close to, as Ruben Romero is just giving us what an incredible power slide over the top of the hill at turn 11, and he's overjoyed, over the moon with that one. His first podium in Stock European Championship after his first pole position here yesterday, and just missing out on the podium, just missing out. Tried so hard into the final corner as Dino Iozzo, and this is what's happening here. So Mihaela, with 3 laps to go, or just over 2 laps to go, made this move on Rodriguez into turn number 16. Then, only a few moments later, made the move on Romero into turn 1 for second, and then only 2 corners later, made the move for the lead up the hill into turn number 3. Such a difficult corner to make it stick, but he did make it stick, and he made it stick absolutely brilliantly on Dino Iozzo. The South African just missing out on the podium, but comes across the line and a very well-earned 4th place. So as your race winner comes back into Parc Fermé, we've seen once again another new race winner in Stock European Championship, Demis Mihaela, with the MDR Competition squad, the Italian rider, another rider that's very young, of course. 16 years of age is Mihaela, And of course, he came into this race 31 points off Mario Mayor. So with 25 points, and Mayor finishing all the way down in 6th. He's now put himself well and truly back into title contention. And by my reckoning, by my quick maths are not usually that good. I think that puts him 16 points behind Mario Mayor, going into the final round in Valencia in just over 1 month's time. Another great result for Adrian Rodriguez. Takes his 3rd podium of the season. That's redemption, isn't it, for Jerez, where he crashed out on the final lap of the race. Just handing that podium to Lorenzo Dalla Porta. As Mihaela will be making his way over to talk to our very own Conor Doherty in a few moments' time after he gets a congratulations from everyone and everyone, from anyone and everyone that can hurry themselves down to park for me here in MotorLand Aragón. So another cracking result, another cracking race to end proceedings here today in MotorLand Aragón. Mihaela with the #1 board. Yes, I am P1 today. And of course, he's put himself well and truly back into title contention with his first ever victory in Stock European Championship. A rider that's been extremely consistent all season long. Finished inside the top 6 in the last 5 races he now has. So only had one other podium though back in Catalonia. But you can imagine this will give him great confidence going forward into the season finale, where the Stock European Champion will be crowned. Ruben Romero overjoyed with that one. He said he was going to fully send it here today after his first podium, first pole position, and he well and truly has. Went and took his first podium in Stock European Championship. His best result prior to that was 7th, so he's increased his tally by 5 positions. So, with one more round to go in the Stock European Championship, we will be about to hear as Conor Doherty down there to talk to your first-time race winner in Stock European Championship, Estemis Mihaela.
Demis, that was such a dramatic race. You were so fast, and you got that first win. How does it feel?
Well, getting again in the podium is crazy. My feeling is, I'm too high right now to talk, but I mean, it has been a really hard race because I had a bad start. But then I took my pace. I was battling with another riders, and I was losing time. But then after I passed them, I took my pace. I take the front group, and then in one lap I overtook like 3 riders, and I took 1 second gap. I don't know how to say anymore because I'm so hyped thanks to my team, because yesterday I had a really big crash in the last corner in high side and they fixed it in really short time, and thanks to them. Then thanks to all my sponsors, my family, to Ferraro Group, Pompa Traslochi, everyone. Thank you very much.
An absolutely brilliant ride. Can you explain that to us in Italian as well, please?
Yes. È stata una gara molto difficile perché sono partito male, però ho avuto un po' di difficoltà perché gli altri piloti mi continuavano a risorpassare, però una volta che li ho passati tutti, ho preso il mio ritmo, sono riuscito a prendere il gruppo di fronte, dove l'ho passati in meno di un giro e poi ho preso 1 secondo di vantaggio. Grazie a tutto il mio team, perché ieri ho fatto un high side, una caduta molto grande, ni sa parlare in italiano. Ho fatto una caduta molto grande, una high side all'ultima curva, e sono riusciti a rimettere la moto in sesto per la Q2, che sono riuscito a farla bene. Grazie a tutti i miei sponsor, la mia famiglia, Ferraro Group, Pompa Traslochi, D-Stars, tutti quanti. Grazie mille.
Congratulations once again.
My Italian is so bad. I don't know why. My Italian is so bad.
Well, his Italian might be bad, considering he is Italian, but his racecraft and his win today was nothing other than exceptional. Estemis Mihaela going from 7th place on the grid, was shuffled back early doors as Romero and Calle battled it out at the front, with Dino Iozzo coming from 6th on the grid. putting an early move almost onto your pole sitter before the start of lap number 2, going for not just 1 but 2 overtakes into the first corner before running a little bit deep, but he was back at the forefront of the race just a couple of moments later. In turns number 4 and 5. Romero followed him through into second as Mario Mayor and Lorenzo Dalla Porta were well and truly in the wars on the outskirts of the top 10. Back at the front, it was a three-way battle with Dino Iotto leading away from Rodriguez and Romero. And as the laps ticked down, we just saw the number 89 looming into background ever so slightly more as Romero made a move for second on Rodriguez. Mihaela was setting fastest lap after fastest lap, at one point going over 1 second faster than your race leader, Dino Iotto. With just over 2 laps to go, Mihaela made his move on Rodriguez into the final corner for third, and a few moments later made a move for second on Romero into turn number 1. And then before we got to the end of the first sector, it was Dino Iotto who came under attack from Mihaela up the hill into turn number 3. Iotto being shuffled down to fourth with this move round the outside from Rodriguez. Mihaela had it all sewn up going into the final corner, but Iotto tried as he might for second, just ran a little bit deep, and then Romero, for his first podium in the Stock European Championship, held on from Rodriguez, but it was Demis Mihaela who now puts himself back into championship contention with his first victory in Stock European Championship. He's now 16 points behind Mario Mayor. So as he comes into the pits to celebrate with his team, Demis Mihaela took what was one of the most incredible victories in Stock European Championship. Today's winner, for the first time, is Demis Mihaela, and we expect many more to come from the Italian. Well, for the final time today, the 6th time today, we have the podium proceedings underway. As we have the team representative coming onto the podium to await the trophy for the team. Rodriguez in third. We await the top 2. Ruben Romero, one of the most delighted riders in the entire paddock.
Absolutely,
with that
that. And you can see what it means to both of them as well. They embraced in Parc Fermé. They're both so happy for each other and so happy to share this podium.
They are indeed, and Mihaela was so overjoyed with everything that happened, he completely forgot how to speak in Italian.
Well, he's a very, very clever rider. He speaks several languages, as loads of them do. But here we are, and he's racing under the Italian flag, which means we're going to hear the Italian national anthem.
Well, indeed, Mr. Pedro Paradis handing out the winning team's trophy to team representative, and then, of course, the third place trophy to Rodriguez. And then he's building it up. Here we go. The orchestra is being put into session now as we have Ruben Romero taking his first podium in Stock European Championship.
He told us he was going to do it, he did it.
And he did it. A man of conviction is Ruben Romero, but so is Demis Mihaela to come through from where he did to take his first victory and, of course, to enjoy the national anthem of Italy in his honour. Well, for the first time in Stock European Championship, the Italian national anthem rings out for Demis Mihaela, and of course, like so many Italians, rocks a rocking hairstyle does the young Italian, and all three of them are so young that they can't even spray the podium Prosecco. It's just the rose water on the podium for the top 3 in Stock European Championship. Well,
Mihaela, our winner, 16 years old.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. At 16 years old, I don't even think I knew even how to tie my shoelaces.
You used to race, though, Liam.
Used to race, but I was not on this level, racing many motos. But, however, for the first time in his career, Demis Mihaela as a stock European Championship race winner.
Let's take a look at the race results then. Demis Mihaela with that first win. Ruben Romero in second. Adrian Rodriguez in third. Dino Iozzo in fourth. Borja Jimenez in fifth. Mario Mayor in sixth. Lorenzo Della Porta in seventh. Iker Garcia in eighth. And Blai Trias in ninth. In 10th, Andy Bedoya. In 11th, Carlos Valle. In 12th, Archie Bob McDonald. 13th, Jose Luis Amario. 14th, Francisco Ruiz. 15th, Marco Garcia. 16th, Eric Molina. And 17th, Javier Del Olmo. 18th, Kilian Nestola. 19th, Juan Santos. 20th, Juan Uriostegui. 21st, Andrea Bettin. 22nd, Gonzalo Capote. 23rd, Massimo Coppa. 24th, Felipe Rehacek. 25th, Rodrigo Valente. 26th, Davide Fabri. 27th, Nicolas Belvilacqua. 28th, Shuai Li. And 29th, Pense Chesquez. Not finishing, Quintal and Belladonna. Here are the championship standings then. Mario Mayor leading by 10 points over Lorenzo Della Porta. In third, Demis Mihaela. In fourth, Adrian Rodriguez. Fifth, Andy Verdoya. Sixth, Borja Jimenez. In seventh, Dino Iozzo. Eighth, Archie Bob McDonald. And ninth, Iker Garcia for the time being. In 10th, Francisco Ruiz. In 11th, Ruben Romero. In 12th, Jose Luis Amario. 13th, Neil Rodge. 14th, Alex Millan. 15th, Carlos Valle. 16th, Blai Trias. 17th, Juan Santos. We also have in 18th, Marco Garcia. 19th, Thibaut Eric Varga. 20th, Kevin Quintal. 21st, Juan Uriostegui. 22nd, Massimo Coppa. Kilian Nestola in 23rd. Gonzalo Ribeiro in 24th. And in 25th, Pense Chesquez. In 26th, Davide Fabri. 27th, Kilian Holzer. 28th, David Jimenez. 29th, Manuel Roca. And 30th, Uri Saiz.
Well, for the penultimate time in 2024, Stock European Championship comes to an end. We await the grand finale at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia in just over 1 month's time. We had a champion crowned in European Talent Cup with Carlos Cano, but it was Demis Mihaela who took victory here in Stock European Championship, where he could potentially become champion next time out. Just want to say a big thank you from myself, Liam Hodges, and Connor Doherty for joining us in 2024. But your JuniorGP will be back next time.